What's up, party people? All right, we're doing a daytime reading. Weird. I know I'm nocturnal and you guys aren't used to seeing me when the sun is up, but we're gonna do another all signs reading. And you guys voted on this topic, so if you guys want to vote on topics to come for all signs readings, usually I will put a poll in the community tab with some options, and then you can choose which one you feel like would be most beneficial to you. So next time, if you missed this one, then keep an eye on the community tab. But hi guys, I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing great. So as per usual, we're starting with Aries. We're going down to, well, through all the way to Pisces. And the topic that we're looking at today is kind of like where you're at now, what's coming up next, and then what is new and exciting that you haven't experienced, maybe that's also coming. So kind of my thoughts were that I'd look at where you are at right now overall, your overall energy, and then what's just going on in life in general, what's coming next, like from your current circumstances that you're aware of, and then what is coming in that is new, like a new experience. And then we'll also do the same thing in regards to your love life. So we'll do your overall energy that you're embodying and expressing, and then we'll do life and love, what's coming next, and what is new. Okay? All right, what's going on? Some people are talking, I can see. Lindsay, I know, daytime Lisa, who dis? Hi Christina, how are you guys doing? I got my cute little tie-dye shirt and my little happy face hat. We're in a vibe today. It's extremely windy outside. It sounded like the friggin' walls were coming down. So there's nowhere that I would rather be than inside with you guys. But I still might have to open a window because it's fucking hot as hell in here. Okay. So we're going to start with Aries, like I said. Is it going to sound really loud, though, if I open a window? Let me just try it. I feel I am going to be too hot if I do not. Also, hydration is a thing. Let's see. It's going to be too windy. No. Okay. I think it's all right. Now this one. That one might be too much. We'll go with one for now. We'll see if that is enough of a breeze to cool me. All right. My hair is getting stuck in my earrings. Sorry. It is annoying me. All right, guys. Let's get into this a little bit. I'm all about we're hanging out on my bed, not putting tons of effort into the setup. It helps me like not stress before I start the reading, making it as easy as possible to execute. Who would have thought? All right. Not my Virgo midheaven, that's for sure. Okay, so Aries. So if you guys are coming in during the reading, there will be these cute little gifs up in the right hand corner of the screen telling you what sign we're on. If you come in after the fact, then there will be timestamps for you and you can jump around. So the timestamps will be in the pinned comment down below and the info box. If you are not a patient person and you want to just come back and just click on that and go wherever you want to go, then that's available for you. And what else was I going to say? I don't read for any particular placement, so that just means you can watch for any placement that you feel drawn to. You can cross watch for people that you care about. You can watch for your sun, moon, rising, Venus, kind of just whatever you're really resonating with in your own chart. because that changes, right? Sometimes you have transits that are going on that are highlighting one element in your chart. Sometimes based on your like what your year ruler is, that will have an impact as well. So just watch what you feel called to, okay? Okay. Let's get a good shuffle going on here. Most favorite readers. Yeah, I know. And that's kind of how I started too. When I started, it was very like, it was more chill because I wasn't really ever expecting, like I didn't put like pre-thought really into starting the channel initially. I just did it for fun, not anticipating anyone to ever see the videos really. And then, so I think that actually worked in my favor, that I didn't give it an excessive amount of thought beforehand. But then as the years went on, I feel like I don't know. I guess you just get more structured, or maybe you just get more, like you get into a comfort zone with the way that you do things. But I'm trying to break out of that a little bit and just get back to basics. Because how much fun is doing something the way that everyone else is doing it anyways? Boring, right? Let's not ever do that. Sounds rather monotonous to me. Okay. All right, so Aries, what energy are you in? What energy are you in right now? We're going to mix in some oracle cards as well, and archetype cards. Okay, so the primary energy that Aries is embodying and expressing at this time. It's too many. Is there one more? Okay. Interesting. Just figure out the way that's the best to put these cards. Okay. All right. Let me timestamp you, and we are gonna get into Aries. Hi, Aries. I hope you're doing well, my little fire starters. Let's take a look at what's going on. What's happening now? What's coming up next? What is new that you might be experiencing in life and love? Okay. So, the energy that you're showing up in right now here is, and I pulled the oracle cards. I'm gonna clarify with the tarot as we go. Okay. So the archetype cards that you got for the energy that you are in currently, the Prince came out first in the shadow attribute, which says using power for self-aggrandizement. And then the Alchemist, transformation of base motives and goals into golden wisdom. I want to see something here quick. I'll look it up on my phone, maybe. Just that's a very specific phrase. Self-aggrandizement. So, I want to read the exact thing. So it says, self-aggrandizing refers to actions or speech intended to make oneself seem more important, powerful, or successful, often through boasting, exaggeration, or narcissistic behavior. Wow, that escalated quickly. It's a disapproving term used to describe behaviors, statements, or people that overstate their own accomplishments. Common synonyms include boastful, conceited, pompous, pretentious, and egotistical. Okay. Okay. I don't think that it's all that, to be honest, but I do think that it's like, what I think this is you trying to build yourself up a little bit. I don't know if you're doing that in regards, like in your connections to other people, or if you're just doing that you with you, like trying to like pump yourself up. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of what it feels like, a little bit more than like, hey, you're a narcissist, you know? I'm not here to drop that bomb on you. So it's interesting though, because in the light attribute, the Prince says romantic charm and potential for power. So like the charm and the charisma and the power is there with the Prince, but it's potential. And then with the Alchemist card, I see you trying to shift an energy into wisdom. So however it is that you are working to kind of like build yourself up or talk yourself up right now, it's like you're trying to not convince yourself that you're important. It's almost like remind yourself of your own value and importance. So maybe some of you have gone through a phase where you have forgotten, or you've been around people who kind of haven't honored you, or haven't it's like they haven't been treating you in accordance to your actual value. Let's just see though. I want to know more about that. So tell me more about this Prince. Tell me more about this energy of acting or speaking in a way of making oneself more important. The Knight of Cups in reverse with the Prince in reverse. What? What's going on, Aries? I wonder if for some of you this is even someone that you're, well, tell me about the Alchemist. Five of Wands in reverse. I feel like you're really clear actually on something. You're trying to transform internal conflict into confidence. That's what that feels like. The only thing is, it kind of feels as though you're taking some shortcuts here, and the energies, astrologically speaking, kind of support that. Like, there's a lot of energy in Aries, lighting a fire underneath our asses, you know? There's a lot of energy in Aries, kind of like, what are you waiting for? Like, let's go, let's go, let's go. Like, and it's Martian energy, so it's masculine warrior energy, assertive energy. Like, it's not time to be passive. So this energy does highlight places where we may have been lazy or slacking a little bit, right? Or just not living up to our potential, not doing what we could do to be who we actually want to be and get where we truly want to get. But it feels like with the Knight of Cups in reverse, there's something that is a little bit shut down in the heart space, maybe a little emotionally disconnected. Or you maybe are having trouble validating yourself in a way that feels emotionally nurturing. So I'm getting this sense that like the things that you're telling yourself, it's like it's as if you're using things to try to justify your own worth or importance in your mind, but you might be using like very analytical or strategic means to do that. So like, here are the facts, and that's why, like, these are all of the things that I've achieved, and that's why I'm worthy, kind of thing. But I think that it would be a lot easier for you to connect to your true worth without it feeling like you're having to fake it or like force it or cut corners or like compile all these things to justify. You tuning into your own heart is what's probably gonna, with the Knight of Cups in reverse, actually alleviate that tension, because it's not about doing more, it's just about seeing yourself clearly and then embodying and expressing yourself clearly. So with the Alchemist and the Five of Wands in reverse, yeah, I see that you have like motivations, core motivations, and you're trying to use them or implement them, like those natural strengths, in a wise way to achieve something, to achieve some sort of goal. But you're currently trying to, it feels like, alchemize this internal tension and discord into certainty so that you can move forwards with confidence. Okay, so considering that as your energy, let's take a look at what's going on in your life and love here. Okay, so what's coming up next in your life? You got the speculation card. This is Jupiter in Cancer. That's what's coming up next. And then what's new is you got the Nurturer, which is Demeter. Came out in reverse. Nurturer. Let's put love over there for a sec. There's a lot of like speculating, assessing, assuming, like spying, observing vibes here. I'm pretty surprised that the Page of Swords hasn't shown itself yet based on these energies, but let's see. Tell me about speculation. Why is this what's coming next for Aries? That's a lot of cards, but fine. The King of Cups, the Hanged Man in reverse, and the King of Wands. There you are. There's Daddy. Daddy's home. Okay. You know that this is you. You know that this is the potential that you hold inside. You know that this is your essence. You know that when you apply yourself, when you actually show up, when you're present, when you're grounded, when you're tuned in and calibrated and sovereign to yourself, this is you, right? There's an emotional depth and intelligence and knowing of like when to share what. There's a capacity for very large amounts of intimacy and connection, but not just with anyone. These energies are not energies that scatter their, especially with the Alchemist, right? It's like, this would be someone who is aware of, or I can see that you are aware of, the power of your life force energy, your sexual energy. So this is probably not like, at least when you're empowered, Not someone who is like in a state of lust or not being disciplined with their energy, letting their desires rule them and kind of just scattering and wasting their energy all over the place. That is like a weaker, kind of like leaky manifestation of this energy. But this is you. The King of Wands is like, I know who I am. I'm connected to my life force energy, my fire. I have strong purpose and direction. I'm not just like aimless in life. I'm not like, this is not like bottom feeder life energy. This is like, I'm going to go create the life that is the best life for me and not settle and like not have to use people or cut corners to get that, because I am so fucking capable, like beyond capable, and I'm aware that I am. So it feels like you're trying to take a second to just really like redefine the truth of who you are. And you might have been in a bit of a phase of like, not stagnancy, but suspension maybe, that you're trying to come out of at this time. And you're trying to come out of that suspension into specifically this like wise and empowered expression of yourself. But there's this like amped up speculation that's happening. And I'm not totally sure why you're having to like look at yourself so closely to remember yourself, like to remember the truth of who you are. It kind of feels like you've maybe been in a phase for a while where you haven't been taking the best care of yourself, Aries. And it doesn't have to be overall in life. It could just be like one thing, one part of your life that's like really important. Like, you know that when you work out, this would be very Aries. Like, you know that when you work out and you move your body and you move energy in a physical way, that's empowering for you. That's really powerful for you. But you haven't been doing that. You haven't been prioritizing that. You've just been eating a bag of chips and like watching a season of Narcos every night. You know what I mean? Which is fine for a phase of your life or when you're taking a rest. But it feels like there's been something that's been neglected, and it's pretty vital and core to like you being this person, this expression of yourself that you know you can be and you really want to be. Casper's down there and there's a blanket. There's like this little basket down there that I put my pillows in when I sleep, and one of the cats is in there. And I didn't even know he was. Caspy. Can you see him in there? Hi, Casps. Didn't even know you were in there till you sneezed, buddy. He's so cute. Okay. So what is this nurture in reverse for what is new that's coming in life for you? It could be that you're not going to nurture the same things. So for instance, if something has been deprioritized in your life, but now you're speculating and you're realizing, wow, you need that. You need to give to yourself in a certain way in order to truly, without like having to fake it or force it, feel powerful, like without needing to act in a way where it's kind of just reminding me of, and I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, because everybody goes through this, but it's like fake it till you make it. Like when you're not feeling confident, right? And so you're just, and especially in regards to something that requires your heart to be involved, or a level of like intimacy or emotional honesty, even if it's just with yourself. There's something where you don't feel confident, and so you are doing and saying things in such a way that you might be like either overdoing it. Like, you know how when people are trying to act confident but are a little insecure or nervous, and you can just tell because they're almost like doing a little too much, right? Or like, that's kind of what I got from the definition of self-aggrandizement, is like there's self-love and then there's like narcissism, right? And sometimes the two can be mistaken depending on how people like translate the way that we're acting. So sometimes when we are acting, like when we're trying to prove to ourselves that we're confident, or we're trying to prove our wealth or worth to ourselves, and we overdo it, it can come off as like not self-love, but selfishness, or not considering anyone but yourself. So maybe people around you are feeling like that, but I feel as though you're kind of just trying to find your way back to yourself. People might be registering that as somewhat selfish, though, or it could just be necessary for you to actually be somewhat selfish at this time in order to put yourself first and come home to yourself. Because there's some sort of wisdom you are trying to integrate here. But what are you not nurturing anymore? And this is new. So there's something you're not nurturing, and it's new for you to not nurture it. The heck? The Magician. Might be a manifestation. It's interesting because you are trying to do personal alchemy. I feel like you might not be working on external manifestations in your life, though, while you do the internal work at this time. You could just be kind of okay with being in this phase of just like, I don't know, speculating like, okay, I've been sitting in that spot for a while with the Hanged Man. It's felt kind of stagnant, kind of, you know, I know that I don't really want to just be there anymore. I know that I want to come back into touch with other elements of myself that maybe like actually require me to be challenged, or they actually stimulate me. Like it feels like some part of you hasn't been stimulated or challenged in a while, so you kind of forgot how capable that part of you is. And now in order to come back and connect to it again, you're kind of having to like, where you're feeling like you're facing it or forcing it a bit. There's something that you've been trying to manifest that has felt heavy. It's felt like a drain on your energy. And I don't think that you're nurturing that anymore. And that's new for you. So this could be something that you have been heavily trying to manifest for the last while. Can you tell me what the Magician is? Like what this focus of energy is that Aries is dropping in the near future here? You know what it feels like to me, Aries? It feels like, yeah, the Fool. It feels as though there's something that you picked a path to move towards, and you invested a lot of your energy and your power into it. And it feels like it kind of just exploited that, or maybe just took, but didn't really give anything back. And that's okay. Sometimes we invest in things and we just don't get exactly what we wanted back out of it. And then we just reassess it and, you know, move forwards. Like, am I going to continue investing in this, or am I just going to take the L, right? And see how this has kind of stagnated me. But it feels like you're speculating on like why you've felt so stuck, where you've been pouring your energy, and then how much that has or has not been serving you. So I think that you're reassessing specifically something that you have been trying to manifest, and you're seeing how it has been disempowering, how it's actually kind of disconnected you from your heart and your truth and confidence in some way. So if this is like a relationship, then maybe it's someone who just, again, they don't see you clearly, or they can't meet you where you're at. And so it's skewed, like their behavior towards you or actions kind of skewed the way that you saw yourself. So you're choosing maybe not to nurture that manifestation anymore, but to leap out into something completely new instead, that actually like benefits you or has substance to it, where something in the past you're kind of speculating and realizing that it didn't, or just that it didn't nurture you back the way that you put energy into it. But yeah, I see you looking at like your true potential, and then how a particular situation that you've been involved in has like brought out the worst of you, perhaps, or not, just instead of the best, or it's made you more conflicted with yourself, within yourself. And I think you're just like, I'm gonna invest in a whole new opportunity that isn't whatever that was from the past. Okay, let's take a look at love. So love, what's coming up next? You have your hard work is paying off. And then what is new, you have assessing in love. Okay. Let's see. Okay, your hard work is paying off. So some of you, you've been putting solid effort into a specific relationship, or else just into yourself, in terms of your standards, what you accept and what you don't, your boundaries. I'm also getting throat chakra energy, like really speaking your truth and being able to stand up and say when something, like speak gracefully, but still speak your truth, like when something does not meet your standards, not just settling. Can you tell me more about this hard work paying off for Aries? The Four of Pentacles in reverse. There's something you're letting go of. An old way of doing things, an older relationship you were holding on to. If this is something like anything that did not, like anything that cannot match your energy and your power, it feels like you're looking for power couple vibes, because you know that you are the King of Cups and the King of Wands. So you can't, it's no scrubs for you, right? The thing is about Aries energy, and take it from an Aries Venus, Aries Jupiter, is like when we know what we want, we know what we want. And if you ain't it, you ain't it. And it's on to the next, you know? Like, it's pretty simple, pretty cut and dry. We're looking for someone who is as powerful as us. None of this game playing nonsense, none of this emotional confusion, none of this like, here's some scraps. It's like, I'm an Aries, bitch. Show up and show out, or get the F out of my way. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how Aries is. And you're like, I don't want any emotional confusion. I don't want any bottom feeder scrubs. I don't want any anxiety. And I will fully like end whatever I need to on a grand or small scale to not experience that. And you are putting in the hard work to, like, it feels like redefine your own potential and see yourself clearly, so that then you can also assess your romantic potentials or possibilities, and be really honest with yourself about whether or not they are up to the standard that you are at. And that doesn't mean looking at people and being like, you suck, you're not good enough for me. But it's like, if someone can't give you what you truly need when you're honest with them about your needs, right? Then that's not the person for you. If someone is like feeding you nonsense while you're being upright and authentic and, you know, then yeah, that's going to slow you down and stagnate you, because you're not with an equal, you're not with someone that's aligning. Let's just say that instead. That's like, all the different elements are not equal in terms of alignment. And so it's not going to feel good to engage in. So yeah, you're putting hard work into actually dropping something, and you're seeing super, super clearly. You're seeing your own worth and value, and how much effort and energy you put into the things that you invest yourself in. And you're looking at it and you're like, look, I'm not afraid to do the work. I'm not lazy. I'm not aimless. And I'm not weak. I'm courageous, and I know what I want, and I know what I'm worth. So it's kind of like you're reminding yourself of that. And there could be someone who did really like sell you short. Someone stiffed you a little bit, or it could have been a pattern of people just not recognizing your worth or not treating you according to your worth. It doesn't have to be just in love, but I see you just getting to the end of yourself with that, and you're like, no more. No. This is the standard, and you're either there or you're not. There's really no conversation around it. This old cycle is done. So, yeah, you're very aware of what you give your energy to. Also, a really fast way to find out if someone is on your level is like if they come around, like give them a little bit of your life force or sexual energy. Like invest just a little bit, open up just a little bit, and see what they do with that. That will tell you everything. If you give them just like a little teeny tiny bit of the fullness of your power that you would be investing in them if you were like in a actual relationship with them, and they like freak out, misuse it, let it go to their head, don't act humble, like run away, avoid, then they just showed you that like the maturity or intelligence level or capacity to be where you're at isn't there. Or that like basically I'm hearing that Toni Braxton song where she's like, he wasn't man enough for me. So yeah, you can give a little and you see how they handle it. And if they mishandle it, well, then you know they ain't man enough for you, right? Or they ain't woman enough for you, at least not where they're at right now. But you're putting in hard work to see, like, to see yourself clearly so that you understand what the correct partner for you looks and feels like. But it feels like this is something in the past, Aries, that maybe you didn't take a whole lot of time to assess before leaping into things. Also relatable as an Aries Venus. Sometimes just if it feels good or if it's like, I don't know, if there's a rush or a lot of passion and excitement or chemistry, that can like excite us and turn us on and we can leap into something without looking at like, is this something that's someone that can actually like match my freak though, you know? Is this someone that can actually keep up to me? Is this someone that can actually like work hard and be driven and like doesn't need constant validation or doesn't need to cut me down to feel big about themselves? Like, because that's the kind of partner that will never work for an Aries. Like, you can't be having to stop your own personal powerful progression every 5 minutes to like validate a partner who's insecure or to like play monotonous like mind games or like deal with manipulation. Is just not really like your thing, you know? It's only a matter of time before you're gonna be like, I am so bored. So I feel like you are just skipping that step by assessing your options a little bit better, or maybe like giving a little bit and seeing how they do with that. And then people will show you, people will tell you who they are with their actions. So let's see, tell me more about this assessing. The Lovers in reverse. Yeah. See, you're looking at, some of you are dealing with a Virgo, the Hermit, the Hanged Man, the Magician in reverse. There's someone specifically, or something specifically maybe, that is manipulative and stagnant or just not aligned with you in terms of empowerment. This could also just be someone who is not really in sovereign embodiment of themselves, or they don't know what they want. They're kind of in this phase of life where they're just hanging around, not in a real big rush to go anywhere. And I just feel like you're not aligning yourself with that, because someone here is moving more out of fear than they are out of love. And I feel like you need someone brave, not someone who's just like functioning out of fear. And I do feel like you'd rather be in a not isolated, but you'd rather be on your own than be with the wrong person, which makes total sense. So with the Virgo energy, if someone isn't like calming your nervous system, if someone isn't showing up with like the very basic, like the most basic things required for an actual adult relationship, right? Like consistency, devotion or commitment, healthy adult communication, being able to express your needs and boundaries, you know, like being able to make goals and work towards them together. If someone can't do those like super basic things that are like preschool level relationship stuff, right? then they're probably not going to be able to keep up with you, you know, because you are a powerhouse and you move fast and you know your own power. So you don't really match well with people who don't know their own power. And that's not a fault of, well, it's not like personal. It's just like they got to go figure that out, and you don't want to be slowed down by that. What's up, Luminary? So that's what I see for you, Aries. I see that this is new, though. You're kind of looking at something differently, and it's because you are confident on your own right now. And you're actually seeing how you're actually better off on your own than being drained, confused, made anxious, having your energy like siphoned, you know. And it doesn't have to be malicious and like on purpose, but yeah, someone who can't match you, who comes in, is probably going to drain you, because you have more that you can give them than they can give you, just because you've met yourself a little bit further. And that's fine if someone's willing to do the work, because then you can help each other, co-regulate, and you can like show them the way, or you can share wisdom that you've gained that they maybe haven't, because you've had maybe different experiences or something like that. But if someone's not willing to do the work and they're just kind of like, you know, showing up consistently in a patternized, toxic way, then I feel like you're realizing that that's not yours to carry. It's not a reflection of you. And maybe you're kind of seeing how that's been a little bit draining. So you are assessing things a little bit more before opening yourself up to people in regards to love, it feels like, in the near future. But I think that that's going to be awesome, because you're going to end up calling in true matches, like making this, sacrificing that which is not for you, and being able to discern what that is and why it's not right for you, and be okay with that. Like, be in a state of acceptance over it, not bitterness, and not taking it personally, right? And not chasing what is just not for you either. Just being like, okay, like, why would I chase that when it doesn't fulfill me and it's not a match, right? I know that what is a match will deeply fulfill me. So I'm just going to focus back on myself and see fully how these things do impact my energy, so that I understand the sacrifice in committing to them as well. Because sometimes I think we don't realize exactly how much certain things take from us until we get out of them and we realize like how drained we've been. So yeah, it looks like you're just kind of doing a little bit of assessing internally here and redefining of your standards, which I really like. All right, we're moving on to Taurus. Taurus, let's see what's going on. Taurians. Yeah. I feel like people really do show you who they are, like, so clearly, though. The times when we get it messed up is usually, like, just we're trying so hard to see them the way we want to see them, or the way that we know they could be. But someone's potential, it might as well not even be their potential if they're never going to actually, like, embody and fulfill it. And they might, but it's also, they choose the timing of that. And you can tell if someone is actively like doing that work in alignment with you because of how they treat themselves and how they treat you. So I see you kind of just reassessing that, upping your standards, clarifying your boundaries, and moving forwards like a badass. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of crazy psychos. All right. Anyway. Hilarious. Okay, so let's move on to Taurus. Okay. Let's see. Speaking of some bullshit I don't need to be dealing with. Let's see. What's going on, Taurus? Hi, Faye. Good to see you too, babes. Yeah. And when people can't take accountability and they just like go to great lengths to lie and project their own stuff onto you, it's just really easy to see right through. So just trust yourself. You will be totally fine. Okay, Taurus. What energy is Taurus in? What a toddler. All right, let's see. Taurus. You guys, I'm gonna have to share with you some of the hilarious-ish that I've dealt with over the last few years in my healing process. I feel like it'd be really beneficial because I know that we all share a lot of similar experiences and spiritual tests. Shit's been crazy. Okay, Taurus. Okay. I think that, let's see. This last one was a doozy, the last year. Yeah, the last year was a doozy for me too. But it was like, hold on, you guys. I just got a text from someone super toxic, and I just want to like clear the energy real quick. I felt that come into the space, and I was just like, you know what? I'd rather not, honestly. I would just rather not feel your grossness at this moment in life. Let's just clear that a little bit because we don't need that ignorant stuff happening here. Okay, good stuff. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Right. Just gonna have a little bit of coffee. Okay. Let's start again here with Taurus. Yeah, that feels better. The other thing with all this Aries energy that's happening right now is some people are triggered too, right? Because it's like I said before, the fire is lit under our asses, and Aries is the energy of the warrior. And it's like to be a warrior, you can't be a coward, right? And a coward is just someone who lets fear win over courage. Everybody still has fear, but then there are people who you can trust to like still do the right thing even when it's scary, and then there are people who are too weak to do the right thing even when it's scary, and those people are a little bit like they're a liability to be around or to let close because they're not strong enough to be safe. Do you know what I mean? So I just feel like there's been an interesting, like, some people are being triggered. I guess this is how it always goes, is certain people, when triggered, they choose to let that trigger, like, inspire them to challenge themselves to, like, rise to the occasion and be the best version of themselves. And then there are other people who will get challenged and then they freak out and they they sink deeper into ignorance or disempowerment, because looking at what they need to work at would be too destabilizing for like the essentially the identity and life that is built around their frail ego. And we all go through phases like that, chapters like that in our life, because there's stuff you don't know until you know it, and there's things that like you have to also build courage up to pursue. But this energy of all this Aries energy is kind of highlighting the need to be brave in certain areas of our lives, for sure. Okay, Taurus. Okay, show me Taurian's energy. Okay. Taurus, are you mad? You mad, bro? You mad? Okay. What's next for Taurus? What's up, Islay? Okay, and then new in Aries, or new in Taurian's life. And then what is coming up next for love for Taurus? Okay. And new in regards to love for Taurus. Aww. Okay, I like that so much. Taurus. Hi, Taurus. Hope you guys are well. All right, let's take a look at what's going on now, next, and what is new coming in for you as well. Okay, so the energy that you're currently in, that's being highlighted anyways, this isn't like the fullness of your energy, but this is the part that they want you to be aware of for whatever reason. You got the Avenger. It did come out in reverse, so a little more in the shadow attribute, most likely, which says resorting to violence in the name of a cause. Resorting. Did you wake up and choose violence, Taurus? Did something push you? The light attribute is the desire to balance the scales of justice and righteousness on behalf of society or oneself. Okay. So I do feel like there's something maybe that you've been trying to do the right thing or find balance, like find a solution that where everybody wins. Like you've been trying to manifest or hoping for something that is a solution that is for the highest and best good of all involved. But I feel like something has just not been moving forwards in accordance with that, or maybe someone that you're working with or dealing with does not have the same like integrity or intention as you. Like maybe they're not too concerned with justice or restoring balance to a situation. Maybe they are more concerned with winning or being defensive or being right? So let's see what this is all about. One more shuffle of your tarot cards. This could also just be you like not fighting for something anymore that you have been fighting to save, right? Or to protect. It could be you just throwing in the towel and being like, I was extremely invested in fighting for something, and now it's like, you know, if you're scared, call a priest kind of thing. Like, but don't call me. Tell me about Avenger in reverse for Taurus. The Three of Cups in reverse. Okay. I feel like there's something that like you don't want to make nice necessarily anymore. You don't really want to. You could just be realizing that there's nothing that you could do or say or invest in a particular situation, even if you come from the purest part inside of you, even if you come with the best intentions. It's like because of somebody where someone else is at or where they're coming from, they're not even probably going to register or see the truth of the energy that you're bringing. What's up, Crystal? And so I think that you're just like, it's honestly not worth fighting for to make peace with something. It's not worth trying to reconcile, at least maybe not directly with something or someone. And with the Three of Cups, it could be a situation, or something that you're just letting slide because it's like, it's not worth getting into it over. It's not worth letting someone get under your skin. Because with this, like, resorting to violence, I do see you kind of a little bit, like, on edge with something. And I think it's because there's a lack of cooperation. There's the Lovers in reverse again. That came out for Aries. The Lovers in reverse and the Two of Cups. You could feel like someone just lies. Honestly. The Page of Swords in reverse. Two of Cups, Lovers in reverse. Like someone claims to be on the same page as you or to have a lot in common with you, or they present themselves that way to fit in maybe, but then when it comes down to it, it's like the walk doesn't match the talk. Because I'm getting this energy from you that whatever the situation is, you do have a genuine desire to balance out the scales between you and a situation or somebody else, and you want it to be fair. Not just fair for you, but just in regards to the whole situation. You are seeking justice for the whole situation. And with the Three of Cups in reverse, you're just not getting it. And with the Lovers in reverse, it's like you're telling me that's not your choice, which means that another external influence or whatever is, you're showing me that that is what is creating like the difficulty here in actually restoring peace to a situation. So I think you're realizing, like, I can only control what I can control. And I can control myself in the situation, but whatever I'm working with isn't working with me. So now the decision is kind of just like, well, you made the decision. They made the decision a little bit for you, right? Because if you can't really find peace if all parties are not willing to compromise and cooperate to get there together. If one person still wants to fight, or if something like that, right? It's going to be hard to reach a peaceful conclusion. So, okay. What's coming up next in life for you here? You have the Sun in Cancer, resourcefulness. Sun in Cancer, resourcefulness. And then what's new is secrets with Nyx. This feels like you're just staying in your own lane, to be honest, Taurus. It feels like you're in your own lane, you're taking care of business, you could be spending a lot of time at home or just around people that have already, like, people, situations, community that are your support system, that they add, like, they enrich your life. They don't deteriorate your energy. They don't bring drama and like nonsense, right? But they add resources to your life, whether that is just like care or a shoulder to cry on, or someone who's always going to tell you the truth no matter what, if you need to hear it, something like that. It's like you're investing a lot in that which has already proven itself to be trustworthy and an addition to your life. And I feel like everyone outside of that circle is like, there's nothing to see here, you know, like you could be quite private at this time. What is this resourcefulness energy? I'm seeing you finding resources where you didn't think that you had them either, like closer to you than you think. Like you don't need to look as far as you might think that you do to find the answer or to find what you're seeking. For some of you, whatever this other thing may be claimed to be, something that really truly is that is closer to you than you think. So let's say you have like this person who's trying, like, I don't know, let's say you have a romantic partner who's coming in, breadcrumbing you. They're not cooperating to meet you halfway. They're acting childishly or immature or whatever. There's just not cooperation. You're not getting anywhere with reaching reconciliation or peace to move forwards. So you cut that off, and then let's say you start spending more time with your friend group. What's up, Star Lava? The Two of Cups came out with the Four of Wands in reverse and this resourcefulness. It's almost like you find what you thought you found in this other opportunity, and it's like it's been right in front of you the whole time, or it's been much closer to you than you thought that it was. Maybe like someone from your friend group shares that they actually have more interest in you or something like that. Or it's just you find like recognition and reflection, true reflection of your authentic self, not someone who or something that is like misunderstanding you on purpose or not able to reciprocate or mirror back what you're putting in. It's like you find what you were looking for, what you were hoping for in this more difficult, challenging situation over here that you're not fighting for anymore. That comes to you naturally. It's coming to you naturally next. You're finding resources that you didn't know you had. And these resources are true reflections of you and what is actually destined for you and what you can really put hope into and build into. So what is the secrets energy of what's coming in next, or what's new, sorry, in Taurian's life? I'm just seeing you be off the radar. Yeah, 10 of Wands in reverse, exactly. The Hermit, that also came out for Aries. It's like, if it's heavy, then I'd rather be alone. Like, if you're just piling on excess energy that is draining or deteriorating my efforts, then I'd rather just fly under the radar and live my life and like have my wins with the people that are genuinely in alignment with me and on my level. And I'd rather just like, maybe you make your social media accounts private. Maybe you don't, maybe you're just not open with your energy anymore. Like maybe when somebody sends you that, hey, what's up, or like, how you doing, you know, like a text with no substance, then you choose to just not respond because you can already see like that it's not going anywhere. If it's starting nowhere, then it's probably not going anywhere, right? Like if someone starts a conversation and they have a purpose for that conversation, then the conversation's going to go somewhere. If someone starts a conversation just because they're bored or, you know, whatever, you're going to be able to tell pretty soon if there's like something. Do you have something to say? Do you not? Do you have something that you're working towards? Do you not? Do you have a vision, confidence, a plan, anything, right? So I just feel like things that feel heavy, you don't have time for them, and you're saying like, I'd rather keep my life to myself and be a little bit more private and just celebrate my wins with the people that deserve to celebrate with me, who see me clearly, and just kind of like gracefully allow others who don't fit in that inner circle to be outside of that inner circle, right? You're not offering information that, you know, it to people who just don't need to be in, they don't need to know what's going on in your life. They don't need to, because they're probably sending like evil eye, or, you know, they're probably jealous, or I don't know. It's like sometimes people are weird. So I just see you dealing with some difficult energies, and you are winning. You're winning. You're having some big wins here, Taurus. And it's, they're showing me though, you are actively making decisions that are bringing you fortune and wealth in your life. Fortunate relationships, wealth, money, finances, new opportunities. It's the choices that you're making that are showing you how many resources you actually have around you. Because investing in things that are like lack based, so like for instance, investing in a relationship, right, that just breadcrumbs you, well, that's a lack based scarcity mindset relationship. So the more that you invest in that, you're kind of like, you're framing your world in that light, in the light of lack. You're investing in a situation that is in the energy of lack, so you're also telling the universe that you want more of that. And that's an active decision that you're making, right? But that wouldn't be calling in more resourcefulness, more abundance, more opportunity. So you're making these conscious choices to only really like open your energy up to and invest and engage with that which genuinely is adding to who you are and where you want to go. That doesn't mean that you're not like still being of service to others or like loving others. It simply means that you're not doing that to the extent where your energy is actually being depleted in an unhealthy way. In other words, you're having healthy boundaries here. Your empathy is a gift, and you decide where and how to use it. And you're using it towards yourself first and foremost, which you should. Okay. So then in regards to love for you, let's see. In regards to love, what's coming in next, you have this new moon in Leo card that says confidence is your key to success. Confidence is your key to success. The Seven of Wands. Yeah. Defend yourself. Hold strong to the choices that you're making because they're very much on point. And I think that you could be getting some pushback from those around you who don't have access to the parts of you that they did and anymore. You know, but you're like, I shared the best of me with you and I saw what you did with it. You know, you wasted it away, or I gave an inch and you took a mile, or you were exploitive or manipulative with what I offered you, or you were selfish. But like, you can tell a lot by how people like honor what you share with them, right? So I feel like you, in the near future here, in your love life, there is the need to confidently have these boundaries and standards and to stick to them. And that doesn't mean you have to be super defensive, but it means like, no, I'm not settling, right? I'm confidently going to state what my standards are. What's up, T baby? And if you push back on me, then that shows something about you, not me, right? Like when people push back on our standards, it shows that they're more comfortable with the way that the dynamic was before we were like, what's up, Reaction King? Before we were, honoring ourselves and not self-abandoning, basically. It's like they were more comfortable with the version of us that would abandon ourselves to maybe like over extend, because they were benefiting from that version of us, right? So oftentimes when we do step into a more confident or sovereign version of ourselves, there is pushback from people, because they're like, wait, where did that other version of you go? I was benefiting from that without having to do the work, or whatever the case may be. But I see you being successful. You just have to kind of hold your own here in the near future. What's new for you in regards to love? You have beauty and acceptance. Aw, I kind of love it. Well, I feel like this is you seeing your own beauty clearly, right? It's like you're accepting your own worth without downplaying it for the first time ever, maybe. What's up, V-Dub? Hi, baby. And so then you're drawing people in who also cannot downplay that, but it's like they see your beauty, they celebrate your beauty, they see what you have to offer, and they recognize it as a gift, and they treat you as a gift. In other words, they honor you. They don't disrespect you. They don't just take what you have and then like run off with it and then deflect their insecurities or gaslight you. You know what I mean? It's like none of that weird, unstable, toxic crap, right? There's people who, this is you accepting your own beauty, and it's you not being like, I'm tooting my own horn, like I'm being super self-involved. It's just you're seeing yourself clearly, and seeing yourself clearly is fueling that natural, authentic confidence. It's not ego and unhealthy pride. It's natural confidence based on the reality of who you are and what you deserve. And then as you stand in that and don't settle for anything less, you draw to you people who can actually witness you without, you know, being overwhelmed or being intimidated and having to act out. Let's see. Beauty and acceptance. What's this? For some of you, this is also, for some of you, there's a commitment that you're not investing in anymore in regards to love. But it's like you're extracting the beauty in the lesson or the wisdom. So in other words, you're finding actual, genuine gratitude for the experience and the investment. Even if you didn't get what you initially wanted back out of it, you're still seeing that it taught you a lot about yourself, or maybe like by someone not seeing you clearly or not honoring your worth in a roundabout way, it did force you to come back to yourself and reestablish that knowledge in yourself, right? It's like somebody else doesn't need to see it, but if you don't see it, well, that's not good. Like the world's not ending if somebody else doesn't want you. But if you don't want you and see the beauty in you, then the world is over already, you know? Like you have to be that for yourself. Otherwise, you'll always be seeking these like shallow little hits of validation externally, and it's a really like weak and precarious place to be, because you get a little hit and then you got to go and get another one, right? Because you are not the source of that validation. External influences are, and that will always be unstable. So you're seeing how something maybe that isn't working just wasn't meant to, but you're also recognizing what it was meant to teach you. And I feel like you're reaching a really important point of acceptance and reconciliation about something, where no matter how something unfolded or even is ending now, you are seeing the beauty in what it's taught you, specifically about yourself. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing for you, Taurus. We're gonna move on to Gemini. Geminis, my Geminis. Do, 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 do. You're a fake Gemini? What kind of fake Gemini? Geminis cannot be faked. Live not a life of imitation. Can't stop the magic game thing. Okay. It is a good song. All right. Geminis. What's up, Elgandora? Elgandora, hi. Missed you. Oh God, I keep forgetting the cat is there. And every time he moves, it scares the shit out of me. I'm not any type of girl. I'm all the types of girls in one, just like every woman. Not one type of girl. Nah, that would be too boring and easy. Let's see. All right. Jams. Like, what movie is that? What's the one where she gets pregnant and it has Michael Cera in it? Juno. And she's like, I don't know what kind of girl I am. That. You want to go? Okay, Casper wants out. Casper wants out. Let him out. I'll be right back. You want to go out? You were in the basket. Didn't even know. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go out. There you go. Okay. That's so funny. Okay. I should just leave the door open a little. You can come back in if you want. Okay. He's so cute. That's right. I am woman, hear me roar. Okay. It's like women cannot. There's this ad that I keep on seeing on my Instagram, and I want to just like punch someone in the face every time I see it. It's like, what kind of like queen archetype are you? Or like, what kind of woman are you? It's like, that was clearly written by a man, because every woman is aware that they are all of the kinds of woman in one. That is what it is to be a woman. It's like, I don't understand how they keep trying to put us in little boxes, but no. But it's something like, are you the queen archetype? Are you the siren archetype? Are you, I can't remember. And it's like, no. You can't be everything at once at the same time, but you absolutely can be everything, and you are everything. And to see yourself as less than that is what's truly silly. Okay. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Wow. Let's see. Feels a little bit sexy. Okay. Timestamp. Hi, Geminis. All right, babies, let's take a look. So the energy that you're coming through in right now is the visionary. Sounds like you. The visionary, a capacity to envision what is not yet conceivable to others, and the willingness to proclaim a vision without regard for personal gain. You gonna talk your shit, hey? You gonna talk that talk and walk that walk. You don't really care if anyone's on board with you, because that's not what it's about, right? It's about your vision, and it's about your calling, is what it feels like here. And it wasn't a conference call. It was a one-on-one call. So it feels like you're honoring yourself and your vision here at this time. Sorry, my nose is itchy all of a sudden. You could also be, there could be like a new vision opening up to you. There's strong sacral chakra energy here. It is an energy of like desire, creation, emotion, conviction. And having this vision. And you're willing to proclaim it, and you're willing to move towards it boldly without having all of the details or without having all of the answers just yet, or without having like permission or other people standing there saying, yeah, looks good, like we approve. It's like you're not asking permission. I've never known a Gemini to ask permission, to be fair, but yeah, you're not. I'm not shocked. Okay. The Eight of Pentacles. You putting in that work too, baby. Yeah, you're moving towards something. You have a vision. It's being clarified, it feels like moment to moment. Like this feels like you're consistently, what's with the friggin' Hermit? It's like showed up in every single one. Maybe it's a period of time where people are really kind of like, yes, the fire is being lit under they butts, but they're kind of, I'm wondering if like the most beneficial way to approach this energy is just to like observe what it is igniting within you, and then stay in your own lane and just put your head down and like get to it. Because so far the readings have kind of been highlighting how there are some people that are in that place where they're like ready to hit the ground running, and there are other people who are kind of like on some fuck shit still a little bit, tiny bit of drama, tiny bit of like struggle and resistance. And it's okay too if you're in that school of things, because like the way that you overcome the resistance is by facing it and working through it and expanding beyond it, right? But it feels like you're in that camp where you already know what you want. You're already putting in tangible time, effort, energy, attention towards whatever this goal is, this investment is. And it's something that lights you up. Like it's something that it's inspiring to you. It doesn't feel like a job. It doesn't feel like an obligation. like the time just flies by when you're thinking about whatever this is. And you're cutting out things, I think, that kind of like get in that muddy the water of that vision. Okay. So in life here, what's coming up next for you is Venus in Cancer, birth. And then what is new is Persephone, experience, but it came out in reverse. Some of you might be having a baby, or else you're birthing something new, right? That you're just putting effort into, like you're birthing this vision. It's coming from a very emotionally convicted place, though, because Cancer is the energy of the Chariot in the major arcana. Okay. Let's see. What is being birthed here? What's coming up next for Cancer? The Queen of Cups. What's that? Okay. So this is really beautiful energy, Cancer. It feels like whatever it is that your vision is, it's very in alignment with your essence, because what's coming of this work that you're doing, so you're showing me you have a clear vision, you're connected to your life force energy and your heart, and you're putting in the tangible effort towards that as well to build on that. So you're not just like fantasizing in your head but doing nothing about it. Right? You're not being lazy. You are looking at what is within your control, and you're saying, okay, this is the vision, so obviously I have to do something to contribute to that, and you're doing it. And in the near future, it feels like something is coming of that. Something new is being created, and it's something that very much engages you from the heart. So this could be a community that feels a lot like home. It could be, again, like having a baby, or welcoming, a new addition into the family. This is something that very much comes from you, though. Like, it is coming from your womb space. It's coming from your vision. It's coming from your effort and energy investment. Okay. So then with what is coming in that is new, being this inexperience in reverse, I think it's that there's something that you didn't know until you knew it, right? Like, now you have wisdom that you didn't have before, and so it's showing me that you're not feeling as inexperienced, and you're able to apply some form of strategy, like informed, intelligent strategy, to move forwards just one step at a time in a very tangible, grounded way to continue building on this investment. So if this is something new for you, right, not feeling inexperienced, then up until this point, there was a level of slight discomfort, or feeling like maybe imposter syndrome, or I can't do that. And now it feels like you're getting a boost, and it's allowing you to see more clearly how capable you are of bringing this into being, this vision into being. And so you're able to form with this experience that you're gaining, from something taking off in a new way, you're able to create some form of strategy here that's based on experience that you didn't have before. So that's really serving you, I see. Okay. In regards to your love life, what is coming next is this void of course moon. Nothing will come of this situation. Okay. And then what is new is the wolf moon, hunger. I feel like you're phasing something out that doesn't fit into your vision. So if you're trying to achieve something, yeah, the Two of Cups in reverse, there's something that doesn't align. Maybe you'd been trying to like tell yourself that you could make it work. Maybe someone else was also like being a little bit dishonest about who they were or how in alignment or how balanced or capable they truly are to meet you in something, like to commit, to be responsible, balanced. I don't know, but there's something that has been just disappointing to you and you're relieving yourself from that experience. Yeah, it's not aligned with you and you're not trying to reconcile something anymore. You're more so just looking at it honestly. And I feel like with the void of course moon, you're kind of just like, it's not aligned with my vision. But even more so than that, with the void of course moon, it's like this kind of like, where are we going? Aimless, like kind of lost energy. This kind of just like here and nowhere floating around energy. And that's why nothing will come of the situation, because it's like, well, you're not even headed in a, you don't have a clear direction, right? So there's something here where you have a very clear and defined confidence and direction and vision that's only becoming more and more validated as you put work into it and as it gives back to you. Then there's something else that's not in alignment that's becoming more clear. And I think that you're just kind of making the decision to be confident in your independence and to give to the things that are creating abundance in your life, right? What is this? Nothing will come of this situation. The Ten of Wands. Something that has felt super heavy. And the King of Pentacles, King of Swords in reverse, Page of Cups. For some of you, there's just been misrepresentation. I'm feeling misrepresentation. There's something that seemed or presented itself as it could be stable, you know. This is like, you can build with me, I'm consistent. You can build something solid, stable, and expansive with the King of Pentacles because they are reliable, right? Because they are committed, they are trustworthy, they are loyal, they are hardworking, not lazy. They have a vision, they're grounded, they have their priorities straight, they're honest. Like, this is someone who they're abundant because those are the traits that they hold and because that's how they engage in relationships and situations. It feels like you thought that someone was that and able to align with your vision and move forwards with you. But the King of Swords in reverse and the Ten of Wands, it's like, I feel like there's something that was not true about that. Something was not actually like balanced. But with the King of Swords in reverse, that's often like a lie, someone who lies, or just someone who doesn't see clearly their own vision or who they are, who they want to be, or what they have to offer. So maybe every once in a while, you know, they tap a little bit, they dip their toe into their potential, they get high off of that, but then they like repress it back down and become small again. I don't know, there's something here where it feels like there's a bit of a battle to step into an actual like empowered or consistent energy with someone maybe that you were in a relationship with, and it's just felt kind of heavy trying to get the two of you perhaps on the same page. So I think that now you're just kind of realizing, if I'm going to push forward and invest in this vision that I have, if I'm really going to be committed to it and responsible for it, if I'm going to claim my own potential and my own abundance, then I need to be paired with or surrounded by people who also are doing the same. Otherwise, it's going to impact me negatively, right? So I think you're just kind of being realistic about where something isn't quite developed or aligned with you and maybe can't move forwards with you for that reason. But what is this hunger? that is new? Because I feel like you let go of something that has been draining you, and you get this huge boost of like of desire and hunger and like lust for life. And it's like all of a sudden you have this wealth of like, you're lit up and you're ready to point that in a direction that's actually going to go somewhere, not just in circles or you know, confusing or deteriorate or stagnate. But it's like there's this hunger in you, and as you're recognizing what you don't want to feed that energy to because it's not going anywhere, as you then that energy comes back to you as you like take it back from that situation. And then it's this hunger that's building in you, and I see you pointing it in a new direction and creating something that is personal with it instead. Mm-hmm. Mm. This is a classic case of, I now know what I want because I fucked around and found out what I do not want, you know? It's like, I now know the truth because I found out like what is not true or good for me. There is something here that's coming through as a pretty toxic masculine energy specifically. It doesn't have to be, but there's kings in reverse and the emperor in reverse here, so it could be. But if it's not an actual man, it could just be someone in their toxic or imbalanced masculine energy. So someone who doesn't trust themselves, someone who is not sovereign, they're not in dominion over their own life, and so they seek to control and manipulate others, or use and exploit others because they aren't doing the work to make it happen in their own lives. You know what I mean? But there's something here that's just been very like, well, that was boring and unfulfilling a little bit, you know, like it's something where you're literally just sitting there like, are we there yet? Like, is this done? I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of being here. And if I was dealing with someone like this, I would also feel that way because it's not a vibe really. I just see someone, you kind of engaging with people maybe that confused you more than like, I guess it would be people that didn't really see you clearly or saw you clearly, but because of where they were at within themselves, didn't have the capacity or willingness to actually like honor you accordingly to how they do see you. But I see that your hunger or your desire previously has been pointed towards something that kind of just like ate up your energy, but didn't give anything but like emotional dissatisfaction and apathy back in response. And so now, because you've experienced that, something that was not fulfilling to you, you see the truth of what would actually be able to fulfill you. So as you release what is not for you with that clarity and having reconciled that and being at peace with it, now you can redistribute or redirect your hunger towards something that is actually, you know, going to be able to meet you as your equal and reciprocate. Yeah. So if you're a passionate and confident person who has visions and goals and likes to go chase them, then you're calling in someone who is confident enough to not be intimidated by your independence, by your like go get 'em spirit, by your big dreams. You're going to be calling someone in who's not going to try to like minimize your dreams or confuse you about your own worth because they don't know theirs, but you're going to call someone in who sees your vision and is like, wow, that's awesome, and helps inspire you or, you know, idea generate with you, or just shows up for you in a consistent way because they know that you're working towards something that requires your focus, and, you know, basically just someone who's not going to like sabotage or kind of like drain your energy. Because someone who matches you will have their own stuff going on too. They'll also be pursuing their own stuff, right? So they don't need to be like jealous and insecure about what you've got going on, because they also have their own life, and they don't need to be insecure about your levels of like emotional maturity, because they're also doing the healing work, and they're also humble enough to look at themselves, right? So yeah, usually problems only arise when there is a misalignment in like where we are, or if we came in and we met each other when we were on the same level, but then we didn't grow in the same direction or at the same rate as someone, that just means that like that is meant to phase out of our life. It served the purpose that it was meant to serve, and now it's done, right? So that's kind of what I see for you, Gemini. I just see you getting really clear on like what fits with this vision, this clear vision that you have, and this inspired movement forwards that you have, and what doesn't. And you're being true to and honoring that, and for that reason there are lots of things that are opening up to you. Okay, let's move on to Cancer. All right. Cancer. What's up, Krabby Cakes? How are you doing? Reminding you about a tweet you saw the other day where a girl was like, my dad told me if a man says he likes your work ethic, it's a red flag. No comment. Just please don't get me started on how much faith I have in men at this exact moment in my life. I'm gonna need someone to come in and show me that real men exist. I'm not gonna go look for you though. You feel free to find me. I got better things to do. But if you do exist, holler at your girl. Because I've been dealing with people who ain't that. And I'm tired. Hi, Josephine. It's like that. What do you mean, show that I am everything? What does that mean? I don't need to prove anything to anyone. What's up, Lindsay? You're still here. I have so much mutable energy that like every day of the week I am I'm invested in like where my mood is, where the energy is, what I feel inspired to be. Why would you not be able to be like a different expression of your infinite self every day? Like, I don't understand why that's not making sense to you. What part are you missing? Okay. Ooh, are you learning a really important lesson? Looks like you are. Life. What's coming up next in life? Life. Cancer. Honestly. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna make you, did I already make you? I don't know if I have any mods here. I'm just gonna like make some also, if that's cool. Lindsay, I made you a mod. I think I only have like 2 and neither of them are on right now. Okay. New. What's new in Cancer's life? Okay. I feel like I'm the like embodiment of that Tyler the Creator song where he's like, I ain't got time for these bitches. That's me today, so I'm just like not trying to not trying to do that nonsense today. I'm not the one today, my love. All right. In regards to love, what's coming in next for Cancer? Ooh. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. Okay, let's get going with Cancer. We went from like spring weather to like snowing to windstorm, and my skin and lips and hair are like, what is happening? What is going on? Okay. All right, Cancer. My beautiful little crabby cakes. How are you? So let's get into your reading here. Okay, so the archetypes that you came through as being in right now, and this is obviously not everything that you are, but this is just what's wanting to be highlighted that's relevant to the message. So you got the Angel and the Addict, quite a combination. They both came out in the upright though, so in the lighter attributes of both. So helping those in need with no expectation of return, and then helping you recognize and confront addictive behavior. It's interesting. I feel like you're setting some healthy boundaries maybe. And you might be finding it pretty empowering, but also challenging because of just the empathetic, squishy, big-hearted butts that you are, you know? Because you are naturally this energy. For the most part, you have really huge empathetic, compassionate hearts, and you're kind. And you don't need a reason to be kind, you know? You bring that energy to the world, and oftentimes you can give people the benefit of the doubt. You can not expect, but you can sometimes not realize that not everyone has the same heart as you. And that doesn't mean that they're bad people, but there's something about like capacity to really offer love to people who are not able to necessarily give it back to you the same way. It could be people who are in need in a myriad of different ways. Like they could be in need in many different ways. They could just be in a really difficult time of their life, and they could use support or like an uplifting light kind of energy, or like just someone kind of popping in to show that they care when they maybe feel like nobody sees them in life, or life has just got them down. But I do feel like this for you has also, there's an element to you where it's a little bit of an addictive pattern, and you need to watch that it doesn't, that you're helping those in need who may not be able to return it. And that is an offering, and that is a gift, and that's beautiful. But there also needs to be a boundary so that you're not compromising your own integrity, honesty, or spirit. Like your own essence isn't being compromised while you're doing that. So I think you're kind of finding the line there, like defining, okay, it's this I can do, but that I can't, right? So like maybe I can, if I know someone is struggling, I can check in on them like a couple times a week, let them know that I care about them. But what I can't do is hang out with them like every night and have them trauma dump onto me, right? So it's like finding a moderate sort of balance for yourself so that you're still able to offer this love and this gift that you have that's meant to be shared, but you're also not offering it in a way where you get burnt out or essentially like used or exploited for that gift, taken advantage of. So tell me more about the energy Cancer's in right now. And I think that's a really important lesson for you guys to learn, water signs especially, but especially Cancer. So I really like that. You also could be maybe confronting or seeing where there's been a bit of a like a level of codependence there sometimes that you struggle with. And it doesn't feel like it's something super toxic that you're in all the time. It feels like a line that gets blurred every once in a while. Like you yourself are defining, you're looking at how you help others, how open you are to others, and what you offer others. Look, there's a cat in here. I can hear. Oh, hi, Milo. You want to come in? He's looking at me through the crack in the door this way. It's like you're comfortable being needed. You genuinely enjoy offering your loving, nurturing spirit and heart and comforting others with that energy, because that is, like I said, a gift that you are meant to share. The only thing is, like, when you get your, if you get your validation from doing that, that's when you can like slip into codependency or overextension at the expense of yourself, like self-abandonment or somewhat codependent behavior. But I don't feel like, I just think you're clarifying your boundaries so that you're not compromising important elements of yourself, but you're also not cutting yourself off from giving either. Yeah, the Queen of Wands and the King of Swords. That's exactly what it is. The Eight of Cups. For some of you, you are realizing, though, there's something you can't really put work and energy into. You kind of need to at least like pull yourself back emotionally from something, from being super invested in something, because you're seeing clearly from this place of, it's like you have clear discernment and confidence in your own spirit and what you have to offer. Very clear. So you know, and you know where that gift that you're offering is actually helping and where it's just maybe like enabling other people's bad behavior. Like when you give to certain people, like entitled people, for instance, right? Sometimes that just like, if they're just going to stay ignorant and entitled and selfish, then your gift isn't really being registered or honored by that person. And it doesn't mean you can't still love that person, right? But you might need to tweak your expectations or your boundaries and realize, like, just so that you know, so that you discern, okay, this person, whatever I give to them, they are just going to soak up and take and probably not be able to meet me or give back, right? So as long as you know that, if you still want to love that person and offer them healing energy, you can, but you'll also know where to stop so that you don't just empty yourself into a bottomless cup, right? So I really love this combination because it's like you're seeing the gift and the beauty that you have to offer here, but you're also realizing where it becomes enabling or where it becomes unhelpful. Yeah. Okay. So you have this Mars in Gemini decision energy for what is coming next in your life in general. And then what is new in your life is coming through as this card, Hera, Alliance in reverse. Okay. What's this decision? Next. I think you're taking lots into consideration. Like with this Mars and Gemini energy, Gemini is mutable. Yeah. 5 of Wands. Yeah. It's mutable air. Prismatic thinking. It can see things from like every perspective without judging and then take all of that into consideration, which is really beneficial when you're obviously trying to make a decision. So you can see from every angle basically without attaching to any angle and then make an informed, discerning choice. The 6 of Swords in reverse and the 5 of Wands here, though. You're making a decision and you're telling me that there's something that brings in an element of drama, upheaval, destabilization, conflict, tension into your life. And it seems to be something that is not like evolving or expanding in the way that it thinks. It's staying in this kind of like more chaotic energy. So that could be a person or it could be an investment that's just not coming together, right? Like the more you pour into something, but it's not like, it's not taking shape. It's not taking form. The 5 of Pentacles. I feel like you're just cutting a loss here. The 3 of Pentacles in reverse. It's like, if there's another person involved, then they've chosen to not be cooperative, or you just have differences in the way you see things that is not allowing things to come together in an expansive or abundant way in the physical. But this could also just be something that you fucked around and found out, right? Like sometimes you have to try investing in different things and see how they go. Not every investment's going to be a success, and that's not the end of the world, right? But you do have to make those decisions like, okay, this isn't really allowing me to be inspired. It's not allowing me to expand or be challenged or like really invest the full extent of what I have to give. It's kind of just keeping me in this place of scarcity and insecurity or tension, right? And so I feel like you're just choosing to pick a path based on your own intuition. You know that this has kind of like hit as far as it's capable of growing, right? You're like, this has hit its ceiling. It either doesn't want to or just doesn't have the space to or the resources to grow beyond where it's at now. And I just feel like you're kind of making the executive decision to cut your losses here. And you're making this choice from a discerning, confident place. So with what is new being Alliance in reverse, the choice that you're making, it could be to break out of a union or an alliance that you've been devoted or committed to for some time. And that could even be an alliance that you have had with yourself, like an agreement internally that you had with yourself. The Sun and the 2 of Cups in reverse. Gemini also had the 2 of Cups in reverse. You're surrendering or sacrificing something that doesn't feel in alignment with you. It doesn't feel like it has, like when you look at the picture of the sun, your vision for your life, and specifically when you imagine or envision the life that is the most fulfilling, abundant, enriching, secure, beautiful, you know, but also challenges you in the ways that keep you alive and keep you being the best version of yourself. Whatever that vision is for you, there's something that you can't see it in that vision. It's like this doesn't have any place inside of the vision of the sun. And it's either because it just it's not growing in alignment with the sun, or it doesn't want to cooperate, or it doesn't have the same vision as you, like it's not aligned in its understanding and pursuit of something. But you're telling me like I'm pursuing the sun, and I'm not going to pair or team up or partner with or have an alliance with anything that is not going to be able to go there with me, because that's the final that's the destination that you're headed to. So it just feels like you've outgrown something, and holding on to it, you're aware that holding on to it and giving to it is now keeping you small or stuck. So this could be an alliance that served you for some time, right? Like it could be a job that you worked, but now you're not able to move up. You're not able to have like a higher role where you can continue learning and growing within the company. You've kind of hit, and they're like, yeah, you're staying here. You're not going to be getting promotions from this point forwards. Or a relationship where the person, there was a lot of maybe passion or similarity in vision and where you were when you met someone, but since you've healed or moved in different directions, and now you don't want the same things, or you're just naturally not moving towards the same things anymore, right? It doesn't have to be super harsh, and I don't see you coming from a harsh place. I see you definitely not coming from a harsh place, actually, but you are learning how to be soft and still honor yourself, and that's important. Okay, let's look at love. Love for Cancers. What's going on? Okay, so for love, what's coming up next is expect powerful change, new moon eclipse. And what is new is blue moon, the unexpected. What's happening for you in regards to love, Cancer? Look at that. A new moon eclipse and a blue moon, powerful change and the unexpected. Okay. It looks like there's this this could be the alliance that's ending, if that alliance is romantic, but it doesn't have to be for all of you. Like I said, that could be a job, it could be a creative collaboration. There's something in my eyeball. I'm trying to get it out without you guys having to see me put my finger in my eyeball. Okay. It's like there's this expansive, powerful change that's happening, but something is being eclipsed out so that something you never even expected that is far more fulfilling can come in. It's like this would be the equivalent of like you've been trying to make it work with someone that it just feels like pulling teeth just to get like to the basic level of being reasonable with someone, maybe. Or it just feels like you've outgrown a certain relationship, right? And it doesn't feel like there is that natural flow of like we're moving in the same direction. You could have been trying to make that work because you genuinely have feelings for that person, right? But then it's like when you make that executive decision to be honest with yourself about, okay, maybe this has reached its expiration point, right? Whatever decision you make, it puts a very powerful change into, it's like a ripple effect. And then this would be like someone coming in who is like everything that you ever knew you wanted, plus a whole bunch of stuff that you never would have even thought of, like your dream person who just blows you away. And then in hindsight, you're like, what was I doing back there with like those other people, you know? Like sometimes that's how it is, though. Sometimes we're asked to sacrifice things without seeing what's going to come in to take that thing's place. And we have to have faith, right? That if we do the work to honor our own boundaries and our own self-worth, then the universe will send in situations and people that have the capacity to genuinely reflect that back at us. Okay, so what's this powerful change for Cancer's love life that's coming in next? The Six of Pentacles. You're shifting what you give your energy to. Yeah, and it's the Six of Swords in reverse again. You're not going to give your energy to something that can't move. It's not moving forwards with you. Specifically, whatever this is, the more energy you give to it, the more you find yourself stuck in like this self-limiting way of thinking. There's a way of thinking that this particular investment or connection perpetuates in you. And you're telling me it's not healthy because it's not expansive. It's something you've either already, it's like either a lesson you've already learned and healing you've already done, and you've grown out of this and expanded beyond it. So going back to like something like a limited way of thinking feels very restrictive. So then like giving to a relationship where someone is still thinking in a way that like you haven't thought for like the past decade, right? You're like, okay, maybe you just need to live life for another 10 years and come back when you have like experience and you understand, you know? But like there's something where I feel like you just can't move forwards and give to something at the same time. And you're very aware that it keeps you stuck in a particular mindset. So revoking your energy either completely back from this investment or just like putting very strong boundaries in place, even if those are just your own internal boundaries, like energetic boundaries, what you will and will not give. This is creating an incredibly powerful change. Let's see what this unexpected, I don't know how much they'll tell me because it's unexpected. I feel like it's kind of supposed to have a little bit of an element of surprise. The Ace of Swords and the Five of Swords in reverse. There's something that has really kind of been a little tiny bit of a head fuck here for you. Maybe you've been trying to understand someone who's very much not in the same place as you. Maybe you've been kind of killing yourself trying to understand someone. And someone who doesn't feel like is overly concerned with like considering you in the same sort of ways. So then it's just exhausting, right? Like if you're trying to offer someone compassion and understanding and they're being like an impatient prick in response to you, that's going to get old and exhausting pretty fast, right? So there's something though, you're seeing the truth from a clear, peaceful state of mind. And I think that it's kind of unexpected. Like there's something about the truth hitting you once you remove yourself from whatever the situation is. It's the Five of Swords, right? It's the Six of Swords in reverse, which means it hasn't moved into the Six of Swords. It's still the Five. So there's something here where it's just like, yeah, like someone plays mind games, or there's just unnecessary drama, lies, manipulation tactics, sabotage, like self-sabotage, essentially someone working against the highest and best good of the overall, like of the relationship, whether they actually mean to or not. It's someone who has chaos within their own mind and they doubt themselves, and so then they bring that instability and insecurity into the connection. And there's something, I think you've been trying to offer this person love. I think you can see their insecurities and maybe what they're going through or what they're struggling with. Yeah, the Star in reverse. There's something really big that you see this person hasn't healed, but I also think you see that they're not even like looking in that direction. It's like they're so avoidant of it, or they're just so stuck in this tumultuous place of their own head, like not being able to see anything clearly, that no matter what you pour into them, you can't do that work for them. And I think you're seeing, and it's kind of unexpected, but the truth comes in incredibly clear. And it makes you aware of how much you have actually been sacrificing, trying to like save this person from themselves, essentially. Yeah, they got to save themselves. Let's see. The Ace of Swords is the Queen of Pentacles, and the King of Pentacles is at the bottom of the deck. This is you. You're not insecure. You know what you offer. You know how beautiful you are. You know how beautiful your heart and soul is. And this is the person who's going to show up on your level and know that. It's like as soon as you release yourself from something that is just like unnecessarily adding a bunch of confusion to a clear truth, as soon as you get out of that like clusterfuck of confusion in your own head that it feels like is mostly just projection or just frustration giving to something, like trying to help something that isn't trying to help itself, or just, I don't know, it's like constant disappointment from being invested in something that just feels so much harder than it needs to be. But it's almost because you're trying to like drag dead weight behind you is what I'm seeing. And that's not your job. But yeah, the truth that comes through very clearly for you here, and it's somewhat unexpected, someone who really can meet and match you might come in relatively quickly after you stop giving energy to something that's just not, it's not going anywhere, and it's showing you that. It's pretty unexpected, I think, how fast you bounce back. And land in the fullness of yourself and remember who you are, and then attract someone who can also see and honor who you are as well. So even if you can't see what's on the other side of this difficult decision or choice to surrender something that is not in alignment with you, there is something that's coming in direct response to that. So I think that's what Spirit wants to highlight for you, okay? All right, Cancer, we're moving on to Leo. Moving on to Leo. Let's drink some water. Leo. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Leo. Show me Leo's energy right now. Let's see. What is that? Okay. Where's my pen? Okay. Hi, Leo. What's up, babes? All right, let's take a look at you, where you're at in your energy, what's going on in your life, your love life. Just gonna see what wants to be highlighted, basically, what is coming in next, and what also might be a new experience as well that could be coming up. So, the energy that you're coming out as being in here is the archetype of the thief in the upright. So it's the light attribute of this, and it says, sheds light on the potential wealth within you that can never be stolen. Okay. So it looks like you are, something is bringing to your awareness how capable you are, how innately worthy you are, and basically just how valuable the very essence of you is, right? It's the wealth within you that can never be stolen. So it's like who you are that no one can ever take from you. And with Leo energy, I do feel like a lot of that has to do with your heart and your backbone, right? You're the strength card, which has to do with like knowing what your morals, values, beliefs, and integrity is, so that you don't sink to like engaging with those who would try to pull you out of that, right? Or it's basically like you see the purity of your heart and the alignment of you with your integrity and your sovereignty as the wealth within you that can't be stolen. Which it is. Because it's like, as long as you're being true to yourself and you're keeping yourself accountable and up to your own standards and in alignment with yourself, right? Then you see yourself as capable and worthy, and no one can take that from you as long as you are not abandoning yourself, basically. But there's something that's highlighting this right now, specifically how valuable your heart is. How valuable your creativity is, your affection, just your energy in general, your investment. Even your presence, I'm hearing, just like you being in the presence of certain people is a gift because of the energy that you emit and offer. The devil. The devil and the Nine of Swords. Why is this causing you stress? A little bit. I feel like as you are validating yourself here, there's something that I feel like this is kind of the devil on your shoulder. There might be something that you feel called to put yourself into. It could be a creative endeavor. It could be a collaborative sort of project. It could be a relationship, a community, a leadership role, something. It could be anything. There's something you feel strongly pulled into, but you know that it's going to require the best of you. And so you're looking at yourself and you're reminding yourself basically of everything that you do have to offer. But as you do that, there's this, it's like you're toggling back and forth a little bit between fear and excitement of the next step, the next thing that you're leaping out into. You know it's going to require you to go all in, kind of, or to fully embody and express yourself, like to offer the fullness of yourself to whatever this is, essentially. There's an anxiety around that, though, that's making itself known to you, not so that it can dominate you or slow you down, but so that you can kind of observe it and then not let it get in your way. You can be aware of it, but not let it run you. The Two of Cups. For some of you, it is fearlessly aligning yourself with another person to work on something, whether that's a relationship, a friend, a family member, again, like I said, like a group project, anything. So this could be something about you see how much you have to offer. And I think that something about the fear that you're liberating yourself from here is that, like, maybe this is something that you have to work with others on. So there's almost this insecurity about, like, shining too bright or being too much or not really understanding. It's an insecurity around understanding everything that you have to offer, but then also understanding how that fits as part of a dynamic that includes others and not just you. Because I think that you, when you are left to your own devices, right, Leo, you're a leader. You know how to take the reins of your own life or have like a solo project or an entrepreneurial job, right? And to like get shit done and make that happen and be successful. Because you can just pour the fullness of your spirit and channel it straight into that. And people may be intimidated, but from the outside, right? But this is requiring you to work with people from the inside. So I think there's some form of insecurity about finding a balance in some form of dynamic that you're going to be working on. That's coming up for you a bit. Okay. So we have Mercury in Libra with this influence card. This is what's coming next in your life. And then what is new is this Scold card, the future. It's a brave new world. I don't know. It feels like you're creating a whole, like you're creating a future that was... Every little choice and step that you make consciously and intentionally towards something here that you feel pulled towards, you are grounding in a new timeline. So like every little bit of physical investment, every little choice that you make to align yourself to not only like believe that you have what it takes to make this happen, but also to like take little steps towards the goal. Yeah, you're crystallizing a new timeline. And because it's a new timeline, it's a whole new future. Something you're doing now is really shifting the trajectory of your life. That's why it feels so important. This is going to have a big impact. I'm getting like, yeah. I'm feeling like little chills. I feel like there's something that you don't even completely see how much of an influence and an impact it's going to have, whatever it is that you're creating. You see part of it, enough to know that it's important, enough to recognize that it's going to ask a lot of you. But you don't fully see exactly how big this thing can be, how expansive it can be, and how much of an influence it's going to have on the other people involved. What is this Mercury in Libra? There's someone that is kind of bringing a little bit of, I feel like for some of you, there's a little bit of like drama that someone's bringing to your door here, Leo. This is such a Leo reading. Why is it always you that have to deal with this? I don't make the rules. But, you know what it is? You're realizing more and more the influence that you have, because you're like, okay, this thing is a vision, or I feel this call. I feel called to put my whole self into something. But it's like through redefining or shedding light on the wealth within you that is just your being, like the person you've cultivated through creating sovereignty, through creating self-mastery, through, evolution, growth, healing. It's almost like as you're looking at that, you're realizing the implications of putting yourself fully into something. Like you're seeing your own power, and you're realizing if you pointed in this direction, the influence that it could potentially have. And for some reason, it does feel important that you notice that, maybe to prepare you so that you're not totally overwhelmed or thrown off when you do, in fact, have that level of influence, Because the Nine of Wands in reverse, it's interesting though. I see you being kind of like diplomatic here, and it's required. You could be in the public eye and someone could be coming in just like being childish or defensive, or essentially this is like someone that looks like they're kind of trying to pick a fight, but it's coming from a very insecure, like kind of unstable and not thought out place. Very impulsive and insecure energy with the Seven of Wands and the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So I don't know, this could be someone that is in the same field as you, but in a competitive position, right? And so you put out something new that starts gaining traction and you get pushback from people who are competing with you. That's just an example. But I see you being, again, diplomatic. It's like you're not fighting fire with fire. The Nine of Wands in reverse. If someone brings something heavy to your doorstep, or if someone tries to engage in something that's going to be draining, or like they're coming at you and starting a conversation from an energy of defensiveness, I see you either not responding at all, like not engaging or giving that energy at all, or you're responding in a way that is, again, not meeting them with what they're coming at you with. Because your influence is greater than theirs. And you're redefining the power of your influence and the wealth within you that can't be shaken or stolen. So essentially, this would be someone seeing you kind of like leveling up and putting your power into motion and gaining momentum, and feeling uncomfortable about that, or competitive against that, or defensive against that. But your response is like proving that you are ready for this role of leadership, or you're ready for this evolution, because the way that you're responding is diplomatic, is just, is mature, and you're not taking on any heaviness. So you might be responding to someone with patience, or a level of understanding, or just acceptance of where they're at, or like it is what it is, but you're not allowing it to stress you out or add any energetic weight. So you essentially are choosing to influence a situation in a positive way, rather than like meet someone with the energy that they're approaching you with, I feel. Specifically too, someone could be like lying a little bit to, I don't know, there's someone trying to trigger you, I feel, but it's because they're very defensive themselves. They want like a defensive reaction out of you to prove something to them, is what I kind of feel. I don't know. It could even be that this person is intentionally somewhat trying to hold on to you in a way that doesn't feel, like in a way that feels a little bit questionable at best. Like the dynamic has some codependent or toxic elements, or you feel a little bit drained. maybe it's kind of a little bit parasitic rather than more like mutualistic in terms of being symbiotic. But instead of allowing this to stress you out, you're just seeing that dynamic even more clearly because you're seeing yourself and what you contribute more clearly. And then I think it's like it becomes like it doesn't matter then. Like it doesn't matter how somebody else shows up. It becomes completely irrelevant. They could show up in any energy, any way, saying and doing anything, but it's not going to affect you because your influence on yourself is stronger than their influence on you. Okay, so what is the future here? Why is this something new? It's a whole new future opening up to you because you're more aligned with yourself than you've ever been. The Seven of Pentacles. There's something that you're getting excited about, and it's like every little bit that you invest into it, you do already see it giving back to you. It's almost like you're creating this future is falling into place like right before your eyes. This is coming through kind of as feeling like instant manifestation a little bit. So like you stop doubting yourself so much because you do this redefining, and you kind of like reestablish within yourself that your truth is, okay, I know how sovereign I am. I know the power of my heart. And I know that I have this level, this standard of integrity. So even if someone approaches me without that integrity, I know that that's not a reflection of me, and that all I can control is how I respond, not react to that. And as long as I'm not abandoning myself and I'm staying in alignment with myself, then nothing can be taken from me, right? Every choice that you make to be true to yourself and to invest in these little choices, like I said, it's Spirit is just showing you that you're on the right path. Because that future is becoming more and more concrete, more and more real with every little ounce of energy, attention, affection, wealth that you pour into this opportunity that is very much aligned with you. Yeah, you're just deciding. There you are. You're so decided. I love it. You're like, babes, the future is looking bright. I got my shades on because the future is bright. And if you are bringing some bullshit that's going to like block out the sun, then like that's okay. I don't need to hate you. No shade, but like get out of the way because I'm about to bask in the sun. You know, you've made your mind up about what your requirements are, your standards. What is able to grow with you into this very abundant reality that you're creating right before your eyes. And it's like when you engage with certain things, I think you'll also see instant manifestation of those things. Like if you engage with things that I don't know, like let's say you sink to someone's level here, which is fine, right? Like this is still just a learning thing, right? But like let's say someone tries you and they get under your skin and you respond. I see you just bouncing back so quickly. I see you just taking that experience and it still steals nothing from you. You might be like, oh, I shouldn't have even like wasted my energy on that after the fact, but it's not something that's going to truly get under your skin in a way that actually has any real influence over you. Something has lost all influence that it once had over you. And it's because you have strengthened your own internal voice. So people don't get to speak into your life like that anymore. You speak over yourself. Nobody can tell you shit about shit that you haven't, like no one can like speak spells over you and tell you who you are and who you aren't, right? And I see you being very fucking set in that, which I love, because you know who you are. you have taken the time to grow and to even look at your own shadow and the places where you are most easily influenced, maybe. That's what makes people strong, is when they can actually be honest with themselves, like, and humble about the places that they are weak, right? Because then when you know your own shadow and your own weakness, and you hold space and acceptance for it, like, it doesn't matter if someone throws it in your face, because you're literally already sitting in a space of acceptance with it. So it does nothing to you, right? It's like, you're not telling me anything I haven't already worked through with myself. So you really do become pretty much unfuckwithable here. Okay, in regards to love, we have a time to give rather than take. New moon in Virgo. That is what's coming up next. And then what is new in your experience in love is balance. Let's get more on that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, we're gonna come back to that. Baby, what's that? That looks cute. Okay. What I'm getting from this, though, a time to give rather than take, it's the Virgo energy. It's giving me the Queen of Pentacles energy. It's giving me giving to yourself. I feel like there is a period where you're cutting yourself off from anything that you would have given influence or a say in your life, that just was speaking from a place of either personal disempowerment or misalignment with your actual vision. I feel like you're not seeking any external validation whatsoever here. You're validating yourself. You are shedding light on these parts of yourself that can't be stolen or influenced by anything around you. And I feel like it's a time to give from the heart to yourself. And that's going to be important, because whatever you're starting, while you are laying the groundwork and every little bit counts, and I feel Spirit is going to validate you. Again, like every little choice and step that you take, there's going to be those little pockets of success and celebration that are tied to that. There might also be, because it feels like it's the start of something that's really starting to take form, there could be like a little phase where it's like if you start your own business, right? You might not see any like financial gain, like you might not hit even in the first year because of the money that you have to put into it just to get it started, right? Something like that. So it's like you're validating yourself because there's something that is in the beginning stages, and although you know that it is like in alignment with the authenticity of who you are and that it is going to be very abundant, it is important that you learn that you are validating yourself for some reason here. And I think that specifically in regards to your love life here, the Two of Pentacles and the Eight of Pentacles in reverse came out to clarify this. I want to know what this is, because there's something that puts you, it's like you feel pretty sure and pretty confident, in giving to yourself and in giving to this new opportunity, because giving to the new opportunity makes you feel good about yourself. So it's like, you know, that's aligned. And it also brings a lot of heart out of you. Like, you're moving from a place of courage and heart, not fear. So I feel like if there's a new opportunity in love that's coming in, or just a new opportunity that your heart is very invested in, you know that it's right for you. But there's something here with the Two of Pentacles that I see has the potential to tempt you to not put work into something. I'm wondering if it's like there's one insecurity that can still somewhat throw you off, but you are tempted to kind of like barrel through it rather than giving it the time. Hello? What is happening? Are we back? Okay, I think we're back. I have no idea what happened. I think that the Wi-Fi completely went out there, you guys. So hopefully you can see me now. I feel like there was a long period of me being frozen in an awkward position. It's showing me that I'm back now, so hopefully you guys can see me and hear me again. Let me know if you can. Because fuck. I also don't know if that cut off anywhere, but hopefully not too much. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, I'm gonna keep going until you guys tell me that it cut off or that there's problems. So, what was I saying here? The Ten of Cups in reverse came out as what this thing is that is causing you to like question whether or not it's worth putting a certain amount of work in here. So this might be around something that is not related to that other investment in your life at all. This could be you being like, yeah, I have an opportunity maybe that's coming in regards to love, or maybe no opportunity is right now coming in regards to love, and you're just like on the fence. You're kind of determining to yourself if you even want to point any energy in the direction of your love life or dating at this point. I feel like, I think that you recognize that right now most of your energy is meant to be pointed in the direction of this personal investment, is kind of what I'm feeling. Like, again, it's time to pour your heart into you. It's about what you can create more than what you can receive romantically at this time. Not to say that you never will have romantic fulfillment, but I just feel like right now it's a time for you to give to this creative project, or to give to yourself, and to do for yourself, and to prove something to yourself, for yourself as well. Okay? That's what I feel. So, but there's something that it's like you're seeing clearly that you've healed something, and certain, like, I don't know, certain things just do not appeal to you anymore the way that they used to. Maybe that's part of it too. The more you come home to yourself here and find this inner state of harmony and balance, and start pursuing things that really like do draw you into your greatest potential and allow you to expand, don't like hold you back or suffocate you or wear you down, you're wanting to focus more and more of your energy and attention in that direction because it feels good and it's validating to you and the work that you've done. And I feel like right now, for whatever reason, your love life isn't giving you that same validation. So you either don't have a love situation in your life currently, maybe, or you're showing me that in the near future, you're kind of on the fence about exactly how much of your time and energy you want to invest into that, or moving that forwards. Because even if the situation is going well with you and someone else, this could just be you being like, I'm not ready to get married until after this business gets off the ground. Or yeah, like the primary focus is, you're saying, is kind of going to be on you for this next phase of your life. So what's balance here? And that doesn't mean you can't have a relationship as well, like I said before, but it just means you're prioritizing your energy here. The Five of Swords. There's something that really puts you in your head in the past. It almost feels like bringing like love into your life has just kind of recently been more of a headache than a benefit to you. And so you're realizing kind of like what dynamics, like that if it is important for you to cooperate and collaborate with people, which dynamics are actually serving you, right? And which ones are not. Which ones are just like bringing in a headache or drama or misunderstandings or like a lack of clarity, or maybe people who are impulsive but not, or unstable but not something that you could commit to and build something solid with that's actually going to like last, right? There's something where you're recognizing what throws you off balance, and you're experiencing a lot more balance in your love life as a result of this. But you're able to see something more clearly, and you know it's like from this space of taking some time to yourself to give to yourself, you're realizing when you're just in your own energy how fulfilling, expansive, abundant, and good that feels. And so then you're almost saying like, well, why would I connect with something that steals my peace and also is going absolutely nowhere? Like the Knight of Pentacles in reverse is like moving backwards. They're not just not going anywhere. They're like literally moving backwards. Like that's going nowhere. But it's because of like the confusion of the mind. Something instills confusion in your mind. So you could just be being honest with yourself about like where you find fulfillment at this point in your life. You maybe are like, I find fulfillment in creative endeavors, in friendships, in my community, in this project that I'm putting into form, but I'm not currently finding a huge amount of fulfillment in romantic relationships. And so I'm going to focus where I am finding fulfillment. Yeah, that I think this is really good. I feel like maybe in the past there was a bit of an imbalance in how much you gave to others and how much you gave to yourself. So I think that this reprioritization to focus on a personal goal that brings you a lot of joy and is for you primarily, it's adding balance that was maybe missing to a degree before. And that feels good. And it's just further clarifying also like where that lack of balance, what was influencing that lack of balance too. Okay. We are moving on. Your reading was long, Leo. We're moving on to Virgo. I might need more coffee, guys, or tea or something. I think I need a little bit more caffeine, though. Okay. I'm hoping you guys... Oh, it's looking like you can see and hear me, and it's not frozen. So hopefully you can. Okay, I'm going to run and grab tea and stretch my legs for a moment, and then I will be back, and we're going to start Virgo. Virgo, Virgo, Virgo. Virgo, Virgo, Virgo. Okay, let me grab. I'll be right back, you guys. Maybe one of the cats, or three of the cats, or, you know, someone will want to come make a make an appearance if you get lucky. You're sleeping on the chair again? Okay. Okay. We are back. I have returned. I have caffeine to sustain me. All right, let's get into Virgo. Oh, gosh. I love it. Okay. Virgo. Oh shit, I left my... 1 second. I left this. All right. Okay. Virgo. Let's see what's going on with you. What is happening? It's my beautiful Virgo collective. What energy are they in? What's going on with them that they need to be made aware of for their highest and best good? Growth and evolution and abundance. Come a little closer to you. Nice. Okay. What's coming up in Virgo's life? Oh, nice. This looks great. Love that. And what's new in Virgo's experience or life? Okay. And love. Okay. Oh, man. Oh. Okay. We'll get to that. Okay. We'll get to that. Not yet. I wonder if like my chat even started, like even connected again. I wonder if it didn't. I don't even know if I can reconnect the chat. If it did disconnect. So if it did disconnect and you guys can't chat anymore, I'm sorry. I lost Wi-Fi. It did something weird to the chat. Okay. 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 Yeah. Angel Fool. Okay. Let's get your timestamp and get into this. All right, my beautiful Virgos. So the energy that it's showing or highlighting that you are in right now is pretty awesome. It's the angel and the fool. An angelic fool, helping those in need with no expectation of return and fearlessly revealing emotions, helping people laugh at absurdity and hypocrisy. Okay. You might be adding an element of like humor to a situation that is actually helping more than you know. Like it's adding a lightness. It's almost coming through as like an icebreaker energy a little bit. Like you're not taking yourself too seriously. And that's allowing you to curb having like unhealthy expectations of a particular situation and what you're getting out of it. But it's also allowing you, like, coming from this this space of lightness, like not taking something too seriously. And it's not that you're not taking something, it's not that something doesn't matter. There's a distinction there. It's that you're still like, something can matter, but you're not allowing how much it matters to you to crush you in such a way that then like you're stifled in your experience and engagement with it. There could be something where there is a lot of emotion involved, like around something, or like an array of complex emotions, like many different emotions involved in a particular situation. But it feels like there may have been some level of like, there's something where the most beneficial approach is to just laugh at it and not allow it to like color the entire experience or be the way that things continue forwards. And specifically, there's something about the way that things were communicated in the past versus now. So I think that this is somewhat a new approach that you are taking, but I feel like it's super beneficial and it's coming from the heart. Like green and pink, both of those have heart chakra colors on them. So you're very in your heart space. I love that. Okay, show me the angel and the fool. I think there's something that you previously hadn't revealed about the way you feel about something that you are now like going to express. There's something that's been unfulfilling, specifically emotionally. And I feel like maybe you haven't been expressing like how unfulfilled you've been or how apathetic or bored you've become with a particular situation. Could be something that initially did evoke a different kind of emotional response in you, but over time has just become like heavy or rigid. There's a rigid energy and a weight to something. But I feel like you're breaking through. Like, again, it's an ice breaking energy. There needs to be a shift in the energy put towards something. Like the Fool, if we think of the Fool in the tarot, is like a whole new beginning, right? And I feel like it's actually like being more open, empathetic, and giving from a generous place without expectation of like, but what am I getting? That is actually giving you fresh perspective. And it's almost like the more you, I feel like for some of you, you're exiting out of a phase where you were living from a very constricted, more like fear based or doubtful sort of place, at least surrounding one thing in your life specifically, but maybe more overall. Um, you're realizing though that the more that you actually share about how you honestly feel, and not in a way that makes you like super exposed and like vulnerable in terms of it being a liability. You sharing, revealing the truth of your feelings is a courageous thing. It's like you liberating yourself and you empowering yourself through doing that, because something that you've been holding back has been disempowering you. It's been disempowering you to hold something in. This is kind of showing me that what is healing a specific situation is like laughing about, being able to laugh about the ways that things haven't worked in the past, or the ways that certain approaches between you or another person or a group like fell short of what was needed. You can, it's kind of one of those like, well, that didn't work, let's try that again, and this time good, you know, like, but being able to laugh and have a sense of humor about it rather than like a really rigid, like perfectionistic, like critical, nitpicky, heavy, like thing that makes everything feel like, oh, like exhausting and heavy. You're laughing and you're bringing a lightness to something, and that is what is required. You're also realizing that rather than focus on what you get out of something, to come from a position again of realizing how much you have, how abundant and expansive you are, and then giving to a situation from like a lighter place of love, that is what is bringing you out of that apathy. Not like coming at the same situation without changing anything and expecting there to be change, right? Because Einstein would have said, "You insane bitch, that's never gonna work." There is no change without change, right? You approach something the same way over and over again, you're gonna get the same results. So there's something you're approaching differently, and it feels like you're coming from a softer place and it's working really well. You're coming from a lighter place of, again, not making it mean less or matter less to you, but you're just bringing like a light energy and an approach of like, again, okay, that didn't work, that's not the end of the world. Let's laugh at what didn't work, but then integrate the wisdom and the humility and move forwards and just do better with the knowledge that we've gained from what didn't work. So that's really positive. Okay. And that's big for you guys too, because in your shadow energy, you can be quite critical and you can be very perfectionistic, and it's towards yourself first and foremost, which can be incredibly restricting, and you can deteriorate away at yourself by constantly looking at yourself through that lens. So even if this is just you with you, looking at a particular situation that you have felt like it's draining, like it's disappointing, it's not making you feel good, it's making you feel like in an emotional rut or drained, right? Or apathetic or disconnected. You're shifting your perspective and looking at it more through eyes of love and like, okay, maybe what you were doing in the past was like being really guarded and defensive and being like, prove to me that you're worth my investment, or else I'm not putting any energy or effort towards something, or I'm not opening up my heart until you prove that you're like worthy, right? So if that approach wasn't working in the past, then this would be you being like, maybe I can bring myself out of this like rut or space of somewhat emotional stagnancy by not like being in such a constrictive, rigid stance with my heart. But maybe like, what happens if I open up and bring lightness, or instead of being so defensive and shut down, if that's what I've done in the past and that clearly hasn't worked and isn't working, then the new approach would be like lightness and openness. Like, let's give that a shot and see if I get a different result. And you are getting a different result, which is awesome. You're coming out of that. It's like you're recognizing the power that you have to pull yourself out of this disempowered space. And it was always your responsibility and your power to do that for yourself, no one else's. But I see you approaching a situation that just has not been coming together. It's been frustrating, or you and someone haven't been collaborating, or you don't feel like you're on the same page. Approaching that with a lighter and more generous, heart-based energy is what I see you doing, and it's exactly what is needed. Okay, so what's coming next in your life? You have this Saturn in Capricorn card, riches. Ooh. Riches. Well, you can have massive gains. It is going to require some work, right? Because Saturn is Capricorn's ruler, and this is also Saturn in Capricorn. Capricorn, is like, you can be a billionaire, but you're going to have to act like a billionaire. You know, you're going to have to embody yourself and express yourself and like take chances and put in the effort like you believe you can actually be the billionaire, and then you're going to be it, right? But there is no cutting corners with the lessons that Saturn teaches, and there is no cutting corners with Capricornian energy. But yeah, Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck there. Something can be hugely beneficial to you in the near future here in your life. And I feel like it does have, it's a tangible element. So it could be financial gain. It could be just like richness of experience. Like you're doing physical, tangible things, but they are really like enriching your life. Maybe you're traveling. I don't think so. With the Ten of Pentacles, it's more like home base, like legacy, what you are creating. That's going to stand the test of time, like a solid, abundant foundation for your life that you can continue to create expansion and wealth on top of. This is coming through as the direct result of a lesson that you've learned, though, and you taking responsibility and accountability for that. You don't get the gifts from the school of hard knocks until you like take the test and you acknowledge what you have learned through the challenges, through the lessons, and you integrate that, right? Then you get the payoff. If you just go through difficult things and you stay a victim to your circumstances, then you haven't really integrated the gratitude for the lesson that was taught. And that's what you have to get to in order to gain like the gift from it. You have to see the gift that it's already given you, and then more gift will come through, as within, so without, right? The Lovers came out to clarify. For some of you in the near future, you're coming into a very abundant like union relationship with someone. Some of you are getting married in the near future, or you're meeting someone who claims you, is invested in you, is ready to like build something real with you. This isn't someone who's just like coming in and like future faking and feeding you lies about like potential, but it's all just delusion, right? Because faith without like actual works or action behind it, like a lot of talking without any walking isn't going to get you anywhere, right? This is something that walks the talk. It shows you what it is through action. It doesn't try to like prove through explaining what it is and what it has to offer. It just shows you what it has to offer. So then you truly trust it, because it's not what somebody says that how trust is gained. It's how somebody shows up consistently, like that shows you their patterns and their integrity. and what you can expect of them, right? That's too many cards. Yeah, there's something really solid here, though, that very much connects to your heart. Okay, so something new then that's coming in is Brigid Creative Spark, and it's in the upright here. I think that some of you have gone through a bit of a phase where you've felt a little bit drained, you know, and it's like because there's something that you have been giving to or trying to make it work. And I feel like you've been, if this isn't your reading, if you haven't been putting in a genuine, authentic effort to invest the best of yourself, like your capacity, to create something. Because here I'm seeing that like you putting in an effort to create something with someone else and it just like not working despite your efforts is what is making you feel disappointed. Because it's almost that energy of like, oh, no matter how hard I try or feel that this is for me, I just keep coming up against this wall. But I think it's been the approach that you've been, it's the approach that's been feeling emotionally unfulfilling. And I think it's because it's been too like analytical. It's been too just in the head. It's almost like your desire and your heart and your intuitive or instinctual urges haven't been as involved, and those are the things that kind of bring in that a lot of that like exciting idea generating creative energy, because it's like you're inspired. When you let those other influences or elements inspire your thought, then you come from a place that isn't so like rigid, judgmental, and like critical and nitpicky, because it's really hard for a situation to flourish or get off the ground when you're looking at it that way, because you are quite literally projecting a lack of hope, or you're projecting an energy of criticism onto something, which means you are tearing it down, not actually building it, right? So even if you were doing that from like your intentions were good, it still wasn't helpful, right? Even if in your Virgo mind you were like, okay, but I'm just covering my bases, like I'm just looking at the liabilities or like the weak links in this dynamic or connection or opportunity, so that I'm not surprised, so that I don't get like so that I don't get caught off guard by something disappointing me. But it's like looking at it and coming at it from that energy was creating a disappointing outcome. And it also wasn't allowing for this lightness, this playfulness, this creative energy to, which is what actually allows things to flourish and grow. It wasn't really allowing for that. So there's something that you're getting out of your head because you're realizing that there is no path to success coming at something that way. So I see you being more in tune with just being more energized. So if you've been feeling a little bit drained or sluggish, I feel like this creative spark is coming back to you. Some of you, this also has implications for like your sex life, or like you're feeling more connected to your libido if you've been disconnected from that for a while. But I just see you being inspired, turned on by life. The High Priestess, it's because you're connected to yourself again, the truth of you. Because this card, the Creative Spark card, it does really remind me of Virgo energy. You guys are mutable earth. You're not meant to be super rigid and constraining. You refine the best path for you by like being mutable and having many experiences, and then refining, like then introspecting and refining everything you've experienced, and kind of being like, okay, I don't want to experience that again, but that's what it taught me. Let me integrate that nugget of truth moving forwards. I liked that. I want more of that. Let's invest in more of that. Right? That refining tool inside of you is not meant to be something that's used to criticize, tear down, and deteriorate your dreams and put you in like a exhausted or limited headspace. It's meant to be used for good, not for evil, Virgo. There's something intuitively, you know, like kind of gives you life and you're moving towards it. You're trusting your intuition and you are giving. There is something that you might feel like isn't totally healed, like you're feeling some element of lack or limitation. I feel like you're doing this anyways because intuitively you feel that this is going to be part of the solution, not something that continues to add to that problem for whatever reason, whatever that is for you. Okay, let's take a look at your love life. Your love life. What's happening, Virgo? Okay. Virgo. Something's coming in like a wrecking ball, breaking down your rigid walls. Your overthinking won't work here. All right. Sorry. Your commitment is being tested. This is coming up. In order to stay committed to and engaged with something, in order for you to have a future with something, you're needing to commit to it in a different way, like with a different approach. And that's what's testing you. Is that I think that you've always been committed to whatever this is, or you've been committed to something here in your romantic life, whether that is maintaining a specific standard for yourself and knowing your boundaries, or whether that is like a specific connection that you've been committed to. But I think you've been committed to it, again, coming from a specific approach or energy or perspective. And so what's testing your commitment is that you can still have success, but the way that you approach the commitment needs to change. And that's what's challenging you. And whatever it's asking you to give of yourself, it does feel a bit uncomfortable. The Ace of Swords and the Fool. A whole new approach, a whole new way of thinking about things, a whole new revolutionary, completely different, has nothing in common with the way that you approached something previously. This is like totally new. Doesn't look anything like what you've done in the past. Nothing. Because this is Uranus energy, and this is like the Ace of Swords is like a brand new way of thinking, perceiving, and approaching something. So it's like leaping out into maybe either the commitment that you've made to yourself and staying on that path and not settling, or you're leaping out into a relationship that you've been committed to, but with new elements of truth surrounding what is actually needed for this connection to flourish behind you or under your belt. And there is like a leap of faith here that's required. But the leap of faith is not built on delusion. It's built on some form of truth that is, well, with the Ace of Swords, it's like an absolute truth. It's like an objective truth, a divine truth. You're being made very aware that okay, so this is tied to this because there's the Ten of Pentacles again. So for some of you, this is a relationship that investing into, it's like this, you would be building an abundant life with someone here. You would be both giving to the same overall vision or dream. Of course, you would have your own like paths and visions and dreams and things that are for you individually within that relationship. But if you're building the Ten of Pentacles with someone within a connection, right? And the Six of Pentacles is there. This is like, I am fully committed to being fully in, fully present, fully transparent and open about my feelings, about what I have to give and where I'm coming from. And I'm committed to equal and fair balance within the dynamic. So healthy compromise, everybody getting their needs met, and so then everyone can contribute the best of themselves because their needs are being met, and there's this reciprocation that doesn't throw in an unstable element that undoes the work, right? It supports the work. Okay. But what's new though? Oh, Virgo. What's new in your love life? You have fear with the Four of Swords in reverse. I think that this, like what's being highlighted to you, you're very aware that it is a challenge for you. Like there's something here that it's not like the easiest thing in the world to just express how you're feeling fearlessly or to approach something with a lightness of heart. It's requiring humility, which is just absolute honesty with yourself about what has worked and what has not worked, what has been self-defeatist or what has been sabotaging a certain investment. You have to be honest so that you can break those old toxic patterns, right? Or patterns that would imbalance something. You're aware that this is going to challenge you. You're also aware of how much it would give back if you give to it correctly. But there is a fear that's being highlighted. And it's causing you a bit of unrest in your mind specifically. This is a fear that you haven't really come up against, at least not in this way before. Because this is new. I feel like it has something to do with confidence. You could be very confident in like every area of your life or most areas of your life, but when it comes to relationships, there's something that feels underdeveloped there. Maybe you just haven't had as much like relational experience as you have had in terms of like career or personal development in your life so far. But there's something about in order to show up authentically and wholly and from a place of honesty and lightness with yourself, you do have to be honest with yourself first, right? And there's something that you're having to admit to yourself that you are kind of afraid of. And I think it's like moving forwards with confidence in your heart that casts out this fear and like the overthinking or unhelpful ruminations of the mind. Because there's something that you do want to give to, but you're projecting a self-fulfilling prophecy of failure onto it simultaneously. So it's like you come towards something that you know that you want, that you genuinely have feelings for, but in your heart, you're like, I don't believe I'm really worth it though, or I don't believe I'm enough, or I don't believe that there can truly be success. It's like you're choosing a path of insecurity, and so then that's like creating insecurity in the situation. So that approach is what kind of needs to be relieved. I feel like the only way to relieve it though is to like look directly at it and it's like accept it but not get stuck in it. Hold space for it but not allow it to control you. Anything else about what's new in Virgo's love life? This fear. Okay, I heard fear of exposure. Yeah, it's fear of the exposure of these very specific insecurities, whatever those are for you. It has to do with confidence, for sure. The Queen of Wands in reverse is someone that feels judged or projected onto, or she's someone who people look at her and because she like looks a certain way, They make assumptions like, oh, you're hot, so you must not be smart. Or, oh, you probably get a lot of attention, so you're probably like a liar or, non committal. I can't trust you because you get a lot of attention. It's like some assumption that's coming from a place of insecurity is what needs to be faced. And it sort of is just you recognizing, oh, like those assumptions and projections were based on fear and insecurity, not reality. It was like the ruminations and fear in my own mind that created that. It was fear that created that outcome, essentially. It was anxiety. Yeah, anxiety and insecurity that create an outcome. There could be something too you're coming back around to try to hold on, like something that every time you try to walk away or someone tries to walk away, it's like if this is someone walking away, then you always like come back and pull them back in, or they do that to you. But I'm seeing that the approach just needs to shift. It's like put all of this fight, all of this passion into, instead of pushing something away or being defensive against it, use that to claim your desire, use that to fuel your confidence. Use that to inspire you and push you forwards to fight for something instead of against it. And I feel like that is going to connect you with your heart space and get you unstuck. But the fear kind of does need to be faced head on, and the insecurity just like called what it is, because when you look at it and you name it, you actually take the power away from it. As long as you don't let it define you, right? All right, Virgo, we're moving on to Libra. Love you. You're doing great. Okay. Let's see. Libra. All right. Libra. Okay, I had bangs. This is where we're at with them. Annoyingville, party of Lisa. Annoyingville, party of Lisa. Just get out of my face. Ugh. Bangs, the one decision that you always pretty much instantly regret making. I can only speak for myself. Okay. Libra. Show me Libra's energy currently. Okay. And what is coming up next? Okay. 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 What is up, Libra? Hi, babes. All right, let's see what's going on. For you, we're just going to see what energy you're embodying and expressing that Spirit wants to highlight that is relative to or important at this time. So for you, it came out as the storyteller. It came out in the upright, so that means it's the light attribute of the storyteller archetype, which says the ability to experience and express life through stories and symbols. Okay. I feel like what's being highlighted right now for you is the stories that you tell yourself about certain things. It's like internal dialogue or narratives and how you frame things. I think that you've gained some perspective. I feel like it's come through the heart or maybe directly through someone communicating with you. You're seeing something symbolically and you're seeing something, an old narrative is being rewritten about something. You're telling yourself a new story. And it's changing the way that you're able to actually be present with and experience your life. Okay. Can you tell me more about that? Okay, for some of you, it's reframing. So in my head, I was just hearing all this stream of like statements come through, and it was like, you don't even, you can't, you won't, this isn't how, blah, blah. And it was all of the statements or affirmations were in the negative tense. So I'm feeling like the way that you're reframing things in order to experience them differently and even just to shift the way that you are embodying and regulating and expressing your own energy. I think that you are learning to affirm yourself by focusing on the positive. So essentially, you're learning to shape the narratives within you to be focused more on what you are already grateful for, what you already have, what is working out, or what you want to build in your life that is abundant, but not framing it as like, I can't, that won't happen, this doesn't work, etc., etc. It's like coming from a different perspective, I think. And the 10 of Pentacles came out. It's come out for a lot of signs so far. I love that. It's like super abundant energy. Not going to fall into your lap, but with the physical investment, yeah, for sure. The King of Wands. Beautiful. 9 of Swords in reverse. anything that's been kind of subpar or has been disappointing you, not instilling like faith or hope in you, you're not really focusing on that anymore. You're just not investing your energy into it. Anything that makes you feel like insecure or uncertain about the direction you're headed in. And there's a difference between that and like, I forgot about the tea. It's not like you have no room for people with opposing views or opinions that don't match yours. It's not like an ignorant, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like a tininess of thought. There's something here that just feels super restricted. And I'm seeing like a road that just gets skinnier and skinnier until like you can barely like walk down it. And that was a mindset where it was like, I think it was a narrative or a way of framing something. The stories that you were telling yourself about something, or even how you were maybe revisiting a past situation that's already unfolded. The way that you were speaking that story to yourself was not coming from an empowered place. You've gained perspective now, though, and you see the bigger picture to some degree. You see what something has gifted you, and you see how framing it as something that was a gift, something that actually allowed you to know who you are and what you desire more, even if it was through showing you like what you don't desire or what doesn't align with you. You feel more empowered than ever as you reframe these narratives in your mind to be the leader of your own life and to make shit happen, to make really good shit happen. You're recognizing that you deserve this abundance just because of who you are naturally, and that you're ready for it. Okay, so you have this card of Saturn in Gemini, and it says concentration. This is what's coming next in your life here. And then what is new is Oshun, generosity. Yeah, there's a focus on everything that you have, like how rich you already are. There's a concentration on the abundance of something, again, not the lack, like what you have, not what you don't have. And because you're reframing and you're focusing in that direction instead, it's bringing in a level of generosity that wasn't really available to you when you were seeing yourself as not having anything to give, because you were looking at like what you didn't have. So even if you did have something to offer generously, you may have been kind of missing it or just in an exhausted or disempowered sort of energy around it, because your concentration was primarily on a more disempowering framework, or you were just focused on disappointment. What's this concentration? You're learning very much, though. Yeah, temperance in reverse. Exactly. 10 of Swords in reverse. Yeah. You're learning how important the direction of your mind is. And you are a Libra, you are an air sign, you understand this, but this Gemini energy of concentration with temperance in reverse is really loud. There's a quote that is like, fear and love are beasts, and the one that grows is the one you feed, right? What you concentrate on, where you focus your attention, where you give your energy, that is what you're feeding, and that's what's going to grow. So in the near future here, something that's coming in is you're already on the path to this. You already are recognizing this, but you're realizing the importance of where you concentrate the majority of your specifically mental attention what you give your thought to, and what stories you allow to ruminate and replay in your mind, and how those stories, like the tone in which those stories are told. You're becoming very aware of the stories that bring you out of a space of harmony and balance, like the things you concentrate on that do not add to your overall state of harmony and well-being. That's becoming clear to you. The High Priestess. For some of you, you've been really focused on what you don't know and what you can't know. Oh, Lord. For some of you, communication is going to be coming in, and you're going to have a choice to make. And intuitively, I think that you have a choice whether or not to engage in this conversation at all, or how much time and attention to give it. But I think you see here and you feel intuitively that concentrating too much on communicating with something here, the Page of Swords, it's like you already know what's really being said if something's not being said. Like the High Priestess is going to read between the lines and pick that up. But there's also stuff that you're like, it's not worth my time trying to figure that out, or like thinking about what the truth could be, or thinking about maybe a situation that wasn't fair or was not just and how it played out. But there's something that you're realizing giving it too much attention steals your peace. It takes you out of your own harmonious state with yourself. And so then you have the choice in the near future, and intuitively, I think you know exactly what to communicate to. Well, communicate to what? Maybe to share a higher perspective with somebody else as well. Yeah. In the past, you didn't have this higher perspective, and now you do. And I feel like intuitively, you might be aware that someone else, there's something that you've learned or integrated that somebody else, it would be useful for them to have that knowledge or awareness as well. It's specifically about a higher perspective, though, with the Hanged Man. It's like seeing from that higher vantage point. It's like there's a piece of the puzzle that someone is missing, and their communication or actions towards you highlights that. So you might be sharing that missing piece with somebody. Or this could even be you're sharing that with a community, like you've done a certain level of healing and now you're sharing that with community. Okay. This ocean, generosity, what is that? It's the Eight of Wands. Feels like there's something that you have not talked about, but you have a lot to say about it. You have a lot to say about something that you've been experiencing, and now that you've come out of a level of healing surrounding whatever this is, personal healing, and you're seeing things with that fresh perspective, you've gained more clarity and sight, more like context around it. You're very confident now in the experience you've had and like your higher perspective in it. That doesn't mean that there's nothing left to learn within that, but it means that like where you're at right now, you have received a gift of wisdom and a lesson and clear perception of this. So it looks like what's changing is that you're actually openly and generously communicating about something that before you didn't have a clear perspective on. Maybe you were still in the middle of something, in the trenches of it. This could be like, let's say you were in like a toxic relationship. You weren't talking about it when you were in it because you were maybe being manipulated and you were very confused. But then let's say you got out of that, you went to therapy, and you've learned some really important things. Maybe you have some like psychological tools or therapeutic tools, or just a way of explaining your own experience that could really help people that are experiencing something similar. But it's because you've come out of it and you can see more clearly now, and you have confidence in the work that you've done to heal. Now you're able to generously open up and share about something. But what you're sharing about is the devil. It could be even like your own shadow, the things that held you back in the past from having a higher perspective, your ego. In other words, you could be tuning more into your heart from a place of tenderness, like being disarmed. When you are in a space of gratitude and even seeing the gift or the lesson that came out of a difficult situation, then that is a really beautiful energy to share. Because it's a highly receptive and expansive energy, and it is very full. It is very ripe. It is generous, but because it's so free flowing in its generosity, it also receives abundantly in return. It's interesting though, like, you know how some people, they share and they're like, I used to be like toxic in relationships. I used to have this particular attachment style, and then it got me in all sorts of trouble. I got into relationships that mirrored that attachment style, or mirrored like the a trauma bonding situation or something like that, right? This would be like you recognizing how far you've come in the reframing of that situation, because you've genuinely done the healing for yourself to gain clarity on that. But then it would be like, not only that, but you've also got the confidence now to get up and be real with other people too. You're not scared to admit the places where maybe like your behavior was like a little bit unhealthy, because you're not judging or criticizing yourself. You're saying that's where I was, and this is what I learned from that. So you're kind of re-empowering yourself in a way, or taking your power back even further by stating the truth of a particular situation after the fact. This is something you've had to allow the lesson to really integrate into you though. Yeah, because this is something that was confusing, 7 of Cups, and it caused a lot of anxiety. The Hermit, it also could have been really isolating, or it could have made you feel like kind of paranoid about sharing. For some of you, this may have been a bit of like an isolating or like questionable dynamic or relationship. It doesn't have to have strong like narcissistic sort of vibes to it. But there is a level of like confusion and anxiety paired with isolation that I don't love, especially with the Devil. But if that's your situation, you are aware it's something that kind of deteriorated away at you and confused you, but you've come back to yourself to the degree that you can confidently share in a helpful way with others. So I see that happening. It could be that you're sharing though, like how you were manipulated and what made it possible for you to be manipulated, like your own blind spots that were caused by attachment wounds or conditioning or patterning, right? It's like it may have taken you a very long time to sort that out in your own head, but now that you have, you can share that with others so that it doesn't take them as long to come to the same realizations, or so they don't maybe have to suffer or have the same experiences that you did. You know what I mean? There's something about that. I feel like what you're sharing is there's a level of humility and admission that like you're not perfect, but that's like what brings power to it. It makes it something that people can resonate with, because perfection isn't, you can't no human can relate to perfection, because perfection's not a human thing. Like there's no human in the world that's perfect or will ever be, right? That's just not humans. We're not supposed to be. It would be weird. We would be robots. So in regards to your love life, in the near future, whoa, okay, this way that you're thinking and how you're shifting your thoughts to move forwards, Libra, it's like when you were a child, you functioned in more childish ways, but as you grow, you experience what you can actually like hold and honor, what you have the capacity to experience, right? Like we all start as children, obviously, and we learn and we grow. So you have in the near future, what's coming in your love life, 2 came out. It says hold your vision, and also you're very close to achieving your goal. What came out to clarify these from the tarot? So the 10 of Pentacles came out again, and it came out with the Lovers. Okay. Okay. Well, with this new vision, this new knowledge that's integrated, yeah, you're meant to hold that in a fixed way, in that you are assured in yourself and validated within yourself that that vision is what is going to be fulfilling for you based on what you have experienced so far. What you're calling in is, this seems like someone that you can build something very solid and lasting with, honestly. For some of you, this is someone that's already in your life. It's just, it's taken quite a bit of patience and strength and commitment and constantly like kind of redefining why you are committed to something and why it matters to you, because it has had challenges. Like if this is a relationship, it's been difficult specifically for you or someone maybe to get back in tune with the deepest recesses of their heart, with the truth of their emotions, and to actually express and be intimate about that. It's like the Knight of Pentacles is here. It's just been one little step at a time to digest something. And it feels like it's been slow, but there has been steady progress. And so for those of you who have already been invested in a particular commitment, and it honestly does have the capacity, and has proven that to you, that it has the capacity to be the Lovers and the 10 of Pentacles and grow with you into something really solid, then this is saying to hold, it's encouraging you to hold your vision. But for some of you, it's like hold your own personal vision of what it is that you desire and deserve, because you are manifesting that and calling it towards you with each and every little like step and decision that you take. So what's new in your love life that's coming in here is wisdom. Wisdom. Yeah, it's too many. I feel like you and someone are on the same page in regards to what you know. It's like, how am I seeing this? It's interesting because I'm kind of seeing like, I'm seeing people in one of those, what are those called? Those like lock rooms or whatever, where you get locked in and you have to like solve the mystery to get out of, basically solve the mystery to get yourself out of the room. And they're all different like themes that you can go to. I'm seeing two people who are in there on the same team trying to get out of the same, like trying to solve the same challenge to liberate themselves and find success, right? And they both have different clues, but they're not sharing the clues that they have with one another. They're both like functioning from an independent place, but within a dynamic. Which obviously isn't gonna work, right? Like you need to share. So in the room, the escape room, that's what they're called, you would need to share the clues that you're finding with your team or your partner to solve that. You have to work together and collaborate, essentially, and communicate. I feel like this is you and someone else sharing the knowledge that you each have, sharing the perspective that you each have, the context, maybe what you've learned through your own healing, through a specific experience. And it's allowing something to be reconciled. It's like it's making something make sense that didn't make sense. Shedding light here. And so it's not just information being shared, it's wisdom. Like actual wisdom. The Three of Cups and Judgment are both here, though. So for some of you, there's something that was kind of headed in the direction of not being able to stand the test of time. It's like if you were looking at it, you would maybe be like, I don't think that that's really going to be able to come with me where I'm going based on the current trajectory. But I think that there's something you don't expect to come into alignment here, or it's being reconciled. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse, it's highlighting what was not working previously, or what was undoing the work that was being put in. And it could have been, again, like that there was a misunderstanding between you and somebody else, and so there's a misunderstanding or misconception, so you were both thinking about something differently, or making different assumptions, or having different expectations. But there's something that, like, I see two people trying to work towards something, and I just see you gaining more perspective and wisdom around why that wasn't working in the past, and how it can potentially be a lot more solid and abundant moving forwards, whether that is with this specific relationship or you releasing this relationship, but having gained wisdom about like what didn't work, so that as you move forwards, you can have better success in like your next relationship. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing. It's really positive. We're moving on. Moving on to my Scorpies. Scorps. Where you at, babies? Where my Scorpios at? I'm pretty sure that the chat completely disconnected. So lonely, so sad. I'm just kidding, I'm okay. I feel like a Gemini moon is always like okay, just vibing with themselves. Maybe a little too okay sometimes. Let's see. The frick? The wind is not lessening, that is for sure. But it's also hot as fuck in here, and I could really use a little breeze, honestly. Okay, Scorpio. Okay. Shuffle that after. I might need to go to the washroom quickly, you guys. I should have done that when I was grabbing tea. I'm gonna do that so I don't get distracted through Scorpio's reading. So I'll be right back. Blast this bladder of mine. Okay. Okay. I got my favorite. I have my favorite with me, but she's very skittish. She likes love on her terms. This is Harley. Harley Boop, where are you going? She's like, to be my own woman. I freaking love her so much. She is so hilarious. Hi. Sorry for trying to love you. My bad. I fucking love her so much. She is the one that if I didn't force her onto camera, she probably would never be on camera. She's like, you can go through there. You want me to open the door more for you? Are you a little sketched out? It's not gonna close on you. There you go. Okay. Friggin' love her. She's a little bit feral. She's the one cat out of the 3 that live here. Well, out of the 3 cats that we have. She was pretty sure like abandoned and dumped on the side of the road. So we just found her and adopted her. And she has that slightly feral element to her. She's a little skittish and she has to choose. She has to choose to love on her terms, but I'm like relatable. And honestly, I freaking love her so much. Okay, so that was Harley. In case you needed a little bit of adorableness in your life today. Okay. Just adjust the discomfort here. All right, let's get into Scorpio. What is actually happening outside? Is it coming through this? Let's see. I need a breeze of air because I am dying, but I can't have both windows open because they're creating a hurricane inside of the room, so we're gonna have to just have this one window. Okay, hopefully that works. All right, let's see. Scorps. Oh, my beautiful Scorpios. My beautiful tragic Scorpios. I'm just kidding. Tragic that you're so freaking hot, maybe. How are you doing, my Scorps? There. Okay. Oh, I feel like I really need to shuffle this. And it's not wanting to. It's like you don't want to tell me the energy you're in. It's like you don't want to be forthcoming with me. Who would have ever anticipated this behavior from a Scorpio? Anything else? Ew. Okay, let's see. Okay. What are you dealing with? This looks like some Scorpio. Some stuff that a Scorpio would be dealing with. Okay, tell me about what's coming next. help you. Crap, my laptop is overheating. Let's turn that down. And is that right? It felt weird coming out. Okay, that one's the one. All right, Scorpies. Let us timestamp. Four, 15, 30. Okay, good. Okay, hello Scorpios. Hello my homies. I hope that you guys are doing really well. As always, you know I love you. Long time. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. In love, in life, the whole damn thing. So, the energy that you are being highlighted as being in at this time is the mediator in the shadowy element. Shadow attributes of the mediator. It says negotiating with an ulterior motive or a hidden agenda, either personally or professionally. Well, that's not scorpionic at all. No. I don't feel like this is giving nefarious vibes, but let me clarify it and see if you are being nefarious. I will find out, Scorpio. But I feel like sometimes we do this thing where we like I guess the easiest, most simplified explanation of a way that this manifests for Scorpio would be like, sometimes you meet someone and you really like them, but instead of just like being open, honest, invested completely and like seeing how things play out, knowing that you can't know everything and you can't control things, you might, or we might like throw in a little test here or there, you know, like do something maybe that we know will slightly trigger the other person just to see how they respond, you know, just a little tiny trigger, nothing major. But it's like we're negotiating without the other person knowing that there's negotiation taking place. It's like you're still in the 3-month trial period, but you don't know that, right? This is just the testing grounds. You're in boot camp, bish. So you're in Scorpio boot camp. But I feel like there is some sort of motive that you have not like outright stated that you have. There's something that you are trying to achieve and you haven't like openly expressed this in the situation. So again, like maybe you're trying to, maybe you want to be in a relationship with someone, and so that's one of your motivations is like, I'm interested in you, so therefore, you know, I'm giving you some time and attention. But maybe like the hidden agenda that's also pinned onto that is like, but I also need to test and see if you're loyal, or test and see, you know, how you respond to different things. And that person might not be aware of that hidden agenda. So it doesn't need to be that you're hiding everything, or that like you're coming from a really like a place where you're lying and cheating and being, you know, not great. But let's see. Tell me about this. Why is Scorpio in the mediator shadowy attribute here? It feels self-preservation-ish. Then again, so is stinging someone with your stinger, and it's not always necessary. I'm speaking again as one of you, so just hear me out. The Tower in reverse. Okay. Self-preservation as, yeah. The Tower in reverse and the Five of Cups. So, yeah. As I was saying, this hidden agenda that's quite important to you, like this is a motivating factor that you maybe are just becoming aware of, like how much this particular motivation in a situation has actually influenced the situation. Because what something appears to be is not what it is. It's showing me that your most prominent motivation right now is avoiding grief, like avoiding some sort of tower situation that's going to cause grief. But it's interesting because the Five of Cups is in the upright. So I feel like there's something that has already happened to you. Like there's an experience you've already had that caused you a lot of grief, and the fear of that happening again. Like a lot of the times our greatest fears are things that we've already experienced, things that have already happened to us. That's why the fear is so real, because it's like, no, that shit already happened. I know it's possible, and I do not want that to happen again. But I feel like this fear is alive in you because there actually is already an active grief that you're carrying. So it's sort of showing me that you're not coming from like a full cup within yourself as you approach a new situation, because you are still carrying the baggage of some sort of Five of Cups from the past into it. And you don't want that to repeat in the present situation. And so there's this hidden agenda or like hidden motivation that maybe you've been aware of, maybe you're just becoming aware of it. But it's an avoidance of potential hurt or discomfort. That avoidance, though, and that motivation is coming from unprocessed grief and pain that is still inside of you with this Five of Cups, is what that's showing me. I think you're trying to have genuine hope surrounding something, but you're finding it incredibly difficult to actually like commit and follow through with it. And it's because this internal conflict is creating an internal instability and also a lack of authenticity in the connection, or in like the connection, the situation, the opportunity itself. And it might not be on purpose, right? But it's like you're coming from a place of fear, not a place of trust and love, and you're actively making some choices from that place. So it's kind of ironic because I kind of see you in your attempt to avoid more pain. It's like in your approach, you're actually kind of creating what you're trying to avoid. Because of the choices being made from this place. So you could just be aware of this at this time, and then realizing that that's not serving you, that approach isn't serving you, or maybe this motivation was hidden even to you. Like a lot of the time we have mechanisms, right? Like self protection mechanisms that are habits or patterns, right? So maybe you have a pattern of avoidance, maybe you have a pattern of ghosting, or just completely shutting down when you get uncomfortable rather than expressing yourself. Rather than expressing your fears, maybe you have a tendency of just like pulling into yourself and not addressing the fears directly, but then indirectly there's this motivation of self-preservation that still comes through in response to that fear or as a result of that fear. But there's something that you're realizing here, and it's good that you're realizing it, because it's not allowing you to, it's like you are kind of creating, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of a lack of success, and it's a cycle that's not totally closed yet, a Saturnian cycle. Some of you have Saturn in Aries. Some of you are in a Saturn return. Some of you are getting your asses handed to you right now. God bless you. May the force be with you. That is gnarly. I mean, yeah, gnarly. Especially with Chiron there. Oh, God. Yeah, so, but there's something that it is like a disempowered way of, this is like very heavy Martian energy, but it's all in the reverse. So it's like either trying to force something while not being honest about the fear. It's like the fear that you're carrying of this grief, unprocessed grief, is causing like a defensiveness potentially that's not allowing you to be really open to something. It's like putting a blockade right in front of you. But then you're like, but I am working towards getting that thing. But so it's like you're blocking yourself and telling yourself that you're pursuing something simultaneously. Because you're trying to avoid something that was disempowering or painful in the past. It's showing me this is a cycle that just hasn't finished, but you know how you close this out? It's by seeing yourself clearly. It's not about like worrying about how something outside of you could influence or affect you. It's about strengthening your own sense of self until you get to the point that you know that nothing could influence you anymore. That doesn't mean you're never going to experience pain or disappointment. It just means it's not going to destroy you. You're still going to be empowered, sovereign, embodied, and yourself, right? But when you come at things from an insecure place, already worried about fear or something that you fear being the outcome and causing you pain, then you are projecting that outcome directly onto that situation because you're approaching it from this more fearful place. And then that is kind of, what you're projecting onto the situation and what is unfolding. So I think that you're just realizing that you've been doing this. It's like, I'm seeing just recognition of how your attempt to avoid a specific outcome is kind of leading you to it, but it's not negative. I think that it was always meant to be that way because this is something that is restricting you, that you are meant to notice about yourself so that you can change it, so that you can come at life from a more self-assured place. Okay. Which allows you to move confidently and authentically and really get what you want. And it also gives you the ability to be very clear about what it is that you want and what your motivations are without being uncomfortable about that. So it's like the ability to clear that up internally and then also share that with others. Okay, so what's coming next in life? You have this Jupiter in Virgo card, patience. Love that for you. It's an abundance of patience with Jupiter energy. And I feel like your patience is actually coming from a place of being highly intelligent and being able to see something clearly, like from a refined place, because it's Virgo energy. So healthy Virgo energy is not critical, not judgmental, doesn't jump to conclusions. It's mutable earth, but so it's like grounded, but also ruled by Mercury. So it's grounded truth, not this ungrounded, like mutable, what is life kind of thing, which can feel very insecure and physically draining. But I think that you're investing in like daily habits and routines that are grounding you and connecting you to a clear mind and an internal state of harmony, or like a peace of mind that then allows you to offer discernment and patience, because you're seeing yourself clearly. You can see the situation clearly. What is this patience or situations in your life clearly? This is also, I feel like, a patience with yourself, though, that you're offering. As you realize the ways that you're getting in your own, that you've got in your own way recently, that's what's coming to your awareness, right? It's coming to your awareness so that you can come in from out of the cold, or you can be where you really want to be in regards to your goals. You can actually get somewhere with the things that you're trying to accomplish. Because this has been putting, like I said, a barrier or restriction right in front of you, right? It's been self-defeatist, although you haven't realized that, but it's taking like patience and acceptance to not be black and white, not be judgmental or super critical with yourself, but to have patience and a level of radical understanding for you and others involved in the situation, and even for your past. Like being gentle with yourself about your past. Realizing that no matter what happened, that's where you were at the time. And the best that you can do is, like, when you know better, be better. But it doesn't help you to be really hard on yourself about, oh God, it's snowing. It doesn't help you to be hard on yourself about it. You can't really grow that way. So it's almost like you're refining your own mind and you're keeping yourself in check and in line internally, so that you can realize where, out of fear or being triggered, you maybe implement like tactics that aren't totally like above the table here to test the safety of certain things, or whether you feel safe in certain things. And I think that you're learning just how to be more patient with yourself and how to refine your way of thinking, so that you acknowledge fear. You're not avoiding it or repressing it or pretending it's not there, because it doesn't disappear if you do that. It just comes out in different ways, right? But it's like you're being patient with that, giving it space to exist, but then moving through it as well, step by step. Okay, so what is new in your life that's coming in is Artemis, focus. You're aiming in a completely new direction, even if it's the same goal or direction that you are wanting to head towards or in. Your focus towards it, your gaze towards it, or the lens through which you're seeing it, how you're framing what you're looking at, there's a different focal point. So if you were focused on all the ways that things could go wrong, or all of the unknowns, or what could be hidden from you, and then that does what? It stimulates more fear, right? Because those are fear-based thoughts. If that's where you were focusing before, and that was creating like the self-defeatist or sabotaging a situation, you're now focusing on, okay, how can I focus on being accepting of exactly what something is? Just like, it is what it is. This is what it is now. How can I be present and patient and open with the situation so that I can engage with it authentically? And my focus, I'm feeding Like I'm focusing on something that is helping to support and uplift or um, positively fuel the situation rather than sabotage it. It's reminding me of, they've done quite a few experiments like this now with lots of different things, but I always find it super, super interesting. Um, so one of them they've done it with like jars of rice. They've done it with plants. It's this experiment where they have like 3 plants, let's say. And the one plant, so they give all of the plants the same sun, the same water, the same general basic care. But then the factor that shifts in the experiment is one plant they don't talk to or engage with at all. They just give it its basic needs and that's it. The second plant, they shit talk. They negatively talked to the plant, even while still giving it its basic needs and care. They talked down to this plant, okay? The third plant, they spoke and they uplifted it. They spoke positively towards the plant. And you know what's fucking insane? Like, this is just the proof of like how you look at something. It absolutely has a huge part to play in how that thing will grow or the capacity that it even has to truly succeed is really starts with how you frame it in your own mind, with whether you believe it can actually succeed or not. Because the plant that they shit talked, it died. Like it really like did not do well. Quite rapidly, actually, it like went downhill. And the one that they spoke positively to, it flourished. And the other one, it didn't die. It didn't like grow extra either. It just grew at a natural pace. And that was the only factor that they changed. So it really does go to show that the way that you talk to yourself, the way that you talk to, the way that you frame narratives surrounding your dreams and your vision for life, or even how you speak to others or towards like a relationship in your life or your experience of something, it has a huge impact on what the outcome what outcome is actually possible then based on that. So I feel like you're completely shifting your focus, and I do feel like you're choosing to infuse something positive because there was false hope. It's like you were lying to yourself maybe about, oh, I'm pouring in positivity and hope to this situation. Like, why is it not going anywhere? It's because maybe you were showing up and acting hopeful, but underneath there's this part of you that was distrustful and still testing or had a hidden agenda or a hidden motive or a hidden fear that wasn't being addressed. Whatever it was eclipsing the supposed hope or faith that you were claiming to have. It was like an unconscious or hidden influence that was undoing any positive energy that you put towards something. So you are patiently shifting your focus towards something, it feels like, into a more positive place. Okay. In regards to your love life, darlings. Your love life. What's going on? Okay. Some tea. My throat's a little dry. Okay. What's coming in next is believe in the impossible, blue moon. And then what is new for you in regards to love is this growth card. I really love this. I love this so much because you're choosing to infuse hope and genuine belief in something that maybe you've been looking at. It's like you're going to find confirmation bias, right? Like you're going to find what you're looking for. So if you love someone, you want to be in a relationship with them, but then every time you interact with them, you're testing them to see if they're like a lying, cheating piece of crap. If you're looking for like something, you're going to find it, right? And I'm not saying that you shouldn't pay attention to red flags. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't need to create them where they don't actually exist either. Okay? Because looking for something, you're kind of already assuming that a part of you expects to find it. And when you have an expectation that you project onto a situation, that's very powerful. Right? It's like when you're manifesting something really positive or abundant, what's one of the things that they tell you, the gurus, they tell you to expect success, to move forwards as if you've already got that thing. So that's when you can positively manifest what you want, right? So what is the opposite of that? Moving forwards with the expectation that you will find something crappy out, or that you will not get what you want. So then you're not going to get, you're going to project that, and that will be what occurs. Okay. Believe in the impossible, though. It's interesting. There's something that it's like you don't have very much faith, and it's because of past experiences that you've had that have caused you grief, right? That 5 of Cups. You could also there could be someone that you're involved with that has like a level of confidence that is a little bit intimidating to you. Because then there's the Page of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. Like you could feel like a little bit like there's still a lot for you to learn or something in a particular connection, or something about the energy of this person or what they reflect at you in yourself. They could be very inspiring, for instance. And so that can trigger you one of 2 ways. It can trigger you to be inspired to step into your own greatness and potential. Or it could scare you, or it could cause you to be very critical about all the ways that you perceive yourself to have fallen short of your potential or not be enough, right? And depending on which way you allow yourself to be triggered, it's gonna influence how you engage with that opportunity and whether you actually get something positive out of it. But there's something here where I feel like right now you're kind of like, I doubt it. Not only do I doubt it, but that'll happen when, when hell freezes over, when pigs fly. Like there's something you quite literally are currently labeling as like, no, that's probably impossible. And Spirit is saying, believe in the impossible. The 9 of Pentacles. But believe in yourself. Believe that something can be a success because you change the way that you see yourself within the context of the opportunity or relationship. Because looking for, like, this is coming from a place of fear and insecurity. The need to do this, right? That's coming, the mistrust is coming from a place of personal fear and insecurity. And so that's not power. So the belief in what you put yourself towards or into, the belief starts with your belief in you, not your belief in the other person to carry the relationship through. Not in your belief in, destiny will bring it to me. If it's for me, then it's just, I can't fuck it up. But you can fuck up your destiny if you don't approach it in alignment, right? Your destiny will always align with you, but then oftentimes, like, it does call you to step up into it, right? And so you have to have that faith in your own capacity to frame things in such a way where you actually allow success to be a possibility in your mind. Right? I get it, honestly. I do get it. Okay. Tell me about the 9 of Pentacles. There's also something potentially with a relationship that you're struggling to believe that it can work because there's an element of Yeah, like financial insecurity, or it's like you would need, there's a physical element, like you would need to move, or you would need to have more money, or you would have to have more physical freedom, like less physical limitations to make something work, is what you're believing. I feel like in the near future you are receiving that. And it's almost like this could be a test from spirit onto you then, where it's like they're like, we're going to relieve some of your personal insecurities and see if that changes how you approach this. Or if even with this like boost, you still approach something from a place of fear. It almost feels like that. There is something where you're going to have genuine, and you can't fake energy, so it has to be genuine belief in something. That again, it starts with belief in yourself. And I feel like there's something, it's just a way of looking at the future that needs to be dropped. It's very well established. This could have been very influenced by people around you in your physical, I don't know, your family, your friends. Maybe you don't have a lot of support around you surrounding your dreams and goals. You haven't felt supported in something, King of Wands in reverse, and it's made you feel a little insecure looking towards the future. It's almost giving this energy of like, I keep looking towards the future and it never happens, you know? And that's because there's something you're not actually doing. You're not making something happen. You're just looking at the future and saying, I don't believe it will happen, or you're testing where it's at in the present instead of actually like applying yourself. And then you're getting frustrated that it's not going anywhere. But it's because you're not being honest with yourself about actually being invested. You're more invested in a lack of hope and a fear around this, and a disbelief that it can be possible. So that is what needs to be dropped. And any behavior patterns or like habits or routines, anything practical that adds to that personal insecurity, I feel like that needs to be dropped in order to truly nurture this belief in yourself and feeling genuinely good about yourself. For some of you, you need to be like living on your own, or like in your own, or at least you need to have like a solid amount of time every day to be in your own space, not influenced by energies around you. So you can see how you really feel about yourself, your own capacity, and the potential of a situation. Okay, what is this growth that's coming in that is new for Scorpio? The Hermit. That guy has been popular. He's come out in a lot of the... So there is time that you're spending with yourself here, working on letting go of the way that you have been perceiving your potential, your future, the direction that your life can grow, the extent to which your life can grow. I feel like you're kind of like, you're becoming aware of some glass ceilings here that have been influencing you, and it's through introspection. Specifically looking directly at something, though, that has been influencing you that you weren't fully recognizing or admitting how it's been influencing a particular situation. So this is you being humble and very honest with yourself and doing the self-introspection work to grow. Because there's something here, Scorp, where the proof's in the pudding. My grandma always says that. It's like an old school. The proof is in the action. The proof is in what is produced. It's not like you can talk all day about being something. But if someone looks at you and you're not actually embodying those traits, or your actions do not align with what you're claiming to be, well, then you're not really that thing, right? Like, you might say that you are, but if you're not embodying and expressing yourself as such, then that's an illusion. And I feel like there's something here where here you are with death. You have grown, transformed, and shifted in a lot of ways, but there's something here where there's an illusion. Something where you told yourself that you had a rebirth, or something had really changed drastically within you, but there's something that didn't apply to. It's like you were telling yourself that you dropped an energetic weight, that you had stopped investing in something that feels heavy, and that you had alleviated an internal tension. But that internal tension is still there, and it's the cause for this. It's the cause for this, like, hidden agenda. It's because that conflict is still there. Asking for proof instead of trusting, or projecting doubt instead of belief. So I think that's what the Hermit is going to be taking a very good and hard, honest look at. And once you're honest with yourself about this, that's when the shift can actually happen. And that's when the growth and even the outcome that you maybe are really not expecting can take place. Okay? Whether that is a specific relationship growing and going in a positive direction, or whether that is you, like, moving in a positive direction with yourself that is going to align you with the right partner. It's that's what I'm seeing. Okay. All right, Scorpio, I love you. And I'm gonna move on to Sagittarius. Sag's energy. My throat. Okay. Weird. Show me the energy Sag is in right now that is relevant and wanting to be highlighted here. Okay. Wow. You are being real with yourself, huh? So real with yourself. Oh, you love that. I really need air. Okay. All right. Now, what's coming up next in Sag's life here? What is that in the reverse? I don't think any of the other cards are in reverse. Okay. Let's see. And what is a new experience for Sag here? In regards to love. Or all right. Okay. So check something. All right, Sagittarius. Hi, Sag. What's up? What up, gangstas? I hope you guys are doing really fabulous. So let's take a look at what's happening now, what's happening next, what's coming in new, what's coming in hot. Let's just see what's going on for you. Okay, so the energy that you are coming out in is the vampire, but you are in the upright or light attributes of this archetype. So it says, makes you aware that someone or something is draining your life force. Okay. Not optimal, but better to know than to not know, obviously. So that's good. Okay. While I shuffle your tarot deck, I'm just going to see if anything intuitive comes through about that, because I'm wondering if is this something that you have outgrown, that you're still holding on to or invested in some way? I heard catering to in some way that is depleting you. If there's someone else involved in this, and that is, you know, if it is a someone that is draining your life force, it just feels like this is someone who has some codependency stuff going on, and maybe is also like chronically negative, or like a chronic complainer, like someone who is always looking at the glass as half empty, not half full, right? Which very much flies in the face of your general vibe most of the time. You're pretty much like optimistic, sometimes to the point of delusion, you know, and it works for you. It works for you. Not to say that you're always delusional, but it's like, you know when to have that crazy amount of faith into something or in something, and to apply yourself to it. Because I think that's how your intuition kind of speaks to you, is like when you feel really impulsively called to just like believe in something. And to anyone outside of you, it might look like blind faith, or it might look like there's this meme. It's a meme with Angelina Jolie, and it's like, that won't work. And she's like, it will, I'm crazy, you know? And she has like these crazy eyes. And I feel like that's very Sagittarian. Okay, can you tell me more about what is, well, the Five of Pentacles. Okay. No, it's too many. What is causing the Five of Pentacles, though? Or what is the Five of Pentacles tied to? Well... okay. I don't love this message. Is that the message, though? It is the message. Okay. If this isn't your message, then it's not your message. But this is very clear, Sag. There's something that is absolutely depleting you. For many of you, it is in the form of another person, because 2 court cards came out to clarify what the cause of this Five of Pentacles energy is. Could be a masculine, doesn't need to be, but these are 2 knights. The Knight of Wands and the Knight of Pentacles, both in reverse. Okay. This is an energy that you could have bonded with initially if they approached you like this. I could see you being very drawn if it was someone who has a lot of charisma or is is fiery or independent or spontaneous maybe, or someone who is, I'm getting like less than an actual physical attractiveness. It's like their spirit. Their fiery, passionate spirit, someone who's convicted about things. They may have come in with a really strong, like they may have come in strong introduction, whether this was like an interpersonal relationship or someone that you are working with, whatever role they play in your life. This kind of is someone who comes in and presents as being grounded, as being just reliable, passionate, but like that passion has clear direction. And you know, this energy is like very empowered and passionate, but also grounded enough to take action towards those things and make them happen. So it's a very exciting, spontaneous kind of energy, right? But I feel like the truth of whatever this energy is, or maybe they were that initially in their dynamic with you, but over time it's turned into this kind of thing. This is just very, well, let's clarify those before I say too much. What's the Knight of Wands in reverse? The Nine of Swords. Okay. Yeah, so due to emotional immaturity and personal insecurity, this could be someone who actually like used you, right? It's like they came in and presented as confident, but you weren't faking your confidence. And that was the difference. So then over time, perhaps this person's insecure nature was kind of like they faked it until they kind of couldn't. And it feels like their anxiety took over and they may have started responding or reacting from a very like volatile or immature, unstable, or just like aimless kind of place. Or they could have resorted to like a very superficial kind of engagement with you, like, I don't know, like empty lust, or the kind of lust that just like needs constant validation because it's insecure, so it scatters its energy and disempowers itself by like sprinkling, you know, itself all over. It would be like someone who's insecure, so they need to talk to, like, they need to hit up like 15 girls DMs a day because their own personal insecurity, and every like little hit of validation, it's like that's the thing. They're not confident in themselves, so the validation that they seek is external, and they have to keep on seeking that to get that hit. So they're not, this is someone who's like not really doing the work to stabilize themselves and break out of their own toxic behaviors. So then they're not moving forwards, and it feels like even if you were aligned and moving forwards with someone, they might have just gone off the rails, and their anxiety might have taken over the situation and caused them to really revert to some unhealthy behavior. That might not be like who this person is ultimately, but I feel like that's how they've been behaving, and you're realizing that it's taken a toll on you and that their current way of showing up is very draining and limiting to you. Okay. Okay, so coming next in life for you here, or something that's coming up, you have this Moon in Gemini card of adaptability. And then something new that is taking place in your life, you have this card of miracles. Interesting. What's this Gemini Moon adaptability? There's a new way of thinking about something that leads to a new way of approaching something. So it could be that you're not cutting something or someone out of your life. Like you're not creating a big dramatic tower moment. You're not getting defensive. You're showing up still for something or someone. Maybe like, let's say this is a friend or like a family member. This is just you honoring yourself and your own energy so that you could still show up for this person, support them and give to them, but it's like recognizing where they're at in their life right now and the way that that is influencing you when you get too involved in their energy. It's stagnating you as well, right? So I feel like it's just, you could just reassess the situation. And if this was like a romantic partner, then maybe you're like, we can still be friends. I can still talk to you sometimes, but like, I can't be sharing my intimate sexual energy with you because that is an energy exchange and it's not one that is favorable to me, right? For me. It's something that is consuming my energy or my life force, but not giving anything back, therefore draining me. But so the adaptability would be, I can still honor you while honoring myself as well. I just have to adapt and maybe strengthen my boundaries and know like, okay, well, I can engage with you, but not when you're being super reckless or not if you're being disrespectful. But something does have to change and you're aware of this. There is an element of emotional attachment that you have to whatever this is, though, this thing that is somewhat draining you a bit at this time. So what's this adaptability? But you also have the ability to see it different ways. Yeah, the Two of Swords. You have the ability to see it different ways. I feel like whatever this is, it's on thin ice right now. It's like that cord is like, that rope is very close to being cut. There's something that's in a bit of a precarious situation. And if you want it to continue, if you want to like save what's left of it, it feels like there just needs to be an adaptation in the approach or how you particularly view it. I'm channeling this, there's this quote. Will I be able to find it? Let's see. It is... Crap. Okay, I think it's... Yeah, okay, I found it. Where did that go? Okay, so it is this quote: forgiveness requires a sense that bad behavior is a sign of suffering rather than malice. So in order to adapt to the situation and not maybe be resentful or, you know, angry about, like, in other words, not move forward seeing yourself as a victim or being angry about what is being taken from you, I think that there's a reframing and so that you can forgive this person's actions and that, or the way that they're showing up. It doesn't mean, again, that it's okay to just carry on. Like something does need to change, right? It can't keep going this way. But you have a decision whether you look at this person one way or the other. You can look at them and make them the worst villain in the world, right? And they might be, but you can look at them and you can say that person is so toxic. Their actions, their behavior is coming from a place of malice. They're evil, they're demonic, they want my downfall. They're consciously making choices with that intention or motivation. But 99% of the time, that's not true. 99% of the time, people who are acting out, they are suffering internally. And that's not an excuse, okay? I can't clarify enough that that is not a reason to allow someone to like abuse or deplete you. However, it can give context that makes it easier to deal with the situation, that makes it easier for you to not absorb or like take their actions or behavior personally, right? So if a romantic interest ghosts you or tells you, oh yeah, I just want to sleep with a bunch of people or something, it's like you're able to recognize where that's coming from within them and how it doesn't have to do with you. And so you can adapt your thinking and how you engage with this person, where you manage your expectations maybe, but you can still remain soft or like in your own personal integrity. Okay. What is this miracle that is happening that's new? It's interesting because this is a difficult message to give, because you have to have discernment to know what is appropriate and what is not, and you have to be honest with yourself about red flags and where your boundaries are. You cannot self-abandon. However, unconditional love and patience and radical acceptance of yourself and others where they are at, wherever they're at, is the most powerful and healing force of anything. It's extremely powerful. More so powerful even when you're offering that to someone who is really not expecting it or doesn't believe that they deserve it, you know? If there's someone that sees themselves as, like, let's say this person, they have these insecurities, they don't think that they have that much to offer, or they don't have a strong belief in themselves, so they show up in this half-assed way because in their mind maybe they're like, well, I'm never fully investing myself, so then I never fully like me not getting what I want or me losing in situations isn't a true reflection, because it's like I never put myself fully in it to begin with anyways, right? Or like, oh, they misunderstood me, but it's because I hid this huge part of myself and they never knew me to begin with. So then there's this like illusion of, well, I avoided rejection because I never really fully opened up to begin with or something, right? Really what you did, or what someone does by withholding parts of themselves, is like, well, you're not ever allowing someone to truly fall in love with all of you or show up or decide that that is what they want and claim it, because you're never really showing it. So there's something here where I feel like the way that you adapt and how you choose to, and it is your choice, your free will. But some of you are going to opt to try to show some grace here, because this person does matter to you. And it's like you do see that they're hurting, and you do have an awareness of that and patience for it. But you also have this awareness and maturity that you have to take care of yourself. You can't like allow someone to deteriorate you because of where they are currently at, right? So again, it's just showing up in a different way. But I do see that the way you choose to show up, it has a profound effect on the situation. Like when someone is showing up in like the least attractive ways, or if they're showing up and they're like, oh, someone already believes that I'm just like non-committal, or someone already thinks that I'm a liar or that I'm lazy, so let me just like, why would I put in the effort to prove them wrong? I'm just going to show up as the worst of myself because they already think that of me anyways, right? It's coming from a non-harmonious internal state, that way of thinking, right? But if you choose to still see that person, like not as the way they're choosing to act now, but as what they're truly capable of, that can have a really big effect on someone. And even if you just let them know that you truly see them, but then you have healthy boundaries on how much access you give them, right? It can be powerful. So I don't know, some of you will choose to go that route and offer a little bit of grace here. Not at your own expense, though. It's just you recognize, yeah, you recognize that you're not in the same state of anxiety and like self-limitation and insecurity that this person is in. You're in a place of genuine emotional fulfillment. So you have something to offer that can make a difference. And I think that when you offer it, there's some sort of truth that is made clear in the situation. And it does bring through a really positive outcome with this Nine of Cups, like a wish granted with that miracle card there. And it's something that you're not expecting. So whether that wish granted has anything to do with like this thing that's draining your energy or whether it's something different, I see that coming through for you. Okay. Let's see what's going on in love. Okay, so coming up next in love, you have this full moon in Virgo card. You are good enough. And then what is new that's coming in is this card, which says the path. The path. You're ready to experience something that can pour into you with the fullness and the richness and the confidence that you pour into it without you needing to feel like you have to exact like appreciation. It's something that like cherishes you. This is someone who cherishes you because you're seeing that in yourself. You're seeing how much there is to love about you. You're seeing how much heart you have. There's something that's happening though. You're not anticipating it. It's like you're setting yourself on, there's something that in terms of your love life, there's a whole new reality that you're ready to experience. Like you've been in this landscape and it does require a bit of a climb, like to go through that portal, but it's a whole new world in there. And it's a world where you don't question your own worthiness. And neither do your romantic potentials. Because you are seeing and carrying and embodying yourself in that energy, that is how you are also being received and honored by your romantic partners, it feels like. So tell me more about this. You are good enough. You could be healing something, a way that you've been very critical of yourself, specifically maybe in regards to relationships. Like if something fails or someone comes in one way, presenting themselves one way, and then like switches up and they become unstable, you could take it on as like, oh, that was my fault, I messed that up. Or I don't know, I feel like you're carrying something that's not yours to carry though, or you have in this past phase. Now you're making choices from a place of seeing your value and knowing that like, no, you're not perfect, but that doesn't mean that you're not good enough to experience like the love of a lifetime. You are. You're meant to. The love of the lifetime that you're meant to experience isn't going to be with someone who makes you question whether or not you are good enough for it or not. That'll be your first sign that that ain't it. The Eight of Wands and the Moon in reverse. I feel like you are getting Clear communication. What was this? I feel like this is also you. This is first and foremost you. It's like you're making choices from this sovereign place of being in dominion over your own life. So here it's like, even if I choose to offer you grace and understanding, it's with boundaries so that I can't be drained and exploited and used. I choose to offer you a gift, but maybe I'll take like the amount of energy that I know I'm willing to offer you. I'll put it in a box with a big bow on top, and I'll give it to you. But you don't get to drain me excessively. I don't need to fully cut you off, but I'm making decisions from a place of I dictate my energy. Nobody comes in and just drains me, right? And it's because you know what you deserve and desire. So, but I see you here with the Eight of Wands and the Moon in reverse. It's like you are being very clear in your communication. And the Eight of Wands is Mercury in Sagittarius. I see you being super clear and revealing some things. So you could be actually sharing with someone how their behavior is draining to you because it's destabilizing, or like their own doubt about themselves that they project into the situation creates an instability that's not necessary, or something like that. But I feel like you're quite clearly communicating, not in like a way where you're speaking down to someone, but you're kind of saying, this is the energy that my baseline is, and anything that pulls me out of it kind of deteriorates my life force energy. So I can still show up for you, but if you're coming in bringing a lot of drama, or if you're offloading onto me, or you're making choices that are selfish or not considerate of me, and it's adding like strife to my life, essentially, I can't give you access if that's what you're bringing. Because I know how excessively abundant and expansive my energy is and how powerful it is. And it's not meant to be given to this kind of vibe here. Something that's just going to use it but not actually appreciate the gift that it's being given, or something that's going to create complications or strife. What is the path here? The Nine of Swords in reverse. I feel like you're just saying it. You're like, look, I am happy. I'm fulfilled. The path forwards looks bright. Doesn't mean I'm perfect, but I've got a pretty clear perspective on, what I desire, what I deserve, what my boundaries are, what I have to offer, what I require to be reciprocated to me, to have a specific type of intimate relationship, right? And these two things don't exist simultaneously. Can't be in a state of easy bliss and fulfillment and also be super stressed out and ruminating in your mind simultaneously. So that's why it's nothing personal, but it's like, if you're in this energy and that's your baseline, and someone's coming in with this energy being all erratic and like projecting their own shit onto you, then yeah, that takes away from this beautiful experience that you're having. So it feels like the path you're choosing is one that you're actually already aligned with. You're just more fully choosing it and committing to it, and you're kind of being very clear with sacrifices that you will make to maintain that internal state of moderation and regulation that allows you to flow with ease into abundance and expansion, to see yourself clearly and not question yourself, to live a life that is exciting and that can, be spontaneous and move at a rapid pace and be adventurous. But the reason you can live a life like that is because you are in control of yourself. You're in dominion of yourself. You are the stable element. you're the common denominator. So you can be spontaneous because you're solid in yourself and you're carrying that solidity into your experiences, right? Okay. So I really love that, but I see you being very clear with either someone that you're already involved with or just new partners. It's like you have a new standard here. Because I feel like something has not been nurturing your feminine energy. It's been throwing you off balance in that way specifically, and that's coming to light, that you've actually healed a particular fear. I think you've healed the fear of not being good enough. So now even if someone's behavior, if before that may have triggered you again into like being very critical or being like, oh, they're treating me this way because I'm not the empress, right? Because I don't have that much to give, whatever. It's like, no, it was more likely happening because of this, because you radiate this energy and it has an influence on people around you that aren't as sure of themselves or don't feel like they can keep up with you in your growth and expansion. Anything else? No. Yeah. I just see you not giving a lot of energy to people who are like emotionally unavailable. Basically, this is just like, not even to be mean, but this is like, I'm offering nothing. I'm coming towards you and I'm a total charity case. Like I'm bringing nothing with me. I'm emotionally unavailable. I'm not tuned into my heart. I don't have a healthy self-concept or self-respect, which doesn't allow me to, you know, really be intimate or honest emotionally or go deep with someone in a relationship like that. It's because like the way that someone is looking towards the future and moving towards it is just fully embodying all of these insecurities that they have, and that they need to face that. That's not about you. But I think you're just looking and you're realizing like someone coming towards me with that, that in that energy is never like, well, not never, but not in that energy. They're never going to be something that carries me. Like they can't meet me in a place of emotional conviction that fuels solid, motivated, aligned movement forwards into an emotionally fulfilling and peaceful. Like this is something you're not waking up every day stressed out if your husband's cheating on you. This is like happy little nest with all the cute little chicks, like sleeping peacefully, emotional fulfillment. Again, not perfection, but like deep fulfillment, not unstable circumstances that you have to question every day, not like over giving and extending to cover someone else's insecurities. It's the 10 of Cups is accomplished when you're surrounded by your equals and everyone gives and is fulfilled. That's what makes it easy. Okay, so that's what I see, Sag. I like that you're moving into that. Obviously, that's wonderful. And I really like that you're saying it doesn't need to be completely black and white. That's telling me that I really don't think that you see this person as someone who's like abusive or like a narcissist, or although they may be showcasing some like selfish or narcissistic traits, we all do that at some point in time, just like we are all on a scale of like how empathetic we are. Well, on the other side of the empathy scale, like those are just two polarities, right? Narcissism, empath. An empath has the ability to genuinely feel what others are feeling and therefore consider them deeply and, you know, resonate with their experience. And so they can be compassionate and kind and soft. They can care about things outside of themselves, essentially, right? And that comes from having a strong sense of self, that you know that you can feel other people's stuff without losing yourself. But then, and there's different elements of that on the scale, right? There's like true empaths and then people with different levels of empathy. It's the same with narcissism. Like we all have narcissistic qualities that can come out in certain situations where we're in self-preservation mode, or we're embodying our insecurities more for whatever reason, and so we're not seeing clearly, and we might not be able to fully honor other people or be fair or considerate towards them because of that, right? It doesn't feel like you're looking at this person like that's who they are, you know? I don't think that you're looking at their actions and saying that's who they are. But at the same time, you don't want to enable that behavior because it is draining you and having a very real influence on you. And so you're finding like a middle ground where you're able to see from a non-judgmental place and still offer kindness, patience, and understanding to someone you do genuinely care about. But again, not at your own expense. Bravo, Sag. Good job, baby. All right, darlings. We're moving on to Capricorn. Moving on. Well, moving on. Is everything still going good? Because the chat stopped working, I feel like I need to just pop in and just make sure that everything's going okay here still. Looks like we're still good. Okay. Okay, so let's tune into Capricorn's energy, my Capricornian collective. Super overheating. Okay, we're still good. Okay. All right. Show me the energy Capricorn is. It's too many. What about that's too many did you not get here? Okay. It feels like I cannot drink enough water to hydrate. No matter how much water I drink, it is not enough. Okay, Capricorn. I forget who else had this card. Someone else definitely did. Okay. Why are you hiding it though? What's going on? In regards to love. Okay. Okay. All right. Hi, Capricorn. Hope you guys are doing well. All right, let's get into your reading and see what wants to be highlighted for you in life, in love. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so it's interesting because the archetype that you came out as being in right now, and this isn't the only energy you're in, obviously, but this is something that's being highlighted because it's relevant to the rest of the message. So you came out in the energy of the storyteller. Someone else got this, and I can't remember exactly who it was. Put it in the comments if you remember. But it says, the ability to experience and express life through stories and symbols. It's interesting because when I put it down, it flipped like face down. And I was getting this vibe that it's interesting. You're gaining clarity on something that is liberating you from a previous fear that you had. I feel like you're seeing something from either a higher perspective or just a completely different vantage point that's allowing something to click for you. Like someone could be sharing, I don't know, an opinion that's very different to yours. And even if you don't agree, it feels like it's opening something up. It's like allowing you to experience or express something differently than you have. But there's something that you're putting something into context and you're gaining a lot of clarity about your experience. You're seeing it, I want to say, in like a spiritual or a profound way, a symbolic way, like the big picture of something. So you could be framing a specific story in your mind or even reframing like your life story. Because you're seeing like the energetic arc of something differently. And so the narrative that you have around it is shifting as well. It's coming from a more inspired, motivated, and overall like loving or connected to your heart place. Can you tell me more about Capricorn's energy right now? The Nine of Swords. Wow. There's something that caused you anxiety for a long time, and it's kind of giving this energy of like, well, enough is enough. You're saying that something that had occurred, or maybe even just the way that you were viewing, like, again, your life story or the story surrounding a particular experience, it has just caused you more anxiety than you need. So like, let's say you had a really gnarly breakup in the past. You had really invested a lot into maybe even like joint finances, moving in with someone, whatever. And let's say they cheated on you, okay? And it fell apart. This would be something like, this is just an example, by the way, but you internalizing that as having happened because you weren't enough. And then the story that you tell yourself moving forwards from the past is disempowering, or it's fueling anxiety in future situations because you're scared that if you are taking on the responsibility for someone, like, let's say, cheating on you, which is really an issue with their own integrity and nothing to do with you, right? Then entering into a new connection, you could be anxious that like you're going to cause that again if you feel like you weren't enough, or you're taking responsibility, or you've internalized something. I feel like you've just been carrying anxiety surrounding some sort of experience and the way that you talk to yourself about that experience. And moving forwards from this point, you're not doing that anymore. You're releasing internal tension or conflict, and you're moving away from the past without that. So I can't remember who else had this, but yeah, you're essentially reframing your experience and the narrative around something so that you can move forwards with more of an optimistic focus and more of a focus on like what wisdom did I gain from that potentially challenging or difficult situation? What did that actually clear up for me? Because that situation showed me something. So it actually gave me something. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to look at it as having destabilized you or creating more conflict in your life that you have to carry forwards. You could see it as, okay, that situation showed me, I don't know, how I can pick up on red flags sooner, or something like that. But you're not taking it personally, and you're releasing some form of internal conflict or tension that's been affecting you. Specifically, it's been causing you anxiety. Okay, so something coming up next in life here. You have Moon in Sagittarius, optimism. And then a new experience coming in for you is Lakshmi with fortune. So I really love this. It's you approaching something differently, basically immediately brings in a different result than what you've experienced. Instead of projecting some form of anxiety at a situation from a conflicted internal space, you are projecting optimism and you're gaining wealth or abundance or some form of good fortune as a result. So tell me more about this optimistic approach here. I just see you wanting to feel good. Yeah. Yeah. You see the things that give you, that fuel your assuredness in yourself. And you see the things that fuel your anxious mind. You know, you see the things that, you see how doom scrolling and comparing yourself to everybody else on social media makes you feel insecure and anxious. And you see how, you know, being creative or taking, spontaneous action that makes you feel alive because you believe in yourself, like putting yourself out there, like taking healthy risks, makes you feel better about yourself. That like further establishes your belief in your own capacity rather than eating away at it. So I think you're being really clear and honest with yourself about like what adds the kind of energy or what makes the kind of energy you want your life to be built on more sustainable, and then what doesn't. And you're showing me that you want energies, you want to be surrounded by energies of love and energies that inspire you to be optimistic, not energies that give you more reason to not have faith in good things, right? But you're just becoming more clear on what those things are, it looks like. What is this fortune that's coming in for Cap? A whole bunch of cards keep flying out for you. I'm channeling Freebird by Leonard Skinner. I'm channeling that song though, Freebird, and I'm getting, it's interesting because birds often talk to me about like messages or communication, and I feel like it is your own mind and the stories you tell yourself and the tone of those stories, right? I think that the bird is your mind and you're freeing yourself from a particular cage here. And it's having a very powerful effect because it's a very powerful proclamation energetically. I'm going to make choices, actively make choices that bring more optimism into my life and allow me to see from a place that doesn't feel like ambivalent or disappointed or weighed down or like there's no color in my life, right? You're making the conscious decision to every day infuse color into your life, optimism into your life, even if it's just how you are speaking to yourself that day. You're choosing to look for the beauty and the good in life. And so you're seeing it, and then it's expanding. You're seeing the richness of your existence, and then more things to recognize as being valuable are flooding into that life. And it's happening because there is a level of sacrifice here, right? And a sacrifice or an offering is just something that creates a sacred space. Because by giving, there's that selfless energy that kind of purifies and brings sacred energy to something. So it's like the universe is realizing that the sacrifice that you're making is very real here, like that you are actively not aligning yourself with things that cause you to be conflicted and anxious and ungrounded. And you're replacing that with things that add lightness and joy to your life. I love it. I fucking love it. Look at that. It's fucking beautiful. The star and the King of Pentacles with fortune and strength and the King of Wands and optimism. Like, bitch, get out of here. You look so hot. You're doing so well. Like, just get on with your fine ass, okay? No, I'm just kidding. But this is beautiful. You're reaching for the fucking stars with the narrative in your mind that you actually have the capacity to reach the stars, and then you're reaching the stars because you dared to fucking shoot for them to begin with. But it's coming from a grounded place. It's not coming from this, like, I'm deluding myself into taking this huge leap of faith and then, like, miraculously or by luck, I'm achieving that goal. I'm getting what I wanted. It's not that. It's coming from a very grounded place. And the groundedness is in seeing yourself more clearly, because you've come out of a phase in the past where you were a little bit more insecure in your sense of self and like what exactly you have to offer, or the way that you perceive yourself and what you have to offer. You're seeing yourself in a much more optimistic way. And it's not about all that you do that makes you valuable. It's about all that you are. Okay. Okay, let's look at your love life here. I really like that. I mean, who wouldn't like that? It's gorgeous. Okay. What's coming next in your love life? You have this waning moon. What do you need to release? Maybe your anxious narratives have something to do with your love life, or your experiences or patterns of experience that you're trying to break, things that have been unfulfilling or haven't lasted with the staying power that you hoped for. And then what is new that is coming in your love life is this card of change, which looks kind of giving tower vibes here. Not bad, but it's definitely giving tower vibes. It's the thunder moon as well. Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. I don't even listen to that. Who is that? Is that Imagine Dragons? I don't know what that song is called. Is it called Thunder? I'm not sure. You guys might want to Google that song. I don't listen to Imagine Dragons, so but I'm pretty sure that's who that is. My nephew listens to them, so I have heard them blasted a couple times. I don't know why that's coming in, but okay. Tell me about this. What needs to be released? that's coming into Capricorn's awareness in the near future in regards to their love life. The Three of Swords. The Seven of Pentacles. Can I get one more? Okay, I can see what's happening here. You know that something, intuitively, you know that something is very close. As in, you could have something that you've wanted for a long time, that you've wanted quite badly. It's like there's this, it's an intuitive knowing, though. It's not something that you could pull up the receipts or prove. It's something that you feel deeply. That, like, deep, lasting emotional fulfillment is not as far away as you once thought, or had thought for the foreseeable, or a long time in the past here, maybe leading up to now. That something was out of reach or would always be out of reach. It's not. But what needs to be released that you're realizing in the near future here in regards to this part of your life, your love life, the Three of Swords, and then it came out with the Seven of Pentacles. Oh, sorry, that's the Six of Pentacles. Okay. It's, you get what you give here. So I'm seeing all of this red string as like the physical manifestation of trying to protect yourself because there has been a wound, there was a wound inflicted, and it's like the swords were still in the wound, or you were still feeling the wound. So how I was getting the energy of this, all of this red thread, is like you kind of trying to, like, it's like those cars when you see that someone has a broken window and they just like use duct tape and like plastic and just for like, this is good for now, like this is the fix, you know. It's kind of like a band-aid on a bullet wound kind of energy. But I feel like you invested in maybe some sort of behavior or habit or pattern. It could have been like a certain narrative or way of talking about the past, right? That it was meant to protect you from experiencing more pain. But you're ready to release that now so that you don't actually keep accidentally carrying the pain forward, or like feeding the pain rather than allowing it to leave. Do you know what I mean? So I asked what that investment was primarily, and it's the Six of Wands in reverse. So it is a narrative that basically is based in lack of hope or lack of faith. Or this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, the Six of Wands in reverse, that because I haven't been successful so far, I will never be successful. I will never experience that. Because I've been in the weeds or in the forest, I'll never be free of that. And with this color, it's reminding me of the throat chakra and the heart. So it's like the narrative being informed by your heart, but it's been informed by a sense of unease, disappointment, and anxiety to some degree. So that's what's shifting. That's what needs to be released. No more investing in painful narratives. Like, I don't believe that can be possible. That is what needs to be released. Okay, so what's this change that's rapidly happening here? It's a change that is new in regards to your love life, and I feel like it has, there's quite the entrance, there's quite the powerful impression made here. The Devil in reverse and the Eight of Wands. You are manifesting something impressive. It's like, I feel like, this is interesting, Cap. It's like you may be very sure about your capabilities in every area, like outside of love, but in relationships, you have this insecurity because of how you've experienced things previously. That like that's just not my forte. Maybe I should just not focus on love and just like be a boss in every other area of my life. But you're actually doing yourself a disservice by communicating to yourself that way. And you're, yeah, settling for less, doing yourself a disservice, because the truth is that you can have it all. You can have it all. But in order to have it all, you also do need to clearly communicate to the universe through releasing what you don't want. So telling the universe through letting go of certain experiences or holding on to the pain around certain experiences, through reconciling that, you're telling the universe, I'm ready for something new. And then also through having that different conversation or narrative with yourself, that's allowing you to show up in a different way too. So where you might have gone into relationships previously having this slight insecurity, being like, I'm really confident in every other area, but things never work out for me in love, let's say. That was causing you, I feel like, because you were believing that you were underdeveloped in regards to love or the heart. And so then things that were not, that wouldn't work out, things that were maybe also underdeveloped, that's what you were aligning yourself with or calling in. Now it feels like you're actively and consciously and intentionally choosing a path of confident manifestation of something that is literally going to blow you out of the water, something that is going to impress you. Not this, not something that is insecure or emotionally unavailable or apathetic or like very confused and doesn't know what they want, so then can't really offer you anything solid, right? That's not what you're aligning with anymore, but it's because you're seeing yourself as a prize in all areas of your life, including romantically as well. Because just because you haven't had success before, that just means it wasn't the time or the people weren't right. Your focus was meant to be on other areas of your life. You were meant to learn other things, but now you're ready to expand your way of thinking and to shift the way that you speak to yourself about love and relationships. And so you're going to have a drastic shift in the kind of thing that the kind of person that you align with. Like, this is like night and day. Night and day, like very, very different ends of the spectrum in regards to emotional intelligence, capacity, kindness, knowing themselves, being like capacity for intimacy, capacity for loyalty. Like the King of Cups is who you want to give your heart to. The Page of Cups in reverse is not so much. You can't trust the Page of Cups in reverse to hold your heart and not break it. You can't trust them to know who they are and what they want, so then they could change their mind about you being that thing at any time, but it has nothing to do with you. It's coming from this energy, right? So I just feel you're seeing yourself more clearly, and then you're drawing in new opportunities that they're growing at the same pace as you. Like, it's not something that is going to cause you to jump into the deep end and feel overwhelmed immediately. It's like, even if something has full capacity to be everything you've ever wanted, it's still coming in at a pace that also feels grounded and true and aligned with you as well. And that's because I think you're also recognizing your own readiness, but from a place also of being realistic, not being pessimistic, being realistic, that you're implementing some changes, and you might want to take it somewhat slow, But you do know what is worthy of you here and what is like an actual match. And you're not settling for anything less, which we love. All right, Cappy, we're moving on to Aqua. I love you, darlings. Okay. Let's move on to Aquarius. Okay. I need like some form of support that I'm not getting here. Lumbar or something. Can I? I need to do something. Okay, yes. Oh, that's so much better. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. That's wonderful. Why didn't I do that before? Okay. All right, Aqua babes. Let's see. Hope you guys are doing okay out there in the internet world. Okay. Do I have enough room? Yeah. All right. Show me Aquarius. Oh, that feels so much better. Gave my spine new life. New life. More life. Fucking Drake. Okay. Aquarius. Oh. Oh. Okay. This is pretty interesting. Okay. Words to love. Loud and clear. Over and out. All right. Spirit coming in with the megaphone for you. Here, a little bit. Love it. All right, Aqua babies. Let's see. Hi, Aqua. How are you doing, darlings? I hope you're doing wonderful. So let's take a look here. First, we're just going to look at the energy archetype that you're coming up as being in. Obviously, this is not the complete manifestation of your being. Excuse me, but it's something that they want to highlight. So it's something that you're embodying that is important, or, you know, in relation to the rest of the reading. So you got 2 cards. The first one is Saboteur. It came out in the upright, so it's the light attributes of this energy. It says, highlights your fear of self-empowerment and the changes it would bring to your life. And then it came out with the Advocate in the shadow attributes, which says, embracing negative causes or committing to causes for personal gain. That would be rather sabotaging activity now, wouldn't it? Both of these cards are green, so for some of you this has to do with matters of the heart. But basically, babe, what's happening here is that you're being called into greater embodiment and expression of all that you are. And there's something prompting deeper levels of self-development and self-empowerment, but it requires changes to step into that version of yourself. And then you also have to be aware of the things that, like how your life itself will change once you implement that shift in behavior as well. So if you stop giving to things that are self-destructive or that undermine you or others, or, you know, what you're trying to achieve, right? Projects or something like that, or relationships, then that's going to have massive implications for your life. So there's something here about that also. But it's interesting. You're realizing, I feel like your heart is showing you, or else some of you have a spirit guide or a friend who's just like, they're the one who is going to tell you, they're going to tell you the truth because they love you. Like, the people that love you don't lie to you to keep you comfortable. They're going to tell you the hard truths because that's tough love, because they genuinely want the best for you. So they're not going to like enable toxic or self-defeating or sabotaging behaviors in you, right? There's a guide who's either leading you into a level of deeper self-empowerment through showing you where you might be. You maybe embrace or commit to things that are just not serving you, like negative causes. It's just stuff that doesn't inspire you to open your heart and move from a place of compassion and openness and receptivity. Anything that does not grant you that is coming through as you're becoming aware of that that it kind of is destructive in nature, because it's not allowing you to become empowered or abundant in the way that you're kind of being called to right now, beckoned out into. Okay. For some of you, though, you know how much making a certain choice or choosing a specific path, like really claiming and being disciplined and devoted to, like being all in on a specific path, you are blatantly aware of how much that will change your life. And there's this comfort level of being intimidated basically by your own power, right? That's what often causes us to self-sabotage, is we are afraid of our own greatness. We don't know if we can reach it. We don't know if we can sustain it. We don't know if we're going to achieve something and then it's going to be taken away from us. And so all of these reasons and many more, for all these reasons and many more, a lot of people choose to stay small. They resist their own greatness and what their higher self is asking of them, because it's an internal call. The call is coming from inside the house. It's when you feel called to either to walk away from something that intuitively or instinctively you just know is not supportive of you. It's not leading you into receiving what you deserve, or it's not helping you see yourself clearly. It's not inspiring you in a positive way. Or it's causing like you to devolve rather than evolve. Some of you guys are still a little bit stubbornly resisting letting go of things that they don't really support the version of yourself that you need to step into to achieve the thing that you're kind of meant to create next in your life. And someone in your life, either a physical being that really sees your potential, your power, and sees that like now is, there's something about right now where you're primed for success if you see yourself clearly and put in the work to take a leap and achieve something. You can have it all. But it's like they're looking and they're like, you're not getting what you deserve because you're not actually invested in it. Like, it's like someone saying, I can't win. And it's like, well, you never tried. So of course, right? Like, yes, naturally, you're not going to get that if you don't actually try, if you don't truly assert yourself. If you actually resist the thing that you want, then it's probably not going to effortlessly come into creation or form, right? I can laugh about this because the backwardsness of it all is something that I did to myself for a very long time and still occasionally do. So don't get it twisted. I am definitely not judging you. I'm just laughing because I'm like, well, that is relatable. Even though it makes no fucking sense, it's relatable and it's just a human thing, honestly. Okay, anything else about this energy here that Aqua's in? There's something, though, it's interesting that you got the Advocate in reverse because, yeah, you guys are very humanitarian. Oftentimes you do not have a problem seeing, like, getting involved in causes that are bigger than you. Like, you don't do things strictly for selfish purposes. You definitely see outside of yourself and you apply yourself to causes that require compassion, or like you to help others or whatever. So it's interesting that the Advocate came out in reverse because it's like there's something that your generous spirit and heart is nudging you to give to compassionately, but there's a resistance, like a stubborn resistance that's coming through around how you show up for this opportunity. And it's specifically how you physically apply yourself, like the physical effort, discipline, determination, and presence and investment that you actually put into something. That's what I'm seeing as the resistance. So what's coming next in your life here is this, what is this? Mercury in Taurus with resistance. But then what's new for you coming up in your life is this Spider Woman card that says co-creation. So it's like there is something that is calling you out into a state of abundant co-creation. There's a force that wants to create something abundant and expansive with you. Now, whether this is just like I said, you're in a particularly abundant pocket of time where it's very possible for you to, if you can dissolve past resistance or limitations, like preconceived limitations, you can leap out into a new timeline that's very abundant and you can create something with the surrounding energies. Or if this is an actual like form, like an archetype in human form, then it's someone that wants to work with you. They want to create a relationship with you. They want to create a project, something, but it's abundant. But there's this Taurian kind of stubborn resistance to how you engage with whatever this is. And I'm wondering where that comes from. Have you been taken advantage of recently or before? Like when you showcased your most compassionate, patient, and generous side? Was that like exploited? I'm hearing you were made to feel stupid for doing that. I don't like that. You put yourself out there to offer kindness and someone made you feel like an idiot for it? And I don't like that. Or did you just judge yourself for it after the fact and be like, stupid, why didn't I see that for what it was sooner? I don't know, but I don't like the feeling that experience left you with. So I kind of understand this hesitation to open up and fully put yourself into something. But this is a different situation that you're in now. But you're carrying the weight of something that didn't succeed, or something that not only didn't succeed, but maybe also like wasn't reciprocated, just took from you and kind of drained you, maybe like something you had pure intentions towards that you felt like you gave a lot and were left out in the cold here. Yeah, because it's like this feeling of like embarrassment almost. Like feeling stupid for having been, I don't know, like fooled about the truth of someone's integrity or intentions towards you. Or it could be anything. It could even be like a business scam or something that you invested in. I don't know. It doesn't have to be about a relationship. But tell me more about this resistance that's coming up next. I see it coming up to the surface though. It's a part of this, right? Highlights your fear of self-empowerment. So what's being highlighted is your resistance, which is the form that fear is taking. The form that your fear of self-empowerment and making those changes and putting yourself out there again, the form that that's taking is internal resistance, or you feeling like you're digging your heels in. And maybe like, I'm feeling like there's this energy of not really cooperating, or it's like being difficult. Being difficult, like you know you're being rigid or stubborn, or like you can feel yourself or hear yourself, or you're witnessing yourself being that way. And I don't feel like you want to be that way. But it's almost coming through as like something that is a reaction that's coming out of you, not something you're choosing. And that's why it's being highlighted, because it is self-sabotaging. Yeah. So you aren't aware of this resistance, but you're being made aware. And I think it's a resistance of the heart, like a resistance of investing, like really giving a shit about something and claiming it. Like, yeah. The sacred masculine in reverse and death. Holy shit. There's something you haven't learned about embodying your divine masculine energy and what it feels like to move within that and embody and express that in an empowered way. There's something that is wanting to take completely new shape, like die and be reborn. And it is this part of your masculine energy that has been manifesting in an insecure way. It's been cutting itself down, actually. It has actually been undermining. It's like your own masculine energy has been undermining you in some way. This resistance that happens, and it's like you see it or you hear it happening, but you can't really explain why. That's being highlighted to you because there's something that you want to create. And I think that you've been frustrated because you keep running up against this internal resistance, even though there's something that you want. And you might feel like it is a good fit for you with the Lovers. It kind of reflects the best of you. But the Lovers also, whether that's about a relationship or just like an important choice that you're making to invest in something, the Lovers is an energy that will challenge you. It's not like a relationship that you get into that's just like, oh yeah, it's a walk in the park every day. Like the Lovers has an energy of profound depth. It has an energy of showing you yourself in a way that does feel uncomfortable, or seeing through you, seeing your greatest potential and your greatest wounds, your greatest fears and insecurities, and your greatest gift and power. You know, it sees you fully, so it feels uncomfortable. So maybe you're resisting something that you feel like a little exposed within, whether that's a relationship or it could be like a role of leadership that asks you to like put yourself out there in a way that feels uncomfortable, so you undermine yourself by maybe investing in things that are causes, or yeah, just investments that either waste your time or they sabotage your ultimate efforts towards what you truly desire. It's just coming through as like energy wasters, yeah, that keep you suspended or stuck. You're resisting what's required of you to give, though, physically. Like there's a level of whatever you want to create here, and whatever wants to create with you to make that happen. It requires like Taurian energy, the Six of Coins in reverse. It requires, you're resisting the physical investment. You're resisting like disciplining yourself to remove obstacles that, you know, don't allow you to focus on your true goals, to remove things that like waste your energy or scatter or confuse you. And then to be like, to define the commitment and to be devoted and disciplined to show up with time, energy, effort consistently. Like that's what's needed to accomplish most goals, right? Like the actual effort and application of time, energy, right? Like if you want to get something out of something, well, most times you have to give something as well. You have to put effort in to co-create something. So, but it's like the resistance is around that. It's around the physical investment that something requires. What's this co-creation? Liberation. Okay. Let's talk about it. So, okay. So, my loves, my sweet, sweet, beautiful loves. For a lot of you, this definitely does have to do with the heart, with all that green, like I kind of said. I think the resistance to giving to something, like to fully putting the time, effort, and investment in, is because you're looking at it without believing that you will actually get a return from that investment. So it's kind of coming through as like you don't really have hope or faith in something. What you really don't have complete hope or faith in is in yourself, which is why this self-sabotaging, undermining yourself behavior is creeping through, right? And it might just be an aspect of yourself that you don't have faith in, right? Not like your whole self, but there's something you don't really, it's interesting because you're twisting it with your Aquarian intelligence. I'm a Mercury in Aquarius. I'm on to you. You're twisting it in a deceiving kind of way in your mind, because what this requires of you scares you. That in order to create this, liberation is required. This is the Judgment card. It's Plutonian energy. Yes, you stepping into the self-empowerment and embodiment of yourself required to co-create whatever this is, it does require you to reconcile who you have been and then make the appropriate changes to stop sabotaging in the same ways, right? Or like just be honest with yourself. Like the first step to change is admitting your own bullshit, right? Like, why is the change honestly not happening? Like, let's be honest with ourselves here. No change can happen until you're real with yourself, right? So, and that's for everybody, like everybody included. You have to be honest with yourself. And that's what humility is. Humility is the ability to be completely honest with yourself no matter what. Even if the truth is what you don't want it to be. But I feel like you're aware of what this asks of you. And you're resistant of it, but you're framing it in your mind like, I know that I'm not going to, like, it's not worth investing because that investment's going to be wasted because I'm not going to actually get that investment back. Something's not going to return the investment. So why would I bother even putting the effort in, you know? But really under the surface, I think you're scared of what it's asking of you. So you're just framing it like, oh, it's not a worthy investment. I'm resistant of that because I don't think that. And it's like, that's actually bullshit. I'm here to tell you that is absolute bullshit. This will give back to you. And it is abundant and wants to be created with you, but it is beckoning you into an uncomfortable place of self-empowerment and personal evolution, which you're uncomfortable with because of what it's asking you to be honest with yourself about. So these cards came out after and they explained this. The Seven of Swords in reverse, right? There's an illusion that needs to be seen for what it really is. And I think that you've been telling yourself that you're at peace with moving forwards towards the things that call to your heart. Maybe you've been telling yourself, I am at peace and I am connected and emotionally available. And, you know, I listen to my intuition. I let my heart guide me. I'm open. I'm available. But if that opportunity requires true vulnerability from you or something that forces you to look at the places that you perceive to be weaknesses within yourself, then that's when the sabotaging comes in. You don't put in the effort or the energy. You stop pushing for something and you start creating chaos, conflict, tension, drama. You do things that undermine your forward movement. That's where the flip happens. It has something to do with you being truly emotionally devoted, invested, and, you know, open. And this is the part of you that you doubt, the King of Cups. So that's why when all that the King of Cups is required of you in an opportunity, you stop applying yourself and you actually start throwing in resistance, things that actually create issues in the very thing that you were trying or claiming to try to move towards, right? So the things that you're not having, the parts of yourself that you're not having faith in here, that are being asked to be more embodied and empowered, it's like you need to have faith in your own ability to emotionally regulate yourself, faith in your own intuition, that you can trust what your more subtle, quiet voices and nudges are telling you, that that's coming from a place within you that is you, that wants the best for you, right? There's an emotional intelligence with the King of Cups. It's a patience. It's a willingness to not assume or jump to conclusions because you're not projecting your own emotional state onto others, because you are regulated and in mastery of your own emotional state. So you can see clearly what is yours and what is not. And you know when to share yourself intimately and vulnerably and when that would be wasted. You can discern that clearly, whereas right now you're not discerning that clearly. Your discernment is coming from a place of fear, which means it's not discernment at all, just in this particular area of your life. And it has to do with something that requires you to be vulnerable from the heart. But there is this illusion where you've kind of convinced yourself that you're at peace with what is required, maybe like for an intimate relationship or to have like a healthy, I don't know, and it doesn't even have to just be romantic, right? If there is no openness of the heart or belief in your relational capacity, then it's going to be very difficult to have healthy relationships with anyone of any sort. So this isn't coming up and being shown to be like, you suck. Look at all the ways that you're fucking up your life. It's coming in because spirit doesn't want you to keep on running up against this wall and like hitting yourself with this resistance. They want you to create what's actually for you, but also be in a state and a space where you are embodying the version of yourself confidently that can sustain and hold that, so that the negative outcome that you might assume does not actually end up being what happens. Okay. So in regards to your love life, so coming up next, you have this have faith in your dreams card. And then something new in your love life, you have this card, which also says faith. So you have faith in your dreams and then faith. I'm feeling like they want you to have faith. Intuitively, this is coming to me. Sorry. I'll stop being a butthead. I'm receiving the message from my guides. Something about faith. Not sure where I'm getting that from, guys. Okay. So again, like this is in regards to the openness of your heart, because now we're actually looking at your love life, right? Yeah, there's a huge cycle that wants to close for you. You're meant to see the cycle clearly so that you can integrate the wisdom from it, but then phase out of it. Like this is an era that wasn't meant to last forever. You weren't meant to like keep learning the same lesson over and over again because you keep sabotaging and over again, right? So again, it's not punishment that this is coming to your awareness. It's coming to your awareness so that when you know better, you can do better. Because the past phase here, the past phase was you did show up from a place of insecurity and fear in regards to relationships, which did not allow you to be regulated, empowered, confident from the heart. It didn't allow you to be authentically emotionally available and committed and devoted the ways that you wanted to, because there was all this fear and stuff that needed to be worked out under the surface. And so the experiences that you had, I feel like, were disappointing. They weren't fulfilling. But now I feel like there is a love that is not meant to bring you grief. It's not something that you need to be defensive against. But in order to see it clearly and not create resistance around what it is that you actually do want and deserve, you have to kind of see yourself clearly, see it clearly. You've worked through more of your fears than you realize. I think you just need to integrate the wisdom from the lessons you learned from the era where you approached things from, you know, maybe overthinking things when you needed to just experience or be present and engaged from the heart. There's something about giving your intuition and your emotions more room, though, that's necessary. You tell me about this, well, have faith in your dreams. So there's something in the near future here that is requiring you to act from a place of faith, not a place of resistance. To put your energy towards moving something forwards, not holding it back. if it is what you really want, your dreams, right? Because I'm seeing that that is what wants to be created with you right now. It's your dreams, but it's just you're not able to fully recognize that your dreams are what is on your doorstep knocking, or that they're the fulfillment of them is very close, because there's still some form of sabotaging element here. The High Priestess. You have to get out of your head. Specifically, you have a fear that you're being drawn to something, thinking that it is the Ten of Cups, looking at it like this is your emotional fulfillment, like the fulfillment of your wishes and dreams, like your desires being met. This would be like you looking at someone and being like, that is my equal, that is my soulmate. I can see myself like living the rest of my life, having kids with them. I can see them in the little tiny, seemingly insignificant moments of my life. I can see them fitting in there. I can see them adding this richness and joy to my life, and having this hope in your heart and this recognition that possibility is there. But then immediately, like, talking yourself out of it and saying, but it's probably not that. It's probably just more pain, more headache, more like character defining experiences that I'm going to have to heal from, right? And you don't want to experience that, more of that. So you're kind of like, I'm just not going to apply myself, or I'm not going to invest, because I believe that if I do move forwards confidently, I'll just lose that investment, because ultimately I believe that what I'm looking at isn't what it seems. I don't have faith that it is what I want it to be, or maybe even what I feel or intuit that it is. Because your mind is getting in the way of clear discernment of it. And also your intimidation, you're intimidated by what it requires of you, what it asks of you. Because I think it asks all of you. It asks for all of you. But there's something here that in the near future, you're going to have a choice, and if you want something, you have to choose faith. You have to choose to trust your intuition and get out of the fuckery of your head here. Faith is belief in things unseen. It's the willingness to follow your heart before you see the thing in front of you, and have faith that you trust what you feel and what your intuition is telling you. You trust that the energy that you are in is what you have manifested towards you, and so it's in alignment with you in an empowered place, right? But there needs to be a level of faith in yourself in order to extend that level of faith to a specific situation here as well. Some of you really need to prioritize. It will really help you to prioritize your spiritual practice. Like, even if it's just something very small that you do every day, there's something where your spirituality is going to give you insight into something that adds a dimension of depth to it, that helps you understand more, and something about making sense of it like that, which is very air signy. Something about your ability to then make sense of it from a logical perspective kind of alleviates what's left of that fear, because the moon card can talk about hidden fears, insecurities, doubts, right? And here I'm looking at this, it's not a full moon. You can still see where some of those past fears, like when this moon was full, would have been when like the fullness of all that was going on, you know, like when your fears and insecurities were really dictating things. I feel like you just have this little sliver left that you're still meant to face in yourself, but it's like that final bit is the hardest. Like the final stretch is the hardest, because you're tired, because you've been wounded in your previous experiences. And so you've built up these self-protection mechanisms, this resistance. But you're so close to getting what you want. You just have to have the faith to take that step, to take that action before you can see something. And you'll realize pretty much immediately that it can absolutely be yours. Can you tell me a little bit more about this new experience here, this faith? Yes. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, I'm so here for it. Yes, Aquarius. Okay. I love this. I was like, which direction are we going with this? Okay. I really like this, babes, because so in the near future, you have this moment where it will require you to act out of faith, to believe in something, right? But then what is new that's coming into your love life is faith. So it's almost like you decide to take that leap of faith and you're rewarded with something growing in such a way that it's like all of the ways that your fears were running things and creating resistance comes into full light, but not in a way that is pulling you back into them, in a way that's making you realize like, oh shit, I was the only thing really getting in my own way there. I'm so much more fucking capable than I was treating myself or than I was approaching things. And it's something is growing from the investment of faith that you put in. And it's like this, the universe validating you. Because remember, your big fear was, if I put that of myself into this, I'm just going to lose that investment. It's not going to grow. This is the universe showing you that no, you invest and something is growing. And you'll be able to feel it and see it. But then the cards that came out to clarify is the 4 of Coins in reverse, the 10 of Cups in reverse, and the 9 of Cups in the upright. So here, you're letting go. What you're letting go of is that fear that we were just discussing, the 10 of Cups in reverse. You're able to see that it's not a valid fear in regards to this current situation, because when you give that investment, the universe immediately shows you that it is giving back to you, that investment didn't go into the void, it wasn't wasted. And so then you see the genuine potential, because you see the potential for something to be the 10 of Cups, because you're validated in such a beautiful way and fulfilled emotionally in such a beautiful way that you reconnect with your wishes, your hopes, your dreams, the things that if you were to focus on, being hopeful towards the 10 of Cups, hopeful that like an unconditional or supportive love with someone that you can grow with and feel safe with, who won't hurt you, who will consider you, right? But not try to change you. All of these things, you see how possible that actually is. And that experience nurtures your faith rather than deteriorating it. So is there anything else that Aqua needs to know? Okay. No, it looks like that's it, baby. I really love that for you. I really do. You deserve it. So go get your lover. All right, we're moving on to Pisces. Last but not least, my fishy fam, where are ya at? Okay. Jeez. Where are you at? Oh, that's okay. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Pisces. What's that? Okay. Like that. Ooh. Yes, Pisces, yes. This is lovely. I see you, baby. What's that song? What is it like? I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. I see you, baby. I think that's a 90s. Something magnificent that came from the 90s. Can't remember who sings it. I see you, Pisces. Shaking that ass. Let's see. Okay, one more card for Pisces. Wow, there is so much. Just, okay. A big fan of this here, so let's get into it. Okay. Okay. Hi, Pisces. Hello, my beautiful fishy family. Are we loving like angelfish and swimming like sharks out there in these bad waters? These big bad waters? I know people like to underestimate us, but who are they kidding? We the baddest in the ocean. We are the freaking ocean. Who are we kidding? All right, let's see what's going on for you. For us. So, the energy archetypes that you came out as being in at this time, and this isn't the fullness of how you are embodying yourself, but this is just what wants to be highlighted. Okay, you have the damsel and also the warrior, and they both came out in the light attributes. Okay, so for the damsel, the light attribute is, why is that not focusing? Okay, understanding the nature, or understanding the nature of healthy romance and being inspired to rely on yourself. And then the light attributes of the warrior says strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will, heroism, stoicism, and self-sacrifice in conquering the ego. Damn, that's baddie energy. But I love it because you are applying it towards your own tender heart. You're kind of saying that, like, in the name of love. In the name of love. Oh, I'm channeling. There's a song. I think it's Martin Garrix. And maybe Babe Rexa. Let me just see. I freaking love this song, though. I feel like it was probably written for a Pisces. Let's be real. I'll tell you guys the lyrics. I feel like that's very relevant. Okay. But this is the energy of, you're telling me that, like, what you're going to fight for, what you're going to, like, that's the hill I will die on kind of thing. Not that you have to die on a hill right now, but that's what I will fight for, heart and soul. That's what I will discipline myself to hone my skill set, to strengthen, to apply my free will and agency, like to essentially channel and push my energy in a specific direction to fight for something. I will even, you know, take risks and have some level of sacrifice. I will conquer my own ego. I will be humble. There's something here that you're like, that's the thing that I'll do all of that for. That's the thing that I will fight for in that way. And I'm pretty sure that what it is love, but healthy love, healthy romance, healthy romance. And so you're inspired to rely on yourself. You're not waiting for anyone to show up and save you or provide something for you, like external validation, or like strength to carry you through to succeed in some way. You're not waiting for someone to show up and do that for you, nor are you being seduced by romantic illusions, or, like, you know, if something is not what it's saying it is, you see right through it. Specifically, people without ethics or principles that are just trying to succeed at any cost, or people who are indifferent to the suffering of others. Your spidey senses are really tuned into that kind of thing right now. That might even be what you're feeling compelled to stand up against, whether that's something that's presenting in your own life or a dynamic you have in your own life currently. Doesn't have to be romantically, but just in some form of connection, or even to, like, protect others. I'm feeling this energy of, it's like you're protective. Okay. So, let's say, that's it. Yeah, it is Martin Garrix and Babe Rexa. Okay. The lyrics. So it's called In the Name of Love. And she says, if I told you this was only going to hurt, if I warned you that the fire is going to burn, would you walk in? Would you let me do it first? Do it all in the name of love. Would you let me lead you even when you're blind? In the darkness, in the middle of the night, in the silence, when there's no one by your side, would you call in the name of love? And then she just says, in the name of love. If I told you we could bathe in all the lights, would you rise up? Come and meet me in the sky? Would you trust me when you're jumping from great heights? Would you fall in the name of love? When there's madness, when there's poison in your head, when the sadness leaves you broken in your bed, I will hold you in the depths of your despair. And it's all in the name of love. You can't tell me that's not some Pisces ass shit. It's all in the name of love. Would you be led out into that dark, tumultuous? Would you take that leap of faith? Would you trust when you're blind? Would you do it? And you're like, in the name of love, but love with a capital L, nothing less than that. Healthy romance. So you are defining something here that it's like you're being honest with yourself about the depth of your desire for something. And I feel like it is love. Whether that is just being surrounded by more people that support you, community that feels, places where you feel like you belong, essentially. Or if it's, particular intimate or interpersonal kind of relationships, you want to experience more healthy romance, and you're willing to make the sacrifices necessary to both embolden yourself to prepare yourself, but also to be really clear about what you absolutely will not, what you won't deal with, what you won't engage with. And it feels like the standard is pretty, valid, right? Your standard is if they don't have ethical principles, if they'll do anything, say anything to win at any cost, if they're indifferent or inconsiderate to pain and suffering that they cause others, we don't fuck with that, And it's like, well, who would, Sounds gross to me. So yeah, that's not love. That's like kind of flies in the face of love. Those are quite, like self-centered, inconsiderate kind of narcissistic traits. So maybe you've dealt with people like that in the past, and maybe you've dealt with romantic illusions in the past, or attachment styles, or, limerence or something like that. But you're seeing things clearly now, and you're also being very clear with yourself about what it is that you want and what it is that you will fight for. And I love that, because it's coming from an incredibly powerful place inside of you. Yeah, you could be in somewhat of a solo dolo energy right now, though. I'm almost getting, ironically, that like you're not really interested in connecting with lovers at this time. Yeah. You're like, well, Lisa, if it wasn't such a fucking headache, I would consider it. But have you seen what's out there on those streets? It's tough out there. Yeah, I have unfortunately witnessed that. You're just like, I'm not going to like compete. I'm not going to chase. I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to deal with fuckery. I'm not going to deal with something that puts me in my head or destabilizes me. There's 2 5s. It's like, if it steals my peace, then the cost is too high, right? And it just feels like you're not interested in having any of that experience right now. But darling, that might be exactly when you pull in like what is really for you. That's usually when it is, when you're not looking for it. And also, this is the energy that you're in right now. It's the Queen of Wands and the Empress. Like, is there any living, breathing thing on earth that is not attracted to you at this time? Because that is very attractive energy. And it doesn't have to be just physical attraction. It's like your aura is magnetic right now. It's because you're in this strong place of self-empowerment. You love yourself, so you're not under any illusions because you're not seeking external validation. So it's like you don't need to believe someone's lies about what they have to offer, because you offer yourself everything. You are fulfilling yourself genuinely, right? So you don't need to allow yourself to get sucked into illusions and misled, because you can just be real with yourself. You're already sitting pretty, so if it doesn't add to that, then you don't need to entertain that illusion, because this is genuine abundance and confidence. This is you being very connected to your own spirit. This is giving wild feminine, though. Strong Lilith energy here too. Some of you have Lilith in Pisces or in your 12th house. You don't have to. There's also Taurian And, well, just strong Venusian energy with the Empress. You're in bloom right now, and it's because of your heart. It's because what what you are fighting for is, it's coming not only from pure intent, but it's like you're fighting for something that will genuinely better. It's a healing energy, or it will better the world, because bringing more like love and light and strength and discipline and compassion into the world is never did anyone any fucking harm, you know? You loving yourself and believing in yourself more never did anyone harm. It might make some people feel a little bit uncomfortable, and that's something that they need to work through on their own. That isn't about you. But with the Queen of Wands and the Empress, it's like this is like the untethered, like women who run with wolves vibes. It is a liberated feminine energy, and it is incredibly abundant and powerful. So you're also telling me that you recognize the power of your life force energy, of your sexual energy. And you know that if you engage with something that is not able to honor or hold that or recognize the value of that, that basically that's like demeaning yourself and deteriorating at yourself and abandoning like the worth and value that you clearly know you have. Like you're embodying and expressing from that place. You don't need someone to save you, complete you, validate you. You know, you're not looking for that, but you are looking for someone who can actually see you and match you. And that's the requirement. But I don't think that you're looking for anyone in particular right now. You're just committing yourself to healthy romance, self-reliance, and continued self-development, really, in a positive direction. Yeah. Okay. There's a huge infusion of feminine, like yin energy, though, from the heart. And it is very, it has this seductive quality, but not seductive in the way that people could mistake it or misinterpret it, because oftentimes the Queen of Wands gets projected onto because she is confident and comfortable in her own skin. There could be a lot of opportunities and people drawn to you at this time, though. So I do think it's good that you are like, your top priority, like you are centered in your own life, and that needs to stay, it needs to stay that way. Because from that place, you can discern what adds to your life and what doesn't, and what is worth investing in and what is illusion. Okay, so in your life, coming next, you have this card, Saturn in Aquarius, eccentricity. And then something new unfolding in your life, you have Nike, ambition. There's so much energy that is about like will and agency and knowing that it is an energy of deep self-empowerment, because you're not waiting for something to show up and do the work for you or tell you what you need to do next. You are like, agency is your ability to make shit happen in your own life, right? To like inspire and energize yourself through personal convictions, through knowing what you stand for and what you will fight for and being confident about that, and then embodying what is needed for you to receive that when it comes to you. And then just chilling, like just chilling, because it's like, you don't have to do anything beyond that point. You don't have to worry about it, micromanage it, try to control it, dictate the way that it comes in. Your work there is kind of done. And I love that you're embodying this energy. You're recognizing like what a certain path might ask or require of you, and you're also very willing. You're recognizing your willingness to offer what is required. you know that you're capable and worthy, but you're not sourcing that validation or inspiration from anywhere outside of yourself. The ambition is coming from in you and your belief in yourself and your belief in what it is that you stand for. But yeah, there's a lot of agency, and it's like that often defines how big or how small someone's life is, right? Is like, well, if you're not willing to actually get your hands dirty to do the things that are good for you so that you're in an inspired, like expansive state of mind so that you can see and create prosperous opportunities for yourself, so you can discern what is for you and not live in doubt and hesitation, or so that you can like create an energy that fuels you forwards and gives you the strength and discipline to put yourself fully into things, like to really apply yourself from a place of power and ambition. You're giving to yourself in all the ways that allow this to happen now, which is really awesome. Okay, so tell me about this eccentricity. The Page of Swords and the King of Pentacles. There's an eccentric, like there's a new approach that you're taking to something, and I think that it's allowing you to get further than you have before with something, with your pursuit of something. Like you're seeing results that you haven't seen before. There's something about that. And so that is also fueling your confidence and making you even more ambitious, because it's like you're seeing results. And the way that you're approaching whatever this is from a combination. It's like the Page of Swords and the King of Pentacles. You have like empowered energies from every suit, really, here. Your heart and your intuition, your spirit, your convictions, your desire and passion, your grounded efforts, and also your mind. Everything's kind of aligned for something here. But this new approach that you're taking in the near future, you're communicating from a place of, it feels like very grounded and rooted in your worth and in your awareness of self, in your awareness of also the potency of your energy, and whatever form that takes, whether you channel your energy through what you give attention to or what you consume, right? Or the relationships or habits that you indulge in or engage in. You're approaching something with like beginner brain, with this awareness that you still have a lot to learn. There's a learning curve. You don't know everything. And you're open-minded and non-defensive. But you're also simultaneously very certain and assured of your own capability. You're like, I can do this. I can do this. So even though there's like learning and there's things that you're going to have to face and figure out, you still have the ambition because you know that you're capable. But you are taking a different approach here. And I think that you're just communicating not from a place of insecurity, but from a place of genuine fulfillment and being rooted in like an awareness of who you are and what you have to offer. So you're satisfied with that because you're looking in the mirror and you're like, it like not too shabby. Like, I know who I am. This is who I am. So I don't need to communicate from a place of anxiety or insecurity, because they don't. People who know who they are in those ways don't, because they don't have, like, there's no reason, right? So I think that you're just releasing, specifically they're showing me communicating in a particular kind of way, and I feel like it's communicating from a place of like not trusting yourself, being insecure about speaking your worth, your needs, your dreams, your convictions, even speaking what you know, like what you have learned so far. Can you tell me what this ambition is, please? The Four of Pentacles. You're laying a foundation and you have picked the path. You are now, every decision that you make, you're actively running it by this internal, like, okay, is this adding to what we are working towards right now or not? It feels like you're really trying to streamline streamline your energy in one direction to achieve something. Because you're inspired, you have the energy, you're confident, you feel grounded, like all of these things. You feel emotionally clear, you're having new ideas, new creative ideas, new downloads. You're feeling brave, you're feeling independent. All of these things don't always align at once for us, or for anyone for that matter, right? But they are right now. And so there's this sense of like magic in the air, like, ooh, everything is aligning. Something serendipitous is about to happen. So you're showing me that you value the foundation that you build with this bit of ambition that you apply. And then you're allowing that to continue motivating you forward. So for instance, like, let's say you start working out at the gym and you're eating healthier as well to support that. After the first month, right, you've gained muscle mass that you wanted, or you've lost some weight, or you're looking toned. And so then you have even more ambition because you've laid a foundation of success and you can see it tangibly, feel it. You know that the approach that you're taking is working. And so then you make choices more and more that support that, because you're excited about the success that you know you can have. So you're actively making choices that align with this goal or manifestation. Okay, let's take a look at your love life here. All right. So what's coming next in regards to love is coming through as gibbous moon. You're very close to achieving your goal. Okay. Then you also have this card. I don't know why I want to tell you that it's number 15. I don't know why that's important, but it says action. Maybe like the 15th of a month is important, something like that. I'm not totally sure. You're very close to getting some action, Pisces. Actually, though, like, there's double entendre. I'll take both, please. Thank you. But there's something that you are very close to achieving, and you're reading it correctly. Like, this is like a huge moon. It's like things are illuminated to you right now. This is like the color of your throat chakra. There's clear communication as well happening between you and like the universe and everything that you are, connected to. Clear communication. So I'm feeling like rapid evolution and progress is happening here. You could be entering a phase where things really pick up. The Seven of Wands. You're fighting for it. And if it's not love, then you're fighting it off. Because if it's not the fulfillment of your goals, then it's just something that's a distraction or getting in the way of them. It's kind of black and white right now. And you're seeing it black and white, but from the heart, right? You're just like, why would I, from a place of genuine self-love and compassion and empowerment and abundance, when I'm manifesting this life of abundance and I feel it, why would I align myself with something that is the opposite of that, something that is not love, right? So it's not, you're just defending like the progress that you're making, really, because you know that you are close to getting everything. So you're fighting for it in the name of love. And part of that has to do with just knowing what isn't that, and then just not giving it, really just not giving it time or energy at all. Just seeing it as something that doesn't align, and then kind of letting it go in the direction that it's going. The world in reverse. There's a cycle that's not done here yet that has to do with you achieving this goal. It's this idea of like, one day, if I'm strong, something will come to fruition. And having hope, like looking out at the horizon. So this could be still considering an option that is like, that you kind of have to just admit is not an option anymore, right? Like this could be hopefully looking out, still having strength of heart or feelings towards something, and just hoping that you're going to see it one day show up. But there's a cycle that needs to end with that, like wishful thinking. I feel like you're meant to put your faith in things that give you reason somewhat to have faith in them, right? It doesn't mean you have to have all the answers and it's going to be a sure bet, but it means if it's, again, someone that's showing up and instilling absolutely zero confidence in you because they don't have integrity, or because they're mean or abusive or something, well then, right? That's not part of what you're moving towards. But what is this world in reverse here? There's this perception that you can't just be like, that you can't just totally, not throw caution to the wind, but like allow yourself to be fully engaged in and present with the experience of your heart without having to kind of like come out of presence with the current experience to like survey what's on the horizon and be like, scan for threats, scan for threats. Is there a reason that I'm going to need to be strong, that I'm going to need to be, that I'm going to need to protect my heart on the horizon? It's like being in the present moment and the freedom and liberation that presence, and just enjoying, soaking up that experience. Just being in the moment and enjoying the moment and allowing that to feel so spontaneous and liberating and free. There's this really beautiful free part of yourself that can come out and just kind of live unapologetically in flow with itself. And so what needs to be kind of reconciled is the part of you that thinks that it has to be hard, or that you have to worry, you have to occasionally scan the horizon for threats, or else you will be taken advantage of, you will be hurt. It's like this part of you that believes there is a need to be defensive. That part doesn't allow you to be completely open and receptive. So the more faith that you gain in yourself, the less fear you will have, and the more you'll allow yourself to be in that liberated present state where nothing is taking away from the experience. Yeah, the Knight of Wands, because you're not expecting a tower moment to come out of nowhere. You're not expecting to be blindsided by like, oh, and now I found out that that person's a scumbag and that they're, they're betraying me, or like the worst thing is really happening. Now I'm finding out that someone lied, or that like something that looked abundant isn't abundant. That anxiety is not necessary, because the tower is not looming in the background waiting to strike. It's not there. In fact, you're incredibly close to getting what you want. And I feel like you're meant to just give yourself fully to enjoying the process, like the journey, because you're almost at the destination. And once you reach whatever this is, you'll be starting a whole new journey, embarking on a whole new journey with it alongside you. So enjoy you right now. Enjoy the experience. Enjoy your freedom. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy investing into the things and people that you do love, because soon there will be a change coming. There will be a lot happening. But yeah, you're kind of just meant to be in this very free-spirited energy where you know that there is nothing that you need to be like, when is the other shoe gonna drop? No, you can trust that you're taking care of yourself. You're seeing yourself clearly. You're being compassionate and kind, but not a doormat. And you have healthy boundaries that you are respectfully reinforcing when needed. And there's like, all of those things are amazing. So you are aligned with something amazing. Yeah, the next card, the Wheel of Fortune. Through being in that energy, not through doing, but just through being in that energy, Pisces, that's what's turning the Wheel of Fortune. I mean, that it's a collaborative force, but from your side of things, that's what's allowing the Wheel of Fortune to turn in a way where your dreams are fulfilled, because you're aligning with the abundance of the universe. You're allowing the wheel to turn in an abundant way. You're not getting in the way of that. And so this action is happening. And there's something that has to do with like your love life in regards to this, because that's what we're looking at right now. So anything else about this new thing that's coming in? It could also be that someone outside of you that has not been taking significant action to bring something into true manifestation. There could be someone who has not. It's like there's a buildup of energy. There's a lot that they haven't said. This person could be manifesting you not walking away. If this is, or manifesting like, it's weird. It's a weird energy. It's someone that's holding on to you, it feels like, but also not asserting themselves in your direction. And they may have been waiting for a sign, like waiting to see some signal from you that's some signal of readiness. I'm not really sure, before taking action. But the more that you move into an embodied alignment and confident expression of the fullness of who you are, the more you allow people around you to see you for who you truly are as well, right? And so maybe you expressing yourself like that, even though there is an element of that that still kind of scares you a bit, and would scare anybody, putting yourself out there is kind of scary sometimes. You're shining, and then people around you are seeing you, and it feels like someone who hasn't taken significant action to communicate or behave in a way that supports like abundant growth in your relationship, truly manifesting in like abundant physical form. It feels like that might be changing here, but it's in response to the energy within you that has changed as well. So you and this person could be kind of aligned in your own individual development or paths, but I do feel like on this other person's side, there's been a lot that has been withheld or held in or repressed. Specifically, it has not been said. There's a lot about the throat chakra, but the throat chakra is also about expression. So it's like it hasn't been spoken, it hasn't been made obvious through action, but something is changing here if it is about somebody else. For some of you, the wheel is just turning and something incredible is coming in. Well, for some of you, this is somebody taking confident action, though, and they're a little bit stressed out, too, honestly. Okay. It does feel like someone is feeling like now's the time, it's now or never. They're carrying some anxieties of their own. I feel this is someone who, for a lot of you, you've already known before, but you've grown since you engaged with them. But this is someone who carries a painful truth, and it's like they know that the truth about something, some way that they acted, the truth about it will hurt you, or it did hurt you. It's either they are going to express the truth about something and be very real about it, but they're a little anxious because they're aware that it's not something that you want to hear. It's something that will maybe hurt you, or yeah, you could have an emotional response to this, but they are coming in wanting to be honest about it. And I think that they want to be honest about it, even though it might not be what you want to hear, because they want to get this like looming tower out of the way. It's like, okay, if we can just be honest about that, then we can decide if that's something that we can get past to create a new opportunity, or if that new opportunity is going to be too hard and strenuous because it's not something we can get past. And in that case, yeah, if it's something you're going to hold on to the weight of, then it's not worth investing. This is something that would need to be reconciled, forgiven, and moved beyond. And I don't know what it is, but it's this person's aware that they need to offer you nothing but the complete truth. And they're also aware that the truth is something that your response to it could go either way. But they also know that you'll know if they're not telling the truth, or they know that they need to offer the truth. Like they're aware of that for some reason. Okay. Is there anything else for Pisces before I let them go? I do feel like someone wants to align with you, whether this is someone from the past or a new opportunity coming in. You are going to need to discern with this person, though, because while they are coming in to tell you the truth, I don't know if they're even completely aware. It feels a little impulsive, but I don't know how considerate they're being. Like, for instance, like, it's one thing to tell someone the truth, and then it's how you say it, right? Like, let's say someone, you've been romantically involved. Let's say we were on a break. It's a friend's moment, okay? You've been highly emotionally invested and committed to someone. You go on a break and they sleep with someone else, right? It would be like, that person knowing that like the truth of that betrayal or deception is not something that you're going to want to hear, but they know they have this feeling like they need to tell the truth. But there's this element of them, they're also, it's like it's one thing to say, look, I have something difficult to tell you. I don't know, and I understand if you can't get past it, but can you hear me out and try to whatever, right? And then like gently relaying that difficult truth to the person that you're aware it's not going to be easy for them to hear. But then it would be a whole other thing for you to connect with someone after behaving in that way and be like, I fucked someone else, by the way. Anyways, can you forgive it or not? Right? Like, what are you actually going to take seriously? Because if someone just flings a hurtful truth in your face, knowing that it is going to hurt you, it's all about the delivery and you being able to tell even if the delivery is authentic. But most times, right? Like, a big part of love is consideration, basic consideration for the other person's feelings and how your words and actions are going to affect them. Not being conceited, right? And I see that there's an element of this person for some of you that they're intimidated by how confident you are right now and how attractive you are. They might feel like, yeah, you're going to pull in new opportunities. And they could come in and tell you something hurtful, knowing or hoping that it will stagnate your progress forwards. That like, oh, maybe telling the Pisces this will make them insecure and afraid. And so then they don't move forwards at this rapid pace that they are evolving at, or it causes them to not be able to walk away from me. That's toxic as fuck, right? That's toxic, and it would be coming from their own insecurity and fear of you, well, outgrowing them and being with someone not toxic, you know? So just be aware, okay? I don't know why that'll want to come through, but for some of you, it's like, you know what is actually a true and authentic and abundant opportunity. You know when someone sees your worth and treats you accordingly. Like, anyone stepping to you in this energy better come correct, you know? Because this is like, you better make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world, because that's the vibe. It's not blowing smoke up your ass when it's true. Like, this is beautiful energy, and you will attract a lot in this energy, 1000%, because it's super attractive. So anyone that does not actually know how to honor and hold you in this space, anyone that feels like they need to use toxicity or games or, you know, projections to hold you back or to stunt your progress because it makes them uncomfortable, anyone who's not willing to put in the effort to be your equal, the emperor, then you'll see that for what it is, but it won't affect you because you've grown. Again, no romantic illusions, because you're not afraid of the truth anymore. You're not afraid that you're not enough. I love it, Pisces. Yeah, but you're not fucking with that no more. Ew. The emotionally unavailable, like, manipulative users and abusers who just, like, want to extract, like, consume your energy like little leeches. You've healed, and the level of internal harmony that you now possess does not allow. It's like a built-in filtration system energetically. Nothing dirty is coming through the water. Nothing is polluting your oceans here. It's clear water and clear sailing, baby. And nothing can steal that from you because it's coming from you. You are your own source of beauty, of love, of agency and inspiration. Like, you're your own muse, and you're also very tuned into your spirit. So yeah, nothing is getting by you, and you're just aligning with so much beauty, Pisces. And you've done a lot of hard work to get here. Like you're no slouch, baby. You're no slouch. You deserve this, okay? I love you so much. I'm gonna leave it there. But thanks for being here, guys. Sorry about that little glitch that occurred that made it impossible for you to engage with me for most of this reading. But I didn't want to restart the live stream, so I hope that you understand. And I'll be back soon anyways. Check the community tab because I will be putting up another poll so that you can vote on the next theme for the next All Signs reading. And I'm also going to be doing a little mini special or mini sale on 15-minute readings. You'll be able to purchase one for, I'm pretty sure like $40, $45 is about what I charge usually with the special, but it's like a largely discounted price. And what I do when I offer that is there'll be 3 different spreads that you can choose from, and I'll put like what's included in each spread so that you know what you're getting yourself into or signing up for. But you can get a 15-minute reading on one of those 3 offered topics for a discounted price. And that sale, I think it'll be about 2 weeks that sale or special lasts. So I will also put a post later tonight in the community tab with all of the details and a link to my Etsy store where you can purchase that if you feel like you want to. I hope you're happy. I just hope that you're experiencing life as something light and inspiring, you know? I hope that this energy is giving you life, but not like extra overstimulated, like anxiety, and not crushing expectations that you're placing on yourself, or that you feel like if you don't accomplish something with this energy, then, you know, you wasted it or you're a loser or something. No, just try to be present and enjoy it. Try to let it charge your battery. Try to let it show you. Try to let your desires express to you where your convictions are and what your being wants to fight for right now. Because whatever you're being pulled to on that level, it's a beautiful time to be ambitious towards those goals, know that you're capable of achieving them, and then like make huge strides forwards, because that brave warrior Aries energy is gorgeous. Cardinal fire, right? The spark. You are the spark. So find what you want to light on fire and then go and set it ablaze, babe, because the time is now. The time is now, okay? But anyways, I'm sending you ridiculous amounts of love. I hope you know that I'm your biggest cheerleader. I'm always on your side. I'm here for you. But yeah, I will talk to you guys again soon. And until then, please take care of yourselves. Stay safe and well. All right? Goodbye, darlings.